coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Trying to lose track of the sirens, trying to make my way back to the silence. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. But I'm far from grounded, losing my feet and I keep on drowning. On a one-way street, you got me surrounded. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, you've been coming round, cutting me. And my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, you've been coming round, cutting me. And my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, the Master Shanghai Trophy is up for grabs, but before that happens, we've got something fun in store, as we often do. Hello, and welcome to the Grand Final pre-show, coming to you live from the Mercedes-Benz Arena. I'm Achilles, here with Paper Thin and two very special guests, Riot's Albert Robles, as well as Sabrina Ishwafny.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Ishwafny. I'm an environment artist on the Maps team. My role is basically, people like Al will give me a gray box with the layout of the map, and we'll come in and make it look pretty and beautiful and add all those Easter eggs and narrative beats.
And I give you the outline and you color and...
Yeah. Exactly.
That's
what I tell my parents.
Detail.
That's what I tell my parents, at least.
All right, how about you, Al?
Yeah, so I'm Albert Robles. I'm the lead producer for the Maps team. I'm the captain of the team, so I work with all of our talented artists and designers, audio engineers, etc., to make sure that we can build these awesome, tight gameplay experiences for Valorant. I also work with our partner teams like marketing, publishing, esports, just to make sure that these big moments that happen are awesome and incredible for our players. Really excited that we can finally talk about new stuff today.
Awesome. Well, of course, you're here because ahead of our grand final between Gen.G and Team Heretics, we're going to have a show match between two teams of international content creators, and they'll be playing on the brand new map, Abyss.
Yeah, this is such an exciting day. We get our first look at this new map. It looks super sick from some of the stuff we've seen. Two awesome teams then in the grand finals. You've got Gen.G, who's made an insane run once again to get themselves into another grand finals, and Team Heretics, who looked out of this world yesterday, winning 3-0 against G2. Can't wait.
Yeah, should be a banger series, but of course, I'm very excited for the map because while trailer did go up on socials earlier, you and I, we've not seen the damn thing. Obviously, you guys know what's going on. You've been the ones building this, but we're going to be going into this one completely and utterly blind. Now, of course, during today's final, make sure you use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters so we can feature you on the broadcast. And also, scan the QR code. It's going to be there on the bottom of your screen to take part in today's MasterCard fan poll. We've got a very simple question. It's been a long tournament. Decided to make it easy for you. Who's going to win? Which team, Gen.G or Team Heretics, gets those votes in, and we will see the results later on. Now, before we get into the show match, before we get into the nitty-gritty detail with you guys, let's go ahead and see what's going on with Victoria and Zoe over in our vertical watch party.
Hey, Dajahao. Welcome to the Vertical Watch Party. I'm Victoria Cheng, aka Chubby Ninja, and with me, co-hosting with me, is the one and only Zoe.
And we have the best seats in the house. We're going to be here all day. We're going to cover the, of course, show match, the grand finals, and through it all, we're going to have plenty of guests joining us for all the action.
You guys have no idea what kind of guests we're going to have. We're going to have the guests from the show match. We got pro players turned streamers. We got content creators. We got the devs. They're going to be here with us exclusively, only here. So you got to go watch us here. Watch us here.
Right.
Sorry, Achilles. We want them over here with us.
Yeah, we're getting vertical. We are, of course, your pocket friends. You can take us anywhere. That means also you can take Valorant everywhere. And you can chat with us. So make sure to join the conversation in the chat. You can catch us over on TikTok as well as YouTube Shorts.
It is way more chill here, so get ready to get crazy.
We're going to see you around. Bye-bye.
Seems like a whale of a time, and maybe I'll have to pop up there myself because I don't want to be missing out on the vertical feed. But let's go ahead and take a look at the two teams that will be getting to try out Abyss here on the stage. First, of course, we do have Team China, Dan King, Gen.G, Li Chu, Xiao Jue, as well as EQ118. And they will be going up against Team International, the godfather of Valorant. Leading the charge there in the center, we've got Mixwell, we've got Masayoshi, Michi, SpicyU, and Dohyun. So I'm curious off the rip, what kind of agents do you guys want to see played on this map without going into detail, without explaining why? It gives us a little bit of a teaser.
Yeah, I'll pick this one up. Really excited to see some Jet, some Raze, and some Omen, the traversal agents. I want to explain why, but those abilities are pretty powerful on this map. What about you, Al?
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of agents are viable in match, but yeah, like, agents with mobility, which will be very obvious very soon, will have huge opportunities on this map. Can also go with Neon, any TP characters like Yoru, definitely some opportunities to surprise the other teams.
Nice. So I'm kind of curious about the process of making a map. Like, from start to finish, how long does it take? What are some of the key beats you have to hit along the way to really get this thing ready and present it to the public?
Oh gosh, I mean, like, I'm actually really excited about talking about this. Like, I know a lot of our players don't get to see, like, under the hood and how we create a lot of the content. I mean, it takes anywhere from like 12 to 18 months. The key thing, though, is we are always gameplay first, right? We start with the design of the map. Shout out to Joey Seamus, who's our lead maps designer, who's responsible for Abyss. He works with our gameplay analyst team. We do internal playtests. We really make sure that we're hitting opportunities, feedback from players, as well as like innovations that we want to try in Valorant maps. We do all that work, make sure it's all buttoned up, it gets a green light, and then we hand it over to all of the many teams on the maps team.
And then, Sabrina, I want to know where you fit into all of this. Like, he just went through a massively long process. Yeah. Where does your team come into play?
Yeah, so design, as Al mentioned, they're cooking on stuff well before we're in there. Once we wrap up a map, then we start. We have wonderful concept artists that come up with the thematic and all the lore and all the cool stuff. And then they present us to us 3D artists, and then we make it in 3D so our players can play it. Yeah.
That's kind of the short version. I mean, it takes like months of hard work to get in there, and we have to work with all the other teams like agents and marketing and et cetera, et cetera.
It's a monumental effort from multiple teams.
No doubt about it.
I mean, yeah, obviously a team effort. I am kind of curious, not to throw a curveball out there at you, but when it comes down to, you know, how a map is going to be laid out and everything, is that often just minds coming together, or sometimes is it just one guy or one person at the company that says, I have this crazy idea, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Joey. I mean, we have multiple map designers working at once, and we've got a lot of folks who are experts in that craft. Again, like, you know, we always start with, like, what are the opportunities we want to do to, like, delight, like, our players? What's some of the feedback we've been getting? And again, you're going to see in this map, what are also, like, new, exciting things that we can do to, like, offer new things to players? And then, again, it's just a really long process. We stay super simple, right? Just simple blocks. Work on the layout, get all those tight fundamental things that are in all of our core Valorant maps, and then just make sure that we're happy with it before we greenlight it, and then make it look amazing.
And may I add, this map was our most collaborative yet. We worked extremely close with creative, design, narrative, premium content skins, agents. Like, honestly, we all came together really hard for this one, and we're hoping that the players are able to tell and appreciate it.
That's incredible. I mean, yeah, I can't wait to see it. Obviously, a labor of love. Now, we're here in the biggest arena we've ever had in Valorant esports. Obviously, one of the things that comes to my mind as a caster is, how is this going to affect the competitive scene? Like, what is this going to look like for some of our teams and players, do you think?
I can speak to this one.
Sure.
So once it's out, it's really hard to predict how our players will actually play things. We play tested internally, but based on what I've seen, don't think it'll shake the meta up too much. I do think that this map has a lot of outplay possibility, a lot of clippable moments. So it should be, ideally, very exciting to watch. And yeah, really excited for the players to get in there.
Awesome.
Well, obviously, you know, as Clinton was pointing out, we're here in this arena. The fans have been riled up. You guys, I know that you've been out there with the fans, meeting them. How has the experience been for you guys so far in Shanghai?
Oh gosh, Shanghai has been amazing. We got to spend time like in FanFest, meeting all the Chinese fans, people flying into Shanghai to like participate in the event. It's just been incredible. It's really been also a very humbling experience.
I was thinking the exact same verbiage, humbling experience. China has been fantastic. The fans are so passionate. We got to meet a bunch at FanFest, and that was awesome. And then the crowd here, absolutely insane. Some of the rowdiest, loudest, excited, passionate players I've ever heard. So that's been a very, very exciting experience.
No, it absolutely has been. This entire tournament has just been an absolute pleasure. It has been a blast, and these fans have been delivering ever since we got here into the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Quick thoughts, though. As much as you guys have been able to follow it, obviously you've been traveling around, you've been busy getting this map shipped out. Do you have a favorite to be able to take the grand final later on? Gen.G or Heretics? Al, I'm going to go to you first.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it's been like a roller coaster. Like, watching the last couple of days has been like an absolute roller coaster. But I'm going to go for Gen.G.
Gen.G,
Yes.
man after my own heart. Sabrina, how about you?
I'm going for the underdog here, Heretics.
All right.
They absolutely demolished the lower bracket, and honestly, just like Sentinels did, I want to see them bring it home.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that, but let's get this show match on the brand new map Abyss started. The Masters Shanghai Grand Final starts right now.
Omen, you need backup. I'm pulling you out.
No, we need more answers. What secrets are they hiding here?
Fine, but watch over our new recruit.
You do know I'm immortal, right?
Lucky shot.
Team, stand tall and finish this. Quickly.
Let's show them the meaning of fear.
They're ready for us, eh?
Yes.
And they're holding something powerful. We secure this facility, we finally stand a chance at finding some real answers.
All right, lucky socks, don't fail me now! These texts are ancient. How long have they... Library clear.
Careful. They think they're clever.
They're good. We're better. The monster is here.
Boom. Monster. Coming to you.
I had expected more.
You reckon that's the end of them?
The beginning of the end.
All right. Who's ready for overtime?
Team China. Team International.
go, our first look at Abyss, but now, I mean, we just got through the cinematic. Paper Denny, your reaction, because I think I'm still processing.
I mean, it looks awesome. It looks like a secret underground layer, you know, they're kind of working their way, trying to get to whatever is hidden underneath. So I was really, really enthralled with all of that because it just has this great kind of cool feel to it.
Yeah, I think for me, that final shot and just kind of seeing it, you know, surrounded by the rocks, this little facility just placed down there as they fight their way through, looks super awesome. But how do you guys feel now that it's out there in the public? They've seen at least the cinematic so far, and they're about to get their eyes on the in-game map. How do you guys feel? Your first reaction, Al?
Yeah, so like I'm super excited to share a lot of info on this map.
Yo.
Again, seeing that cinematic always gives me chills. Again, this is going to be the first Valorant map that has no boundaries. So you saw in the cinematic, you saw like an enemy agent fall off of the map. That is going to be like the new gameplay hook that will be part of this. And it's super exciting. It's very heavy on lore. It's a very beautiful environment that Sabrina and the team built. So yeah, I can't wait to see them play it.
My reaction, finally, after all months of hard work, so excited for the players to check out all of Abyss. I mean, you talked about this being within this treacherous chasm. Omen discovered the Scions of Hourglass, so this is their headquarters, is where this is all taking place. And they're holding back all of these Radiant secrets and relics on the inside. So hopefully our players will take a look at that.
And where did that influence of, you know, these jagged rocks and everything, where did that really kind of come from? Is, well, actually, maybe I'll hold that thought, because here is our agent select, and we've got geckos on either side. We've got plenty of mobility. Raze there, Neon, Jet, Omen, I mean, across the board. Sova, I guess the one that has a little bit less than anybody else, but is there anything that jumps out to you here?
Now, this is what I love.
No Sentinel.
Mobility agents now, I think it's
Damn.
going to really show off a lot of the creativity and a lot of the stuff that we were trying to give to players. We want players to think about different ways on how to traverse a map using utility.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's... Oh, sorry, go ahead. No.
I was going to say Omen, Mixwell on Omen. Very interesting. I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, no. I mean, he's a very good player, so there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff going on. Are there maybe some unique things that we might be able to look out for with some of these agents that are coming into play with this map? So maybe unique interactions with the map itself.
I guess we'll see real soon. There's these skill jumps in the map, not to spoil too much, but some of them are more agent-friendly. Others are only you're able to do with certain abilities. So.
Okay.
Yeah, keep an eye out too when like the attackers are in A main and B main, which is like right entering the site. We're gonna see some like really cool stuff that's kind of intentional on the design side, which we'll talk about more as the match goes on.
All right, well, excited to get into this one. Hopefully we're gonna be kicking this one off soon so we can get in and actually get a look at this map. And here we are. And my God, it does look gorgeous. You've done a fantastic job here in your teams.
Thank you. Me and our entire team.
All right, well, let's see.
Okay, 1A, 1B.
We're on B site.
Yeah, taking a look at the minimap. I mean, it's going to be a full B push here, it would seem, from the attacker. Slide forward.
Loving the aggression already.
All right, well, Dizzy over the top. So some blinds, but, I mean, as the defenders here, still don't have a spike plan.
Oh, you missed it. Little Wingman did the little jump across that skill jump you were talking about.
Oh, we did?
Planting the bomb backside.
So Wingman can jump over the gaps.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, that is incredible.
It is absolutely adorable.
Now just 2 players left. How do you think this map fares so far? Does it seem fairly balanced in your play test as far as like attacking and defending side?
Very good question. From what we've seen, it is ever so slightly defender-sided. Although in general, when we do launch a map, our maps always start out a little defender-sided. And as people learn how to attack, it kind of evens out over time.
Yeah. So we saw some interesting things there with like the way that they're playing the post plant. Like they're waiting behind where the skill jumps are. That makes it pretty difficult for the defenders to try to get rid of where they're hanging out. They're like the attackers are.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, I was going to say too, like B side, like we actually give 2 towers on both sides, so players on attacker and defender can actually watch 2 nests. That's a really critical part of the map to make sure that you can actually either execute or defend it correctly.
Nice.
Another B hit. Look at this.
Spotted them.
So one thing about this map, a lot of long-range fights. We'll see a lot more of them in mid, but B is pretty open. And like Al said, we have the 2 nests, Heaven, and then in B main, there's another nest, and it allows people to kind of fight over smoke. So that was one of the gameplay intentions from our designer, Joey Simas. He wanted to make sure that, you know, when the players see a smoke, they don't get stuck and stare at it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we've given our players multiple opportunities to execute sight.
Well, hopefully they'll go to the other side so we can get another, you know, look at a different part of this
so
map.
excited for A side.
Yeah, B's nice.
Yeah, we might have to have the, if they don't do it, we'll have to have the admin step in and say, please just show us the
Yeah,
rest
I'm a
of the
little
map.
biased. I worked on B side, so I'm like, keep going there. I like it.
Oh, look at that tree. That's gorgeous.
Got a little Radiant Knight tree here.
Yeah, this is a very lore heavy map, so that's like part of that, like sort of like part of the Radiant Knight secrets of the Science of Hourglass.
Yeah, we really had to investigate what does the Radiant Knight effect look like on different natural elements. So you see the rocks in the distance that you mentioned, and then also this tree. Oh, a little play in mid here. And we're seeing a little bit of vents as well. So this leads you right into A heaven.
Okay, so breakable door, breakable vent to just be able to cut across and get yourself over to that A site from
Exactly. Yeah, so mid control is incredibly important on this map. Gives you a lot of leverage.
And you saw there the Jet held their spacebar to drift towards that rope. Is that necessary on that jump, or
No,
can you just make that?
you can make it as long as you press F.
Okay, got it.
If you don't, it's GG. Wow, clean.
Very clean. 8 players left standing, and that's going to be Team China getting themselves on the board and showing us a lot more of the map than what we had seen in those previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, and as anticipated, we're seeing those very fast, quick plays, high risk, high reward.
Now, what if you have an oopsies and you have the, let's say you have the spike and you fall off the map?
Oh, so that's a really good question.
Yeah.
So like, it's actually not possible to lose a spike. We definitely want matches to finish, so if the spike does go over an edge, it will always immediately spawn where it fell off.
That's excellent. Nice.
Same goes for bodies, so rezzing. If a body falls off the map, you cannot res.
Got it.
And then guns as well. So if you're trying to play that eco round, make sure you're not shooting someone on the edge and losing that vandal.
Yeah, I'd be yeeting the op off the edge so Kilios can't have it.
and then I wouldn't be able to carry you in
Well,
the games that
okay,
we play,
come on
so.
now. Yeah, well, you play Raze with an op and you don't use your satchels, so.
Another B-side hit.
We're not getting
Ooh, the satchel.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see why that, you know, that mobility is so very important, but this is a great shutdown here from the side of Team China.
So fun fact, this B main ramp that you saw, the smoke, it does not completely cover up the ramp, so there's still a gap. And that is part of not wanting the smokes to just block everyone off.
So, yeah, so being able to play around it, being able to peek over top of it or to the side, so just giving you some more angles of approach rather than just keeping a team completely locked in place because of that smoke.
Yeah, that's something we really want to point out to you. Like, you guys are used to seeing maps like Ascend B-side. Like, as soon as a smoke usually hits a choke point, it's completely cut off. But it's intentional on this map for both A and B side. A single smoke cannot completely cover an entry point. Plus, we give you those skill jump opportunities so that there are more ways to actually enter site. But it is very high risk, high reward when it comes to actually doing those trick jump executes.
And we're seeing a part of the map here that I'm really curious about is mid. Like how long it is, how wide and open it is. What was some of the thought process into making it that way?
Yeah, so that's also really intentional too. So this is very lurk heavy for mid. It is intentionally designed.
You go all out or you go home.
Yeah, and it is designed for these aim duels.
It's like that.
Yeah, ones that right now Team China getting the better of.
Yeah, lurked out of B main up into this little corner.
Yeah, Joey was telling us it's really hard to sneak by here, so if you're going to go through mid, you probably want to stack. But controlling mid is super important because it does branch out multiple ways into those sites.
Oh, look at that.
Guns action.
Yeah, the break of the vent right into a kill. Catch people by surprise, just hiding behind that vent, just kind of waiting it out. So many flank angle opportunities there in mid as well. There's
absolutely.
So many paths to come in and out of it.
Yeah, I think that we're going to have, once this does get into pro player, once players get this on their hands, like how high prior that's going to be. But yeah, A main hit, as you say.
Let's see if we can see a trick jump here.
Come on, Mixwell.
Storming their way through, but slow down.
So you see him on top of that box in A main, so this is a really good way to look over that smoke.
Oh, watch this.
And here he goes with the TP on the bridge into the smoke.
Okay.
This is exactly what we wanted to see.
I don't know, but
Oh, the timing on the Dizzy, looking
Fantastic
great.
execute.
that map look.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
And that is exactly what we want to see from this map.
That map looks so fucking trash.
That is so hard to pull. It looks like it's challenging to pull off at the very least. Like a little bit difficult.
Yeah,
I'm so
you saw
not
the team
hyped.
play. You can't do this solo. You have the
It
defenders
reminds
sitting
me
on
of
site, they're holding
Fracture,
all these
like when
random
it came out.
angles, these off angles as well. So you really want to throw them off with the abilities, the utility, and all the bodies.
So obviously we see that there with the Omen, but what other agents can really kind of make a similar maneuver to that? I mean, I assume Ray's blast packing, jet dashing.
Jet dashing.
Okay.
I guess you can send Euro TPs, but those are typically the agents that are able to do that. So fun fact, the jump that was just made, you're able to make from A site to A main. So any agent can make that jump. It is just a strafe, like an air strafe.
Right.
But not the other way around.
Yeah, super challenging to do, but you can totally risk it and totally flank attackers coming in through A main.
So only defenders can make that jump without the use of abilities.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
So really cool pointing out here too, they planted right on that bridge. Super popular plant site. Something we didn't get to talk about too. We really intentionally didn't want the death drops to be super frustrating. So the majority of the map actually has ankle-high borders, so that you can't just like back into like an edge and then fall off by accident.
Okay.
There were a couple of choice spots where we
That connector between A and mid, right there.
Again, high risk. Really
like
worth planting the spike there if you can get away with it, and trying to.
It's gonna be like a really strong position for like defense and retake.
Or like a race satchel.
Yeah, the satchels too. Yeah.
But I would assume, maybe something like a Astra Star not going to be able to pull somebody off the side of the map, right?
That's a good question.
The ankle borders do stop you. If you're standing on top of it, which on B site, you can technically plant a bomb on that ankle border, forcing your opponents to play on that edge, and then you can use abilities to push them off. You don't even have to fight.
Okay. Well, I'm really
Bridge ultimate. It's yeah. I feel like a bridge on that map would be really strong because his ultimate just pushes you back.
Just dominance in execs here in this tournament, but also from other squads in the past.
So you could push people off the map.
Here we go. Respect for the play.
Well, he pulled it off the opposite time. He sees it coming.
Actually, no, he tried doing that again. Pro tip for players trying this map, if you're Omen, the trick is to actually aim above where you want to TP and not try to get it exactly where you want to go. It makes doing that play a lot easier.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
There you go. A word from the wise. Okay, we're seeing this.
Why is the Gecko not picking up his ultimate?
Sliding all over the place. I'm just curious what the balance is going to look like between high mobility, but also, a collection of agents, a team that is going to be able to just go for really nice set executes. And I think that something like Neon Jet, Neon Yoru with a breach in play. All these things are coming to my mind right now, and it seems like the possibilities are damn near endless.
For Showmatch, they're having a lot of fun with the agents that they picked here. They're really showing off a lot of those mobility things that they were rehearsing and having fun with. But a lot of other agents are viable here, right? Especially like controllers. Like you can actually stop a lot of these pushes with your Vipers, with your Harbors, with your Deadlocks. But yeah, I'm really excited to see like what meta develops in this map, because this is like a new layer that we're adding to our core gameplay design.
Another agent that I found surprisingly, and personally, this is a personal anecdote, really strong on this map or very interesting is Sage. With her wall, you can block off some very peculiar angles. So like B-site, we're about to see that little jump up that you do. You could wall that off completely, and then they have to shoot through like multiple pieces of her wall just to get across to the site.
I was also going to ask about Sage. Are there any jumps that you can make using her wall?
Like, can you extend it out and basically use it as
But I know like her wall like breaks over certain ledges and things like that, but is there a way to like get past that?
Honestly, I don't want to spoil it though, honestly. I actually am really interested to see like what our players come up with. Like, we test these maps for like thousands of hours, but I am really interested to see like how players are going to exploit sort of like this new kind of paradigm in our map.
I don't even know what's going on. I'm just so enthralled with the map. Like, I don't know who's winning.
You also have a lot of strong position for DJ ultimates and stuff like that.
Now, of course, with the ability to just drop off the side of the map, because obviously we've seen pro players grab a gun, throw it off the ledge on ascent, throw it off the side of fracture, whatever. That's a strategic move to deny weapons over to your opponents, make sure they're not going to be recoverable as you're rotating to the opposite side of the map. But one of the other things that we have in Valorant as a strategy is maybe losing the pistol round, having just classics. You lose 2 players and then you just sit back and you wait for the spike to detonate. Does it all play out exactly the same if you just go into one of the drops?
Like a Killjoy ultimate right here for B retake, a Killjoy ultimate here or here for A retake, or in that spot.
To keep it safe, and you get a lot of map neutral by doing that, so you're getting right into their spawns, into their areas that they're sitting in and catching them off guard. We're seeing a lot of snipers in general. So
if you can pause.
So there's a lot of opportunities to take an ego and kind of turn it around on your opponent. There's a lot of angles and things like that to utilize.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's also.
I think team play is like really, really required for this because of all the long-range fights.
Yeah, and I know it's really exciting. Like, you know, this is the first map that's going to have no boundaries. It has death drops, weapons cannot fall off. You know, Sage can't res bodies that fall off the pit. But, you know, it's really important to make sure players know that, like, the core design of the map is still very traditional. It's 3 lanes, it's got 2 sites, it's got that mid. A lot of the fundamentals that players practice day in and day out, still super important in this map. But again, we had that extra layer. Really excited to see how players are going to surprise us with some of their clutch plays.
Now we said that the spike, if it falls off the side of the map, that just comes right back up. I'm assuming that
I don't know.
we do have geckos in play. I haven't
The
noticed
map
if it's happened
definitely
yet.
gives
You
me
would've
like
accidentally sent
fractured
Dizzy off
mixed with
over the side of the
icebox
map.
kind
Is
of
he just falling
vibe.
into the abyss?
No, he's gonna.
It's
gone.
gone
Okay.
forever.
So
With
Gecko
the weird
players gotta be
sights
a
and
little bit
shit.
more careful with your lineups. Gonna have to study quite a bit and make sure that you don't accidentally send something out in a panic, I suppose, because that is just you losing a major piece of utility.
And that's what we mean when we mention, like, we want our players to think a little harder about how they're using these abilities. We're adding this extra dimension of gameplay, this extra consideration they have to make with every execute, every play.
Uh-oh.
Here he goes!
Yes!
We did it!
We got it! We got the shot!
We got it!
Slicky in shambles! What a wingman driving!
And honestly, this plant backside is pretty strong when you play in B main, forcing your opponents to jump across the skill jump here.
Oh.
It's a very easy way to catch them off guard.
Wow. Well, next one not getting caught by the Thrash, but does get a nice headshot there from Gen.G, so let's see if they're going to be able to get this. 2v2 for the retake.
Oh, they got the wingman.
Yeah, he's on it. Oh, cleared off.
Oh.
Bold swing. Seems like International going to be getting themselves
Like
7.
I mentioned,
Yeah.
this B main hold is extremely powerful.
All right.
Incredible. So we're talking a lot about like things that can happen when you drop off, but there's a lot of ways to avoid it. We saw the Omen TP earlier. What are some
Like
other
you could see a
mechanics that
Cypher
players
trip
potentially
before
kind
the
of
site
use,
here.
by
To like
faking
block
going off the
wingmans
map
and
or,
shit.
You know, trying
Oh!
Somebody fell.
He forgot to jump. That happens.
Yeah. We've all been there. But what are some other mechanics like Phoenix? You know, with maybe like the run it back or Yoru, obviously.
Yeah, we kind of sort of touched on that too. Like, you know, Phoenix is actually one of the most viable reses on the map. He can do the run it back. Again, Yoru plays are also super popular in some of our internal play tests. You can totally fake out players with some of those teleport opportunities. And I want to emphasize too is it's not just about like the falling in a pit to die.
Skill jump. Sorry to interrupt you, Al, but
sure.
we finally have someone playing in this powerful position, catching the rotates. This spot is a really good place to catch people off guard if you hit your shots, unfortunately.
Well, they were able to exit. They were able to jump out this time, so not falling into the abyss. But again, a spike plant. Curious to see how this goes, because I mean, last round of the half, they have to just try to play this out, but it's not looking good here for Team China. Looking like International going to be able to get themselves at 8-4.
Yeah, Omen is such a great agent to play on this map. He's got so much great opportunity.
Yeah, it seems like he is very much not very much just staying. He is not going anywhere, it would seem. But I'm curious to see how it's going to combine in with, you know, other controllers, as you were talking about, since, you know, Viper in the mix. Do people want to play Astra Brimstone?
Yeah.
You know, one smoke, that can't lock off an entry to the site, but 2 smokes can.
Yeah, and you know, and we're just talking about the agents that are available now. Like, one really exciting thing, like we talked about, like we're getting even more collaborative, like people across the team, agents teams, our skins team. When you think about like maps like this, like what are the opportunities for agents in the future? I'm actually really excited about what can happen, you know, in future lineups.
My anticipation, personally, I'm seeing the Viper and then a dome smoke potentially. Just because that B main not being able to dome smoke it is pretty rough.
Very true. Oh no! He's gone dead again.
We're forgetting to jump again.
Again, high risk, high
reward.
reward.
High risk, high reward, or no reward.
I don't think there should have been that much risk in that one. to be honest.
That was by choice for sure. And like Al said, like we have all these ankle borders. Everything's intentional. We don't want this to feel frustrating at all. This is just adding an extra dimension of gameplay because our players keep raising that bar.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that could be frustration at the map. Just frustration at your not pressing the space bar. But
yeah, that's user error right there.
able to trade one back. Okay, we got him again.
Oh, I love the way that.
Yeah, so using the Dizzy to cross there is really smart because typically a defender will be holding you on that jump.
They're able to clear it out though, so now that this is starting to get away from them.
Last player standing.
It's all on Mixwell. Call it with you, Till. But yeah, I'm loving the approaches that we're seeing. It's so neat to see because it's just so unlike anything that we've had in the game thus far. But like you said, it's still like it doesn't feel that different, but it is still very different.
Yeah, so the layout is very traditional. It really aligns with our core maps. It should be very straightforward to learn, very straightforward to play, except we're just adding this extra thing you have to think about.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, like seeing the reaction of like our players. I saw some stuff in socials today. Luke's going to be deceiving too. Like this beautiful map that's in this deep chasm, it kind of gives us this idea that it's a huge map. It is not overly big. You know, every new map takes time to learn, but we're really hoping that players will pick up the layout on this. And as you can see too, like action happens immediately. I mean, they're going past that barrier and executing on site, and we get straight to the action, which is intentional.
Now this is the eco round team play I'm talking about. I'm hoping to see if this works out for them.
Curious if this does fall apart. Do they just go to the side?
Excited for this one.
Spotted. I mean, they're just going to wide swing him, so he's got a back pedal. They haven't taken a sight yet.
The blind.
Oh. Okay, looks like they're holding it down. Mixwell not going to be able to jump off the side.
Respectable attempt.
Yeah, not bad. Decent amount of damage dealt.
Got to be careful on that rope in mid. A lot of times in our playtest, you can actually like hang on that rope, and if people aren't paying attention and clearing corners, you can catch them off guard.
Yeah, I had my manager do that to me. He sat on the rope in mid, like in a 1v1, and I just walked past him and he shoots me on the rope. I couldn't even be mad. It was just so cool. And those are those clippable moments that we're talking about, you know?
Right. I have a question. Hopefully you can answer it for me. But you talk about the increased collaboration that you have between the different teams. Do you ever have somebody on the agent side come to you guys and be like, hey, can you put something like this into a map because we have an idea for an agent on this end, or is that fairly separated?
I will say opportunities to do that are growing. I mean, like we're always really careful, really intentional on how we introduce like gameplay mechanics in maps. Agents team does the same thing.
I feel like this could be a good deadlock map
as we do more things.
because of all like the jumping and shit you have to do and the
with,
movements.
Like, kind of new out their abilities, and kind of like again talking about like we've had 3 what we call core maps, which were really straightforward. The hooks weren't really heavy. This is kind of back to that experimentation of seeing if we can add that layer to really excite players. But yeah,
and
see the future.
We're trying to collaborate more, so we have a lot of Easter eggs on the maps of current stuff and future stuff. So keep your eyes peeled. I don't want to say any more than that.
Yeah, I was gonna say we won't press you to point out anything here. I'm sure that people, as soon as they get their hands on this, are gonna be scouring
it'll be quick.
every nook and cranny.
Yeah, wink, wink. Like they showed it in the cinematic, but like we see a lot of shots of like defenders holding the top of mid. We actually have like for the first time like a lot of our premium weapon skins like in the map showcase. Part of that lore, part of that story, that is probably some of the funnest stuff that we got to collaborate on because it adds so much and kind of unifies like that Valorant universe.
Yeah, so the idea is like the Scions of Hourglass are keeping these artifacts away from the world. And then our agents, they broke in, so it's not a secret anymore.
Yeah, so it is kind of like a secret underground base, or
it's
like a Bond villain or something.
Yeah, so mid is like a library. It's like where they keep all of those secrets, and then B is more of this like botanical radianite research facility. They're like seeing the effects of radianite on different organic elements. And then A side is how would you phrase it?
A side is what we call radianite lockup, where particular things are kept there and hidden.
That sounded ominous.
It is
very ominous.
I wonder if we'll find out more about that in a future event or something.
But
I
again,
played the 5th.
Yeah, and like again, this is a really lore-heavy map. This was actually really fun. When we released Sunset last year, it was really heavily influenced by like Los Angeles. Wow. This one, we got to do a lot of stuff on our own.
think I've ever seen aggression like this into B main.
I mean, you mentioned, talking about Sunset, yeah, that influence is there. I'm curious about the influence for this map. Was there anywhere regionally that came to mind when you were designing this?
Yeah, actually, this was like a really big challenge.
James
Right? Like, we had to
Bond
intentionally
base.
make a map that it was very clear, like, what is the gameplay and, like, where are the areas that you can't get to. And a lot of, like, the geographical sort of inspiration we got was from, like, a really remote island just north of Iceland. And it had a lot of the geographical features that we wanted to showcase in the map. And it also matches up with the lore. Like, this is supposed to be a secret base for this secret faction of the Sign of Ironblast.
Right.
So it is in a really remote location. But again, what was really exciting is that this whole base, the architecture is new stuff. It is new lore. It is very narrative driven.
I'm actually kind of want to go on a different path a little bit here. Al, this is a kind of question for you. I'm super curious about, like, how do you guys think about the layout?
Here it is.
Oh, are we gonna? Oh, they're hiding. They're hiding. Okay, hold on.
He's rope lurking with a Bucky.
The risk is with a Bucky is an interesting choice.
Yeah, Moxie is just laughing.
They're miles away.
Oh, they're just like walking into B side.
He's gonna have to just try to retake with it.
I respect the gamble.
Gotta try.
Yeah, you said risk and reward,
He's
but
sitting there.
not being rewarded for it. Good shut down on the ult.
Man. But okay, so when you think about you gotta build a new map. How do you start with like the layout? How do you think about like some of the things you're looking to put into the map in terms of like, in this case we have like a really long mid, some of the vent, those kind of things. Like how do those form in your head and how do they come to fruition?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. Actually, a lot of times folks will ask us, like, does like the narrative, the story of the episode, or like things we want to do in the Valve universe really affect like the layout of the map? And actually, I'll be honest, the answer is no. It really starts with the gameplay, right? Like, it has to feel really good in that prototype phase where it's just gray blocks, right? We call it gray box. And like, when we talk about opportunities, things we're deciding, honestly, it is just the evolution of like what our players are doing in the game today. What are opportunities, what's feedback we're getting from players, and also just like what are just fresh new ideas that like our design team, and the team, the broader team as a whole want to do, and then we just try to find the right combination of that. And again, test very heavily.
Sure.
I will share with this map, I mean, this map at one point had like even more extreme verticality. It had things like jump pads and crash pads, so you can go like very long distances.
Oh, okay.
And we even had like harder trick jumps. We had platforms that were like half a meter,
Tiny.
Yeah.
very tiny. But again, lots of playtesting, lots of making sure that it still hits those key beats for like the design principles for map. And again, super excited to see how players react.
And to clarify, the crash pads would actually help you not take any fall damage. So we had like these jump pads, you could go super, super high, and if you fell down, you'd take no damage at all. But in the end, we wanted this to align a bit more with our core maps instead, and then
Oh no!
and then hopefully not be too punishing. Yes.
One of the things that I like that we have seen more times than I expected
Yes,
is,
way more.
is kind of just like, where you hit the, where you actually hit the depth when you're falling off the side of the map, what that limit is. It seems like you have a decent amount of time to try to react. Like if you're playing Jet, something like that, you actually slip off the side of the map to be able to get that updraft off. It's not like you just are instantly master to Jet.
It's about 3 to 4 seconds, right? We don't want to make it, we don't want to belabor the point. Like once you fall off, if you don't have any movement utility, you'll die within 3 to 4 seconds.
Right. Well,
1v1 here.
uh-oh.
Nice.
They didn't take damage from their own shock dart at least, but
Mercy
now
of time.
it's 2 rounds away here for Team International.
This went by pretty quickly.
It's been, fairly back and forth, but it feels like this defender side, they're finding their groove a little bit more, but this nice
Those early
wraparound.
fights, that early aggression, the risk that they're taking, makes for a very riveting map.
And then
Showing
disaster. Yeah, I can't wait to see that, the first week or the first couple days especially of this map coming out, all the clips that are going to be compiled and posted online of streamers losing their minds.
And if people are wondering if you can plan on the edge of B-side and you've got a breach on the post plan, you can totally have multiple agents go off the edge.
Everyone off the map.
Yep.
It seems like maybe everyone will just firm handshakes and agree not to play breach on this. No, or just if you
I feel like it could be a big breach deadlock map. Cypher, Killjoy. I think Killjoy playing A. Killjoy playing that position. Like A and mid to A. It's gonna be super strong.
Looks like this is being watched for though. Updraft.
Because then you can like just rotate back, and then you have a free ultimate for B and shit. Like,
almost finding it. Man. Really solid. I'm curious, for Sabrina, what is the process like for you when they kind of give you, you know, like the gray box? When they say, like, this is the map that we have. What is like the first couple steps of figuring out like how what the look of this map is going to be?
Yeah, I mean, as a 3D artist, I come in a little bit later, but we do have fantastic concept artists. We start out super early during a blue sky phase, which means the sky's the limit. They could do whatever they want, try the most insane, crazy things, and we do not want to limit them on their creativity. Then we hone it in a little bit, try to figure out, okay, what does this look like? They actually take the map into consideration, trying to fit all their ideas into there. And then
the rope
we
work.
come in. Yep.
It might pay off. Oh, there's guys out, but there's but now he's got to get out. Might need some assistance to get out of this position.
He's got the teammate holding him there. I can see the panic in the movement.
This is incredible.
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see out of this show match.
Right. It could maybe just, you know, blast pack, jump off backwards.
Got his ult as well.
Get out of it a couple different ways.
Smoke here by Mixwell.
Again, it's really hard to sneak by in mid. You've got to commit.
And that smoke covers all the way into the vent too, so that's really nice to bail your team out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that like dome smoke is not too strong on B side, but mid gives you incredible power. Limiting that information, getting the early info on mid is so important. So sending that dart into back of mid or a fade eye can make all the difference for your team.
Have there been any
I feel like KO
like trying out some
can be
like
super strong too.
Stuff like that on this map, trying to
The KO knife.
Actually, our game analysis team enjoyed
Because based on where you send it, you have like you have like almost like for sure info, you know. Like you can isolate position with the KO knife and basically have it almost like a Sova dart.
Okay, yeah, here's a big question.
You have like two choke points aiming, beaming for his molly. His flashes are like, pop flash are gonna be like super strong too and shit. You know, like you have a choke point here, you have a choke point here for the molly. And then his ultimate to push like a Cypher, a Killjoy, a Deadlock. And the knife. I feel like KO is gonna be really strong.
Building up in popularity. Okay,
but can't say for sure until the players get their hands on it.
Again, we keep saying like, I cannot wait for players to get the map and see how they surprise us. I was here 2 days ago, and yeah, Lotus plus Odin, that was pretty serious.
That was rough to watch for sure.
Well, long range meta, I quite like that, so.
I'm a big fan, personally. Breeze used to be my favorite map. I was like a Reyna main. So I was all about those aim duels, so mid is a haven for me.
You told me you were a Chamber main. Was Reyna the first love and then Chamber was the other one?
As they nerf my agents, I move on. You know what I mean? Then I became an Astra main, and then they took my star away.
I'm loving this, I'm a Neon main, so I love the Neon action on the show match.
Well, speaking of the Neon, it's like China, they're going to bring this back, just maybe one round separating.
This angle is so powerful.
It's not quite connecting the spray. Vandal moment.
And then most of the boxes on both bomb sites are pennable. So that should bring some interesting gameplay.
Are there any other walls to look out, maybe around mid or anything like that that might be pennable that players should consider?
Not that we know of.
Not that you know of.
Usually our players discover those ones.
Yeah.
I will
we try our best.
Yeah, if there's time after the match, I would love to show you some really cool one-ways that our lead designer,
please.
showed us.
Yes. I'd love that.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, if you want a little pro tip, that jump up that you do, if you actually smoke that off, that really affects the attackers. Like, jumping across without seeing where you're going, absolutely terrifying. So smoking that for post plant is a really good way to counter that like uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, that seems like something, especially like really early on, or just very much like in ranked, to take advantage of in the early days, because we expect like the pros, you're going to be able to get down this like really good, just like methodical rhythm, knowing where you're going. Look at some players, you could probably navigate a map blindfolded because they've just played it so many times. But in ranked, very different story. So that's a really good tip, I think.
What about for Clove, if they go off the map? Can you still use their smokes?
You cannot.
Oh, you can use the smokes.
Oh, you can use.
You can use the smokes, but the ult does not work.
No, not deal.
I was gonna say this map would just be a major nerf to them if that were the case.
Yeah, and same thing for Sage too. Like you can res a body that's out of the gameplay space.
Right.
Right.
Oh, I think we just saw Dizzy fall down into the pit.
This is a really good little camp corner. Rarely cleared. The box is actually, that box as well is pennable, so you could clear that by penning through it as you're executing, which I highly recommend.
Well, they don't get overly punished by it. This looks like this is going to be going to the distance here.
Yeah, against the Eco.
11-11.
Satchel out.
Wide angle.
Oh boy. Yeah, the jiggle peeking here on the corner is not
People
working out super great.
The outlaw on this map as well.
Yeah, I mean, seems like you're talking about long range, you're talking about sniping, and if you can really get that snowball and force your opponents onto ecos, onto half armors, it feels like the outlaw very much could thrive. But one of the other things that I'm curious to see is going to be, how quickly can you get on top of the outlaw to try to punish it? Because it is just that two-shot weapon, and if they're going to be posted up in mid, there's a lot of routing options.
That's true. And honestly, with the long-range areas that you do typically fight with those weapons are easily dome smoked. So it's not going to be like the op is overpowered or anything like that. There is a good counter.
All right, let's see this hit.
Double stack. They're taking their time, but spotted. Obviously, some of the boxes you're talking about is noted, but now way is cleared. Another run it back to try to open up the site even more. It's flashed up. This is looking like this is going to end up going Team China's way. 5 players alive.
They trade so well.
Spike planted.
The comms, home team advantage.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Fair point. See if they can do anything to try to run this back. But money-wise, not looking great here for International. And so often we see the lurkers in those positions, get anticipated and not be able to hold their ground, but King able to make it happen. So now match point. See if we get any other new little unique features here in this potentially last round.
Yeah, even though you're able to lurk a little bit on this map, like you distract everyone on site, you have that one guy going mid. Defenders still have multiple positions like this where they can hold you and kind of be prepared for that.
One thing I want to ask about, since we don't have any of these agents in here, are like the traditional sentinels, like Cypher, like Killjoy. How have they played on this map? How have people found them?
So far, I think there's been a bit of a bias towards Cypher, only because, you have global utility. Placing those trips helps you really keep track of those lurkers, which can be incredibly punishing. Killjoy is pretty fun as well, but from what I've heard, Deadlock is incredibly strong on this one, actually.
Really?
Oh.
Yes, that wall can hold down a lot of space.
But yeah. Plus one to Cypher though too, especially if you're worried about Neon on the other team. Like having those trips in key locations can, no pun intended, really trip her up.
Oh yeah, of course. If it's near a jump and you're trying to get over there,
And like I mentioned, getting that early information in mid, we've actually been seeing a lot of people dropping that Cypher cam to try and see what's going on in there.
Makes sense.
Are there Cypher?
Real close here.
Off that at another time, but Team China in front of the home crowd, able to pick up the victory here over Team International. But what an incredibly fascinating
China
match.
number
I
one.
think we got to see a decent little bit of some of these things that you guys were talking to us about. But I think that there's also still way more to be explored here.
Absolutely. I mean, this went beyond our expectations, honestly.
Yeah, I am super excited that players will finally get to play this map in the next couple days. I remember seeing the prototype of this map, and it was wild. Like early iterations trying so many new exciting things. We've really tuned it up, made it look beautiful, and let's see what players think when it comes out.
Yeah, it really feels like it's going to test the players' skill sets in a lot of different ways that really haven't been before. So that's like super exciting for me to get to see players and how they're able to adapt and create.
Looking forward to the deep dives. You know, your average Jonases out there of the world like to go in and just start experimenting with things like lineups, come up with some crazy stuff all the way across the map.
Our wonderful teams.
Yeah, I saw that Omen play though early in the match. That was like perfection.
That was so cool.
I'm glad that you guys are hopping on top of those moments, letting us know, because like we said, we'd never seen this before. We didn't know what to expect. So thank you guys for holding our hands through this matchup.
Oh my goodness,
and
it's our
pointing out
pleasure.
all the great moments. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you guys on the desk to be able to pick your brains this whole way. But now that they've seen the cinematic, they've seen the map, I'll ask you once more, starting with you, Sabrina, how do you feel? It's out there, your baby's out there in the world.
I am elated. I'm so excited and happy. I mean, like I said, this match was way better than I could have ever imagined. We saw so many different plays. We saw all of the skill jumps. We saw people fall. We saw Wingman plant. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better matchup, so I'm really happy about this and excited for the players to get to experience this as well.
Yeah, +1 to that too. Again, it's a super innovative, super new, fresh type of map. And honestly, it's perfect timing too. Like, this is part of the initial pool on console. So like all of the new players for Valorant and all of our existing players will get to take a crack at it in the next few days.
It's incredible. I mean, you guys have done a great job with it. It looks amazing. The game was fun as heck to watch, so I can't wait to see more of this. I can't wait for the pros to get their hands on this. That's going to be
interesting.
Really interesting to see what they devise.
Excited to see those PureX comms, see what they cook up.
Yes, yes.
I feel like this kind of map is perfect for them.
I agree.
I was trying not to go too heavy into some of the teams that have,
Apologies.
didn't make
just
it,
be biased.
got eliminated. But yeah, PaperX, DRX, I've been so excited to see how those teams are going to be playing on this because it does look like the execution is going to be fantastic. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
That was our Abyss show match, and we are now on stage with our two IGLs. We have Gen.G and we have Mixwell. And of course, we have Luna here to help with some translation as well. Gen.G, can we ask you, what are your first impressions of Abyss?
我们首先肯定想先请问一下，Gen.G，你对于这张地图的初印象、第一印象是什么呢？
这张图让我想起了我曾经吧，因为它可以跳下去。
It kind of make me remind the me in the past because you can jump and you could be fell down.
And Mixwell, what about you? What do you think fans will enjoy the most about this map?
那想问一下 Mixwell， 觉得大家会对于这张地图最喜欢、最享受的一部分是什么呢？
I think people will have a lot of fun because you will see your friends dying, jumping off the cliff, so you will laugh all the time, and people will have to practice movement.
我觉得非常有趣的一点的是，你可能会看着你的队友掉下去，这种非常有趣的场景。我觉得大家可能绝对要为了这一个新的这样的一种创新来练一下自己的操作了。
So I want to get both of your opinions on what agents you think will be the best for this map. We'll start with you, Gen.G.
觉得最适配这张地图的英雄是谁呢？
我觉得杰特吧，因为我玩杰特玩比较多嘛，然后我感觉杰特这英雄在所有地图里面都是百搭的。
I think it will be Jet because kind of like it's suitable for every map.
What about you, Maxwell?
I think Jet as well. I think Omen is really good because you can one-way a lot of places and you can do the jump TP like I did in the game. And I also think that you need maybe Harbor or Viper because the bomb sites are really wide and one smoke doesn't cover everything, so you might have to use one of those.
首先，我觉得可能会是杰锋。那其次，我觉得幽门它的 TP 也非常的适用。然后，我觉得可能海神和蝰蛇他们的烟也可以达到非常好的效果。
And finally, we have our grand finals coming up. So I just want to know which team you think is taking home that trophy. Is it going to be Gen.G or Team Heretics? Gen.G, we'll start with you.
那对于我们的总决赛，你觉得 Gen.G 和 TH 谁将获得我们的冠军呢
？TH.
TH, the Team Heretics. And Mixwell?
Of course, Team Heretics. Let's go, Wood. Let's go.
Team Heretics.
冲吧 Wood.
Mixwell, Gen.G, thank you so much for your time. Seriously, that was our Abyss show match. And we are off to a quick break, but when we come back, it's going to be the grand finals of Masters Shanghai, Gen.G versus Team Heretics. You don't want to miss this.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Trying to make my way back to the silence. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing. Now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 10 feet deep, but I'm far from grounded. Losing my feet and I keep on drowning. On a one-way street, you got me surrounded. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing. Now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Suddenly, you've been coming round, cutting me. My blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, you've been coming round, cutting me. My blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you've been coming round, cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the grand finals of Masters Shanghai. I am your host Yingsu, and joining me on the desk today is Mimi, Kakuka, and a very special guest. Please give a warm welcome to Josh RT, the head coach of G2. How are you doing, Josh?
I'm great, despite the loss yesterday, but I'm happy to be here.
We're happy to have you here as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a very, very exciting match if we think about the history of these two teams that we have today.
Yeah, we also just saw an incredible new map there. The energy in here is excellent. Josh, we were talking ahead of time about it. This crowd is just ridiculous. It must have been very special to walk out in front of them.
Oh, it was electric. I'm so grateful that I got to walk on stage at least twice, experience this massive crowd. But yeah, I can't wait to be back in an arena like this again.
Yeah, and speaking of the new map as well, what did you guys think, and how do you feel about potential, Asian bigs on this new map?
Well, definitely Omen. Omen's ability to traverse like those new routes. The defense is gonna have a problem, I think. Like with those new routes they have on the side, you can just pinch backside. So probably you need a Sova, you probably need a Sentinel somewhere. I don't know.
I think that this might be the return of Chamber. We were talking about it, and especially with the angles, like you need to check exactly the TP and everything and how everything is going to be changing. But also with the changes that we've seen to some of the agents and how strong Gecko is in this meta, I'd say those are two of the potentials.
Yeah, it also almost reminds me a little bit of Fracture, where like the barriers are super close to each other. So I think you're going to see a lot of like really early fighting. Defenders are, I feel like, going to have to be a little bit more proactive, especially in mid. So it should be a really explosive map, and I'm so excited to see what our teams cook up.
Yeah, we were
to see the bloopers.
Yeah, we're not going to see that map for you know, a few more weeks, I think, in the map pool. But let's talk about what we are going to see today. Of course, a grand final between Gen.G and Team Heretics, and they've been having a lot of fun. I've seen them stream together. They tweet at each other all the time, and I know, Josh, are you guys close to them in terms of the location of your prac rooms or anything? Do you hear them?
Yeah, I mean, interesting tidbit. We're all next to each other at the prac room. It's Heretics, Gen.G, and then us. So we're always hearing Texture stream at night. It's kind of funny. Yeah. So not surprised there's like a chemistry there. Just being close to each other for about a month.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have been like streaming on their own. You hear them yelling back and forth between the rooms. There's a relationship there, but also a very clear one within both these squads. I think we've seen kind of this history repeated of the best squads that can go on runs are the ones with really good synergy, that are just legitimately friends out of game and have players who can bring up the vibe. And I think that's going to be so important in a long best of 5 like this.
It's only going to make today's matchup more important for them. I think that they're going to enjoy it a lot, and especially what we've seen throughout the tournament, that is going to be the most important part.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we're going to see on stage. But let's start talking about Team Heretics here. We've seen them here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena at their 5-0. They've had a hell of a journey, Kakuka, to even make it here.
At some point, you got to start believing. You got to start believing that they can complete this run, that they can be the victors for today, especially with the year that they've had, not managing to win in kickoff, not also managing to close things out on stage 1 in that very long best of 5. But yesterday, 3-0 now internationally on this stage. The way that Wood is performing, it gives us a lot of hope for what they can achieve today.
And the history for this squad is incredible, right? From being that team that showed up to Madrid, went out early, to then losing a reverse sweep in the finals regionally, to now with a sub finding this performance. This team is so incredibly unique thus far. They have played the most Valorant of anyone else in the tournament thus far. And Josh, what's impressed me so much is how much they've grown through the event, how many new ideas they've brought out with these really short turnaround times.
Yeah, I mean, they had an interesting challenge to bring in Patatek, and they had a limited map pool in the beginning, but as the tournament developed, they start changing comps, made certain weak maps their strong maps, and it's going to be really challenging for Gen.G, who historically has a 7-map pool. Even though they have the man advantage, like, I think the advantages are nullified a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you agree, Kakuka, hearing this?
I think that it's going to be definitely stressful for Gen.G. So far, they've had this flawless round, but now Heretics is coming up so much stronger. As you're saying, every single time that they find another challenge in their run, they find a solution for the next time, and it's very surprising to see that they can do it in such a short period of time.
But this is the thing, that they're going up against Gen.G here. At least for me, I feel like one of the, if not the most consistent team we've had in the world right now, back-to-back finals. Josh, why do you think they've been able to keep up this consistency in a year where it feels like no one else is being able to do what they are doing right now?
I think they have a really simple but very highly optimized approach where they can get their fights that they want. And in a tournament setting like this, if you can't beat them, you can't match them individually, they will make deep runs.
Yeah, and beyond that, right, they have a lot of stuff that is kind of simple on meta stuff, but they've also been a team that a lot of people I think have picked up ideas from. Their comp on Icebox, they were one of the first teams playing the KO Gecko, their ideas on Breeze as well. Even if it can look a little more one-dimensional at times and they adapt a little less, the execution is at just such a high level that they are beating teams consistently. They're the only squad that is still undefeated here in Shanghai.
Exactly, but that is something that we also saw in Madrid. They have been in this position before. Yes, This year is looking great for Gen.G, but they need to secure that trophy. They weren't able to do it back in Madrid, but today they have a very, very good chance.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But there is a bit of a curse, right? It's been second place consistently at home in Madrid, and a Pacific squad.
Of the year they got the first.
Sure, but still, no team from Pacific, no Asian team has ever lifted an international trophy. If they lose today, they have the unfortunate reality of being the only team to ever be in 2 finals and lose them both. This seems like Gen.G's time and really their chance to finally win that trophy for themselves and for their region.
Yeah, speaking of Gen.G, earlier, Mika Fabs caught up with Munchkin for a quick chat.
Hey guys, I've got Munchkin here of Gen.G. Munchkin, this roster was built from scratch at the top of 2024. You guys, made it over second at Masters Madrid, all the way through Pacific, and now you are here at the grand finals of Masters Shanghai. Let us know, how different is the Gen.G from all the way from kickoff to right now here at Masters Shanghai?
Back then we were boys, now we are men, and pro bit.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, the boys to men buff. Josh, is that a real thing? Is that something that we should be keeping an eye out for?
Honestly, when you go through grueling series and like a loss like that, you do grow a little bit. I feel like as a team, they probably matured on like how to handle those losses, and they probably took valuable lessons away from the Sentinels game.
They're men now, guys. They're
Yeah,
men.
they're men.
They're adults.
Men.
They're ready to go. It is funny though, because both these teams are so young, right? There's a lot of players that are having their like debut year. A player you're looking at on your screen here, Karan. Like all these guys are so fresh to the scene, but I think have grown up and evolved so quickly.
But this is the thing, we mentioned it already. There does seem to be a little bit of a curse with Pacific teams. Paper X, they couldn't do it. DRX, they didn't even really come as close as Gen.G and Paper X. It just feels like all the other regions, they're picking up trophies left, right, and center. And Kakuka, we still haven't seen one for the Pacific region.
And it's so crazy, right? Because if we go back to the early days of Valorant, to those first tournaments, it was all about Vision Strikers, DRX, Paper X. They've stolen our hearts so many times. But actually, coming as close as Gen.G, not many have been. And it will be, I think, a very good reward for the year that they're having to be able to lift it and bring it home this time around.
Josh is a guy who's played against now all of the Pacific teams in this tournament. Do you think there's a reason that that trophy hasn't been lifted? Do you think there's a difference in the style of Pacific that has maybe eluded them in these deep tournament runs?
I feel like what they kind of lack is like the multi-dimensionality of their game plans. But they're very, very optimized on like how they want to take their fights. So as long as Neil, the head coach of Heretics, could develop a really good game plan for Boo to call, I feel like they can solve Gen.G.
Let me throw another question here at you, because there is a curse on the side of Pacific, but for EMEA, it feels like every time EMEA have reached the final, unless they're going up against Sentinels or another EMEA team, they've been pretty successful when it comes to lifting a trophy. Why do you think that is for that region? Because I really like the answer you just gave for why Pacific are still hunting for that trophy.
I think it comes down to the game plans and like expectations of like how you want to approach the game. And like I feel like Heretics is a team that can switch and adapt on the fly quickly, and that's enough to like at least secure a few rounds here. So to me the question is that can Heretics absorb the punch that they'll get from Gen.G?
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting, right? Because when we talk about that growth, I feel like Gen.G has had too much time to study every single kind of solution that Heretics have been bringing, but they still keep bringing surprises. Yesterday even, they changed the composition on Lotus, and you can only think, like, when is this going to end?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about absorbing punches. I feel like the biggest punch that Heretics will be throwing out is in the shape of a Turkish duelist. His name is V, and at this point, Mimi, if they manage to bring home this trophy, surely he will be the tournament MVP.
I mean, he is absolutely in that conversation. He has been absolutely ridiculous thus far. For those that weren't familiar with his full run, he wasn't a duelist player for his team coming into this event. They have to pick up a sub. Their duelist can't play at the event. He steps up to that plate and has been putting on performances like this. He has over 100 first kills in the tournament, which isn't adjusted for matches, sure, but that's already more than any other duelist player has gotten at a global event. He is so aggressive, his team sets him up so well, and his mechanics are absolutely sublime.
We knew this, you know, back in EMEA, Wood was one of the names that everybody was mentioning. Everybody was very excited. He only started playing with Heretics halfway through that first stage. So seeing him now in the international doing every single thing, and he's also one of the main parts that they have adapted, because moving into this tournament, knowing that Minibu as a duelist is so flexible with the Neon, with the Euro, but on the side of Wood, he's been more comfortable in the Jet, the Race, more like simple style, and everything has come to fruition with all the plans that they've changed. And we can see it here on the rankings. He's first on almost every single thing.
I'm so sorry to bring this back to you, Josh. Like, I know you had suffered enough yesterday, but now you faced against, what, 3 times now? How good is he?
Oh, he's phenomenal. I mean, like, the way he catches, like, these multi-kill rounds and he just opens up the site for them so well. But I can't understate, like, how important their support line is. Reigns and Patatek. And my personal MVP for this tournament for Heretics is Patatek.
Oh, I like it.
I feel like without, like, his support and, like, the ability to clutch out those rounds, and he secured so many clutches against us, they wouldn't have had this, like, run.
Yeah, he's getting the opening kill in over a quarter of rounds, and that's absolutely not possible if you don't have as good of supportive players as this team does. I think the synergy between their 2 initiators, how they're using their utility in conjunction, and especially once they get that second cooldown, how much value they're getting out of that second stage of util, setting up really good plans every time. It honestly makes his life easy for a guy who's already so damn good.
Yeah, on the other side of this, though, if Gen.G were to bring this home, then Kakuka, for me, it has to be Texture MVP.
I mean, I'm not surprised that you say that. I think that Texture beginning of the tournament and Texture during playoffs to me has been 2 different stages. Yes, he does have a lot of his team just supporting him and setting him up, but the way that him individually has felt within the server to me has been much better. This flick, by the way, he's done it at least 2 or 3 times. It's just very disgusting to see time and time again how he can make this place happen consistently. So of course, when we talk about being comfortable, having that experience, having the server time to playing as a duelist and being in the same role, Texture has to be number 1.
I mean, you threw Patatek's name out there for Heretics. Do you feel like Texture will be the guy for you for Gen.G?
Yeah, I think so. I think his op is so scary to play against. We got punished by it multiple times. That flick shot he had against us on, there it is.
Oh no.
That was crazy.
This is just
that was
torture.
crazy. Yeah.
But if you had to take your pick, you know, somebody you feel like would make more of an impact, would it be Texture or would it be Wood?
I think Texture for Gen.G. Texture for Gen.G.
I almost lean Woot just because this is his first tournament playing the role and because he's kind of stepped into it so last second. But both these guys are absolutely pivotal, excuse me. And I think for Texture as well, his like individual impact is almost more important for me because I think a lot of Gen.G's game plans are really relying on like kind of like a simple like flash dash setup like that. And if he's not getting those opening kills, he's not finding those opportunities. I think this team's like mid-rounding is a little bit worse off than a squad like Heretics.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point. If you see a good round from Gen.G, you're going to be looking at Texture. From the side of Heretics, anybody can step up.
Well, I'm glad you guys mentioned Vote because he's standing by with Mika Fabs.
I've got Woot here from Team Heretics. Woot, you have been the top of the town lately. Can you take us back to when you first found out you were going over to Master Shanghai? What was the pressure like and what does it feel like knowing that you delivered?
We came here for fun, but now we are going to grand final. Like, it's amazing feelings. I can't describe it. Like, you need to live for like understand that. So I'm very excited to play. We will see.
I can feel the excitement from you. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, he's excited to play, but the crowd is very excited to see him as well. As we've spoken about in the past, a lot of the fan favorites were knocked out before they even got to this arena. And at this point, honestly, Heretics, they might even be the new fan favorite.
Oh yeah, and I think that everybody can understand why. Time after time, any of these players are a freaking highlight reel, and in so many rounds, things just look ridiculous.
The way the crowd has gotten behind them is wild to see. They beat every one of the CN teams, knocked all of them out of this tournament, or at least down into the lowers. And
you would think that, you know, that
you think that would vilify them, but instead, all the fans here have gotten on board because they're just a team that is so easy to like when you watch these players play on stage. The vibes, Gen.G getting up and streaming the energy. it really feels like that momentum is building to try and get a trophy here.
I think it really helps that Gen.G and Vu have been streaming on Bilibili, and their streams are absolutely hilarious. They were queuing with texture as well. I feel like this is one of the dream finals. I don't see a world where this kind of atmosphere and this kind of story happens again. But speaking of this story, Josh, you wanted to talk about this man, Patatek. Let's do it. I've been waiting a long time to talk about him. We heard it from his interview last night. He even said, I've had to grind for so long to get here because other people didn't want to play with me. Other people didn't want to pick me up. I let some opportunities go in the past, and now he's in a grand final. How poetic is that?
It's crazy. It's crazy. And well deserved, honestly. Like from our second match to the third match, like the level of improvement he had and like how much mastery he showed right away. Even like having a KO molly for our Killjoy on Icebox, those little things all matter. And like the amount of impact frags that turned a tide and delivered a 3-0 result for them, like, man, you're torturing me. You're torturing me.
I'm sorry to make you relive it. I'm sorry.
I mean, time after time, we've been talking about Patatek and the impact that he's had in the team from the beginning of the year. He's never been just a sub. He's part of the team. I think that everybody can agree that Heretics is a 6-man roster. They can just be swapping people in and out. But I would be so pissed and so disappointed if people did not pick him up for next year. Pick him up, honestly, because
pick him up now.
He's proven that he can work in any kind of situation, that he can take teams to grand finals at international events, that he's been playing and knows this game inside and out.
What he's done is also unprecedented. The only team who had to sub someone in and make a run at an international tournament who got even close to this deep was PaperX back in Japan. They were in the lower finals, but now Patatek is in the finals with this Team Heretic squad, and I think has a very real chance to lift a trophy as a player that wasn't even supposed to play.
Yes, so well deserved. But also, I don't know if you guys saw that on your screen. All it took was for Gen.G to get up from his seat and do a little wave to the crowd, and everybody on that side lost their minds. But why wouldn't you? Gen.G has been doing so well. He's just a showman, and he's great on the server.
I'm just surprised that he still has a voice. Time after time, we see those videos of him screaming, losing it, and yeah, this is this is literally all that you're going to see on camera. If he's not cheering Wood, he's cheering the rest of the team, but also individually, he just shines and merges so well with the rest.
But Meteor's been fantastic this tournament too. And Josh, I wanted to ask you again about playing against this guy, because it seems like even when he's alone on a site, he is so tough to deal with as a player.
Oh yeah, he destroyed us. I mean, I feel like he has a very unconventional style as a Sentinel player. If you compare it to Gen.G Fishy, like he plays his setups really well. Meteor is willing to break his setup and go for the unexpected frag and then like fall back. And that sort of playstyle is really pressuring in a stage like this.
He's like the one Killjoy player that you're gonna see like playing in front of his util, and you're like, okay, he's got a whole plan.
Yeah, why is there? And then he gets 2, and then like what can you do?
It's one of the reasons also, like maps, for example, like Ascent, you know, when we think about Gen.G's best maps, or even Breeze, you think of Meteor and the impact that he has. It doesn't matter if it's on the Killjoy and he's doing something like playing in front of his utility, or he's just going with Euro, swapping everything around, and again, just merging so well with the rest.
I'm glad you guys mentioned the Killjoy, because Gen.G, obviously, they switched their comp against you yesterday. I wanted to ask you, did that throw you off at all, you know, seeing Gen.G go from the Cypher to the Killjoy? How much preparation did you make for that?
I mean, it's a comp that we faced a lot. It's been the meta for, I mean, thanks to Fnatic. So, like, we're familiar, like, how to play against that. So, like, it didn't really throw us off that much. But we did expect, like, a Cypher.
Do you think that's what they should do again today, just to stick with the new comp that they ran yesterday?
Oh, I think so.
What about you guys?
Yeah, I liked it. I think it looked really well put together. And this is not the first time we've seen them switching things up throughout this tournament because of that substitution we've been talking about. They've had to iterate on their comps and change up ideas. But despite that, the game plans look so thoroughly thought through. I think Boo's calling, like his macro calling, on pretty much all of these maps, even when the team is changing, has been so impressive this entire time. And I think that makes them, honestly, a pretty tough team to prep for because they can vary it up so much.
It's so surprising, but I think that yesterday we saw like the last straw of it. I will be surprised if we see any more of the changes because it really looks like they've reached a point where they feel comfortable, where we see, yeah, the changes on split, maybe deciding to play that Ascent that wasn't a good idea, but honestly, it didn't look that bad.
I'm down for a Neon. Just the full off.
Yeah.
Give vote on the Neon. But it's time for the result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team is winning it all. And you guys have voted for Gen.G. What do you guys think about this? Controversial or you expected this?
I mean, they have the double ban. They've been flawless in the tournament so far. I think that people get very, very excited because of how Heretics has made us dream and believe in everything that they're doing on the server. But if you are realistic and you think about Gen.G and the way that they've been performing, they do deserve to win this tournament. Also, they get that double ban. So there is a lot of things working in their favor.
I mean, they're like guaranteed to get to play Breeze, to send some of their best maps really early in this series, which I think is huge for them. But for all I believe in Gen.G, I do think back to the last final they were in, where they were favored against Sentinels, where they had the double ban, where they were up in the series, and then the last map comes around, a map they should have been favored in, and the mental slips and it falls.
High five, girl! Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. All right, of course, I have not deviated from my Heretics pick this entire tournament, but Josh, you're not on this graphic. Who would you have said?
I gotta go with Heretics.
One of us! One of us! Yeah, sorry.
I know it hurts to say because I'm Korean. I'm like rooting for the Korean brothers, but like,
it's all good.
Heretics, after facing them 3 times.
We get it, we get it, we get it. You're one of us now. But the wait is finally over. Today, 2 teams will take the stage, but only one can lift the trophy and make history. It's time to bring out your Masters Shanghai Grand finalists, Team Heretics and Gen.G.
일단 제가 1티어 리그에 올 수 있을지도 사실 잘 생각을 하지 않고 있었고 프로를 하고 싶으시다면 좀 많은 것들을 버려야 돼요.
Gen.G's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do?
그러니까 이게 무슨 말이냐면 이제 친구들과 놀고 싶을 때 놀지 않아야 되고 그리고 자기의 어떻게 하면 게임을 늘려갈 수 있을지
They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them.
무언가를 이제 원하는데 그 원하는 거를 이루려고 할 때 그 한 가지 일에만 집중을 해야 되지 이게 다른 일까지 집중을 하게 되면은 저는 사실 프로를 추천드리지는 않습니다.
Trent gets the play, but now he's in a 1v3. The lockdown in play, and the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end.
We weren't coming to this tournament thinking we were going to win. The journey we've gone through in Shanghai, it's like a movie.
Mercedes-Benz Arena, show some love to Politics. How does that feel, Politics?
That's amazing. That's the best thing in my life. The last 4 years were really rough for me. I was struggling like mentally. I was thinking that I'm gonna retire. I think I learned a lot from that, and in my opinion, people need to go through bad times to appreciate when the good times are happening.
What a moment for Team Heretics, a 3-0 to make their way to their first global finals.
I always dreamed of people cheering for me. I always take a deep breath, and I appreciate where I am right now.
For Heretics, the journey, the story, it is not yet over.
Finishing touches on this. Gen.G pick up right where they left off.
사실 마드리드 때랑은 조금 다른 분위기의 저희였기 때문에
What an exclamation point on an incredible match. 13-10, Gen.G!
저희가 마드리드 때 실력이지만 이제 멘탈이 조금 문제라고 생각을 했었거든요. 근데 국제전 이번에 상하이 들어와서 그 부분이 완벽히 해결된 것 같아서
They are back! Karen finds it! They get themselves into back-to-back grand finals!
사실 제가 이 젠지를 가장 마지막 멤버로 들어왔었거든요. 근데 제가 이 팀 들어오고 처음 연습을 했을 때 느꼈던 건
지금까지 만나봤던 팀원들 중에 가장 잘 쏘는 팀원들인 것 같다라고 느꼈었어요.
But Gen.G, they've always seemed like a different beast here in 2024.
The consistency has been unbelievable, and they are on the precipice of their first ever championship.
역시 챔피언이라는 소리를 들으면 페이커 선수가 제일 먼저 생각이 나는 것 같아요. 저희 한국 e스포츠계의 전설이자 이제 발로란트계의 페이커도 좋지만 발로란트의 라키아로 그런 좋은 사람으로 남고 싶습니다.
We gotta stay awake.
Gen.G will make it in the long run.
Gen.G, you guys had an easy run for the tournament, but that run ends now.
저희가 이제 상하이의 최종 보스입니다. 재밌게 해보자고요.
欢迎来到无畏契约上海大师赛决赛的现场。Gen.G TX 历经层层考验和挑战，从瑞士轮一路过关斩将，闯进了总决赛的舞台。今晚战意觉醒，他们将向最终的冠军奖杯发起最后的冲击。接下来，就让我们有请进入到决赛的两支战队登场。
是的，在上一次马德里他们是隐恨在了决赛，他们没有能够拿下那个 BO5，而这一次上海大师赛对于Gen.G来说又一次要遭遇 BO5，可能 BO3没有队伍能够阻止他们离冠军就差最后的一场比赛。是的，太平洋赛局火种依旧延续，他们就是Gen.G。
Team Heretics
要怎么样的结局才能够配得上这样的开局，这样流光溢彩，这样的高歌猛进？壮丽终将逝去，而青春才是所有。
让我们把最热烈的掌声给到这一场的胜者，来自于
EMEA 的 Team Heretics
Party Race! Into Musician!
Gen.G will have an opportunity to lift a Masters trophy. They let it slip in Madrid, but this time around, all they need to do is to get past Team Heretics, the only team that's to ever make a grand final with a sub.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at the maps, we do not see surprises. Bind is going to go out, especially after the latest adaptations from Team Heretics. And Sunset is somewhere where Gen.G just does not want to face them. Breeze is going to be the first one in.
This is a really strong first few maps for Gen.G. Their Breeze has looked incredible with their Astra Yoru composition. Their Ascent, they have also been pretty much, undefeated thus far in this tournament. And you also have an Icebox and Lotus where they've shown to be competitive.
I mean, let's talk about this Breeze right off the bat, Josh. I think we all expected it to come up in the first 3 maps. What do you make of this, and who do you think this favors?
I think Gen.G has a strong Breeze, but I feel like Heretics will come out with a really strong game plan to play against a no Sentinel Breeze. So look for them to like abuse those gaps and see if they can pressure around the map to like have those openings.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Gen.G has decided to take Heretics to a map where Minibu played the Yoru. They have not played it yet in the tournament, and that adaptation cannot come from one day to another because this is the last day. They have to come in with a new plan, but they knew they were going to be in this exact situation. They knew the Breeze was going to be coming up on today's matchup rather sooner than later. Gen.G was prepared. I want to know what Heretics has cooked for this one, though.
And there's a lot of options right now on what to play on Breeze. You can still play the default KO Sova comps that have been around forever. You can play the variations with this solo Yoru, or you can go ahead and steal something like the Gen.G comp. There's a lot of options, and I think if they have a strong game plan, especially like you're mentioning, against that no Sentinel, no Cypher comp, there's a lot of potential here for them to get an upset early in the series.
And what people have to remember is, of course, Wu had to move to the duelist. It's not something he's ever played before. He has. And looking at the other players, Paditek was an infamous duelist back on G2. He was great in that role. Reyes can play the duelist as well. In fact, I think they all can except for
It's
Boo.
just a very flexible team. Most of these guys have played a ton of different roles throughout their career.
I don't expect Boo to fill in that role. I think is the only person I wouldn't. But Josh, if this was you, your team, and you knew that you had to play Breeze, would you want to stick to the same comp and just move somebody onto that Yoru, or do something completely different?
I feel like I would just put Woot on Jet.
And just go with a single?
Yeah. I feel like the rest of the playbook could be kind of similar. Of course, you don't have the cross-map TPs, but you know, the playmaking on Woot just covers that gap.
Woot in the lower finals was absolutely incredible. The amount of first kills, the amount of early engagements he was saying, the pure confidence that the kid plays with is ridiculous. If he can even bring an iota of that into today,
my goodness,
there's a chance because he's locking that Jet.
It's a Sky as well.
I mean, I thought that we were going to see another debut coming from Wood just playing on the Yoru. As you're saying, he's sticking to the Jet. Paditek is on the Sky, knowing also how comfortable he is with the KO, how much experience he has with the agent. Are you surprised that he goes with the Sky?
I think the approach is that they want to use these little drones and dogs to try to scout out as much info as possible and try to find a way to crack into Gen.G's defense.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see how they're going to play this Breeze and send it to the first map of this grand final best of 5. Show some love to your casters for today. It is Doug and Baby Bay.
2 teams remain, and there's only room for one. Legends will be born. On this stage behind us, and a sold-out Mercedes-Benz Arena will bear witness a best-of-5 Dre to decide who's the best in the world. It does not get any better than this.
Gen.G have been given a glimpse of greatness before, and they fell short. Today, they play up against the contenders in the arena with a Woot who has been redefining, reshaping what it means to be a prodigy in the world of Valorant.
All that remains is for the game to start. Blades brandish, shields will shatter as we kick things off on Breeze. Heretics on the attacking side. An opportunity to completely eradicate memories of Madrid. Such a disappointing finish. But now they've gone so far. But the hardest step is yet to come. Benji Fishy trying to pave the way, following the dog, making their way out A. Tagged up by the walls, you see the spam coming through. First bit of blood goes the way of Gen.G. And the last of it does too.
Incredible pistol round from the start for Gen.G already. Looking poised, looking controlled. Yeah, they gave up all of that A space, but they were not afraid to fight that backside area as a team, as a unit. Lakia just lining up the shots right here. A job well done for the side of Gen.G to start things off.
Those are big moments that you want to get on the board early on. You know, we often talk about this, Trey. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. These are things where your mental will get tested. The depth of your strategy book can potentially get exposed. Texture's the one who's getting tested right now. Plucking Woot out of the sky. And of course, dipping in for a second, perhaps a third. But wisely decides to take a step back.
He was an imminent threat already. Not landing every shot he's taking, but just the pressure alone, making Heretics have to slow the round down.
It's enough of a threat. We saw Texture with the Marshall. You see a Guardian for Meteor and Charon as well.
Silent creep up all around the mid area of the map. Once contact gets made in this mid door, that's going to be the key for Boo to creep on up.
Take them out. And creep into his death. Really no space to be found.
There's not many options right now for the side of Heretics.
Not at all.
Yeah, they have all the mid space. So at least they'll have some info of how Gen.G like to play some of these default setups and 3-2s for future anti-ecos. As I say that, a rain of fire.
Hang on now, these classics are not supposed to be winning these gunfights, not at this distance, not against
30 seconds left.
Guardian on the other side. Can Heretics convert on this? Can they already make a mess of the situation?
There's a flank.
Player standing. Spike
Rian's
down.
getting
B.
caught, the spike not gonna go down. Patek's classic, the only thing standing between Gen.G and a second round win. It's a big ask early on. And there's just no way for Patek to get to this. He's not even gonna be able to get to the spike in time. He's just looking for anything that he can find, daring, wanting a fight, wanting to die. It wasn't the way he wanted to go, but he will go down. So Gen.G get their second.
Salvation for Gen.G. That was a nice round from Heretics to do a lot of damage, but even at the end there, the little things that are going to take us the distance, Doug. They give the kill to Lakia there. With that Sheriff now, look at his ultimate. Viewers can't see it yet, but he has 5 ult orbs online. He's only 3 away from that Hunter's Fury. There you go. And an Operator already online for the first gun round of Team Heretics.
Yeah, flash go out towards elbow, a little bit of presence B. Rian's making himself known.
Right here.
Oh. Again, these openers from Gen.G look so good right now.
Picks everywhere on the map, left and right. That Operator got online too. And yet again, a 5v3.
Oh, it's looking to double dip. Benji Fishy posted up on half wall.
Oh my gosh.
While Patek goes down. This has the potential of being a nightmarish start for Heretics. I mean, to go down flawless in your first gun round. When you imagine that you're playing for a grand final, this is not how you envision it to start.
Nerves can definitely be a factor in high pressure moments like this. And I think that's what we're seeing right now just from the start of Heretics, peeking individually one by one across the map. There was a pick B main on Woot. There was A main from Texture with that Operator. And then as well, just the solo peaks, B main after one after another. Just dropping like flies.
30 seconds left.
And so Benji Fishy now just has to sit by and wait. Hope and pray that the round will come to a conclusion without being detected. And hopefully carry that Vandal into the next round.
But they're on the prowl, they're hunting him. And it's because their economy is gonna be flourishing no matter what. Why not? Here comes first contact.
Bloodhounds with nose to the ground trying to hunt him down. Benji Fishy feeling all the pressure. He will get cleaned up. The blood will be drawn. A flawless round as Gen.G get their third.
Just dialed in is Gen.G right now. Starting off strong as ever. Just a Pixel Meteor. The original member of this roster. He's been a part of the team since 2022. And he opened things up onto Woot of all players.
Yeah, to think about how influential Woot has been in getting this team to this point. Oftentimes putting together plays that almost don't look real. They almost look like they're defying the way the game is played. Challenging convention. You expect for if Heretics are going to have a really good shot at this, he's got to be online. Of course, he is the first out onto the site, finding cover in the smoke, and now striking onto Munchkin. But Texture and Meteor again! He's not able to control the spray, though. Benji Fishy lit up. He's the last one standing and will meet a similar fate.
And it was actually a beautiful exec from Team Heretics onto the site. But what was that shot from Texture? He meant to flick Wood, I believe, on the site, ended up taking out somebody else instead. I think it was Rians with a wall bang.
You take what you can get, right? I mean,
100%.
Take a look at that play one more time.
Look at this. This was ridiculous. Oh my.
Oh, I count your lucky stars.
Just obliterated the opposition in Meteor as well. 7-2 right now.
It's an excellent start. A timeout called by Heretics. Down 4 early in this best of 5. Again, a dreadful start to the situation.
And Gen.G, they had a hard time in the beginning of this tournament. Coming off to strong starts. Seemed like they would always drop the first map every now and then.
Yeah, slow starts every time.
But they just went full steam ahead with no signs of stopping. They found out what the problem was. They fixed it. And they're vibing right now. For the side of Heretics, I imagine their coach is just telling them, yo, guys, slow and steady wins the race. Take a deep breath, it's not over. Get your bearings.
You got Rian's one away from his ult. Benji Fishy also close by, along with Pad Attack. So Heretics with help on the way through their ults, but I mean, it's been a dreadful start so far. We'll see how things look on the other side of this timeout.
Jet, fly safe.
Will be the second gun round for Heretics. And they need this one bad, Doug. They need this one really bad.
Meteor's getting active already, taking so much space. And then TPing away, feeling a lot of the pressure that's heading B. When you hear the drone come out, you know there's help that's needed. And of course, Meteor arrives on the scene at just the right time.
Just some spam through the smoke, seeing some of the chasers on the other end. But Munchkin, he gets plucked out by that Sova dart.
Where do they go off of this, though? They don't really have space anywhere on the map. Meanwhile, you look at the mini-map, Texture's already taken caves.
He's just gonna dial in on this angle, get any type of early info here. You imagine a jump spot coming through from the side of Heretics.
Or they just swing into it.
If they swing in, surely they'll get taken out. We're about to find out right now.
Meteor used his ult on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Pad Attack, there's the jump spot. A little leg shown. And now they think twice about it. This is a brutal spot for Heretics. They know that the Yoru just ulted on B. They've already gotten picked off on the other side. You know there's an op towards A. Much like we saw in the pistol round, Dre, there's not a lot of safe space here.
30 seconds left.
They are picking the right site, though, Doug, and it's going to be a little faint with the Skydog into A site, but it's not getting the value required, I don't think. There's 3 players of Gen here.
Lakia with an opportunity to make a massive play. Meanwhile, Texture on the other side, he was overwhelmed, but Meteor again delivers. Woot's left in a 1v2 with 10 seconds left. He's got the spike in hand. He's got to commit to getting it down low. And with 5 HP, nothing but a sliver, nothing but a little bit of spray will take you down. But Woot looking to find some success for Heretics, and he just can't either. A ferocious start for Gen.G.
A beautiful round for Gen.G. Meteor opening up the entry once more on that B site, just getting a spam kill this time through that Viper orb. And then what do? I mean, you're just stuck. You want to run into Texture's operator. He's going to take you out too. I mean, look at that. It's just the tracers onto Benji Fishy.
And that's not the first time we see him do that either. Those little spams through the orb, A main have just been so clean for Meteor. I mean, he's 10-3 right now.
Yeah, he's dominating the server right now.
And we expect Texture to be the guy, right? We talk so much about Texture and how he's going to be the answer to Wood and who's going to be able to challenge this kid, and it's Meteor who's just taking the show. Blades online, op shot rattles off. Doesn't connect, but can Wood find any success with his ult?
We saw how deadly he could be in that last series. That icebox clip is one for the books.
I don't think Gen.G are interested in reading it, though. Look at Munchkin, again, getting active. And again, it's Meteor who capitalizes. More than halfway to his ult again.
It's an unbelievable performance so far from the guy.
He just had it in the previous round, too.
And another disadvantage for Heretics. They're down 2 members once more, Doug.
Yeah, and they need to find a way to get some sort of success going, get some confidence going. Maybe it's in the hands of Woot, but something to kind of get yourself out of these stumbling blocks that you've slammed into every single round so far. Maybe it's Rian's, but now Texture showing that he can do a bit of his own. The blades come online, and Woot falls. It's just Boo now, and a classic at that distance, excuse me, a Sheriff. Maybe can deal a little bit of damage, but not even that. A 6-0 lead for Gen.G. Heretics have already called a timeout.
And knife for knife, Texture, best Woot in that Jet anime duel. It wasn't too crazy. Texture had the updraft still. Woot didn't have his. But still, moments like that, they sink into your head. Beautiful. Nice control, nice poise from Texture in that backside A. And he's been an absolute menace on A main. Just now, we're seeing him flip the map. He's gonna up in B main, get info there. He's now enabled. They're scared of Meteor. The duo in tandem just switching sites, switching positions.
I'd be scared of him too.
Especially with this little off angle he's holding, waiting for anybody to creep on up, walk right into the crosshair. Benji Fishy doesn't want none of that.
Woot just shot an op into halls to clear the drone, so now they know, at least they have a better understanding of what's on the other side. Woot wasn't able to find anything going with the blades. Maybe the op will tell a different story.
God, Meteor's just walked all the way down mid as we were talking about all that. So aggressive, the reposition in the mid round.
He's liked to play around this map. Remember a couple of rounds ago, he took this space and then TP'd back B. Now he's got the TP towards A.
Dog and Halls will get some value, but it's going to be the fight in mid that's going to be the deciding factor in this round, and Boo comes out on top.
Gen.G Fishy gets the best Munchkin on the other side as well. Heretics putting together a round, and it's about time. They've got plenty of money, but I can't imagine Texture goes for a 1v5 here. They're handing over the spike to Boo so he can get the spike down, get the ult online, carry that into the next round.
Spike planted.
There you go, success found.
And they're in a tough spot right now because you want to hunt. It's a 5v1. But if you drop all your weaponry right now, you're not going to have much left in the tank. You're going to have a scrappy buy, light armors.
You almost can't afford to.
Yeah.
And so maybe they get one, and maybe that's when they decide to cut their losses. But as I say that, it does seem like Heretics are getting a little bit active. You've got the dart that just hit backside from Rien's to make sure that he wasn't there. Benji Fishy's also on the prowl. This is risky. When you're down this big, every dollar counts. And I don't think Texture knows. It's tough when you have so many angles you have to clear.
Oh, of course he knows.
Guess is it just the right time? So Gen.G Fishy falls, but Heretics on the board. They got around, and they did so their own way, right? You think about it, it wasn't really anything crazy. They won their individual fights on different areas across the map. That bodes well.
Yeah, it was a slow and controlled round from them. It was the dog through halls that kind of distracted members of Gen.G and allowed everybody else to creep on up forward. Boo in that mid-orb fight, that was his first kill of the round. So you're 100% correct. The fan favorites, they take the first round for themselves.
Gen.G still with the cozy lead, and Op still in the hands of Texture. Woot has his own.
Way more aggressive this time around is Texture.
That trip will keep him at bay. And then even if that's cleared, you've got a cam further up the hall. And the toggle's right on cue.
And the thing is, Doug, I think Heretics are reading into the fact that Texture has been opting towards this B main area because he hasn't been peeking A main like he has been doing the last, first 5 rounds of the half.
Sure.
So the macro game of Heretics are starting to understand how Gen.G are set up, and it's kind of been giving them the advantage, at least in that last round.
If they decide to go A, they're going to have to reckon with the 2 Astra Stars that are sitting at their feet.
I've got your trail.
But the Seekers invested, the wall goes up, and they've decided this is where they want to dance. This is where they want to try to find some success. Lock-in with the Hunter's Fury out. It's going to be traded in kind by Rien's, but they're starting to get the kills they need. They've gotten 2. Karen's still trying to dance around the site. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Gen.G Fishy has gotten all the way up, and he might be able to cause problems. Now going through the door, Texture stuck on the outside, still lands a shot onto Boo. And now a 2v2 as the spike goes down.
Hawk out.
That flash is so good. Munchkin has to wait for Texture to join the party. He's so weak, 30 HP, no armor. And Heretics in a really nice spot here, digging their heels into the site. But with such little health, what can Gen.G do? Munchkin falls, that's the weak one that's left. Does anyone swing the op? Yes, it does, and it doesn't matter. Patatek puts a bullet between his eyes as Heretics get their second.
2 rounds in a row now for Team Heretics. And the deciding factor was the layered utility. Seekers, Dog, Dart comes out. Even the late drone that they still had from Marians at the end there.
Yeah, and the Solo too.
Yep. So much follow-up utility to just smother everybody playing on the actual A site. And then the confidence coming back into the hands of Patatek, swinging into the Oppa Texture, who has been an absolute freak this map so far. Signs of life for Heretics. And now they're reading the map really well. Boo is doing a good job of IGLing. Once more, not hitting the site where the operator is at.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they can see through the walls. As soon as the op switches back over to A, Heretics a step ahead of it. Decide that they want to take a different look, a different approach.
I think a lot of people out there, myself included, get so blinded by the fact that Heretics have these shooters, have these stars, that Turkish aim and whatnot. But they don't understand the level of macro these guys play at. They actually read the map really well. Their coaching staff does a really good job of prep.
Find some cover texture. They're looking for you.
And that's info gathered that the op is confirmed at A main. He's not pushed off of that line though.
Oh, and he gets dropped by Rians.
I'd love to see that one back.
Yeah. And again, Heretics finding success early in the round. Another numbers advantage. Surely he doesn't take his TP, right? That's a second one he sent down there. The first one was a fake. That's a fake too. That's enough to slow you down and make you think twice about it. But Heretics now wanting to go B. Can they get past Munchkin? The spam is good onto the first and onto the second.
Damn.
Fishy's there on the trade, yes, but it's a 3v3.
Holy shit.
By the time he arrives, the round will likely be over. He can't get in.
What was that from Meteor? The run and gun on the first kill. Consolidates his aim, secures the second. He's here to win it all, man.
Careful now.
Oh, Meteor caught by the trip. Gen.G Fishy showing that he can wield the op as well. But Gen.G will get to 7.
14-6. Second Yoru ult online and available. Here's that entry. Oh my gosh. Texture didn't even stand a chance, but it was the B anchors, the B setup, that clone following up. And then Meteor pushing all the way through. Smelling blood in the water.
Into the next we go. Op still in the hands of Woot.
Cutting through.
Carried over by Gen.G Fishy. Boo has his pit. Maybe they play around that here. That's just so tough when you think about Meteor's ult. It's such a good counter to that. Op trained and shot delivered.
Oh.
Dash still on mine. Halfway through. Heretics again have the door slammed
Okay.
in their faces, but Rians continues to push.
And it's just a freeze to the round now. Everyone grouping up. Bomb is alone in halls. But he's going to be met by the force of Lakia. Does he wait for his teammates to come up mid-door?
He's quietly put together a really nice map so far.
Oh.
Rian's getting close line on the other side.
What's
Boo
up?
not allowed to get into the site as the door gets toggled once more. They have found some passage out, but they still haven't gotten.
Don't know about the Yoru.
That's a big swing out from Boo as Lakia falls. Can he find anything else as he pushes?
Oh.
What a shot from Karon. Another 3 for him as Gen.G gets 8.
Finessing around backside A. Protecting his teammate who was stuck stairs. It was the distraction again for Gen.G. They make you look at so many different angles as you're entering into these sites. And this mid, in the beginning, Meteor got contact from the tunnel, sent the clone up, while Texture was holding his elbow the entire time. And at the end here, Karon, the spray control. Looking so good.
We haven't talked about him a ton, but he's putting up a really nice performance as well. Everyone on the side of Gen.G is delivering, and that's what leads to this 8-2 score. That's what leads to Heretics calling their second time out of the map in round 11.
And keep in mind, this isn't a map that Heretics play often. And when they do, I mean, I think it's, what, like a Neon or Yoru comp that they normally run, but they have to go for the Jet here because they have Woot, who has been, I mean, absolutely astonishing this entire tournament. He's first in almost every single stat for Duelist in his role. So I don't blame him for going on to this Jet pick. But the Sky, it's not getting as much value as I'm sure Heretics thought it would get going into this matchup, going into this series. Keep in mind, it is only the first half. Maybe they got some things cooked up on the defensive side.
Gen.G 3 over Heretics. It's one of the few in the crowd who are pulling for them. But I mean, that guy might be right. The way it looks so far, Gen.G look incredible. I think we've got to mention though, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Damn.
12 and 4 for Texture. The op's still online. Currently posted up A. This Molly, as soon as Munchkin can get some contact, does such a good job of delaying.
Yeah, it's just deny any rush off the barrier. That allows time for that Yoru TP to go all the way in the back of B side. So if they do actually commit, he can be there. There can be a third member there. As all that's happening, Lakia gets info on Benji Fishy and Halls. A triple shock dart bounce. That's not something you see every day.
No, I thought that thing was going to soar right past him.
He's got the angles down, the geometry.
Heretics quietly leaning towards A. Remember, Texture has his op, and it's looking that way. Another opportunity for him to strike into the hearts of Heretics once more.
Someone needs to break his dart.
Quick step back. Fox the dash. The flash through. Meanwhile, Boo's the one that falls. Texture gets the best of Woot again. He's had his number the entire time.
Down A.
Gen.G are obliterating Heretics on this half.
And the setups, they're just shining so bright right now for Gen.G. A smoke comes out in main off the dog. There's a suck to follow up. Nobody from Heretics can come out and support Woot, who just dashed onto site. There's a dart behind them as well that allows everybody backside to just get some free kills. I mean, it's just too hard to entry against a comp like this. You have to try to bait out some of this Astra utility early on. Maybe catch him on a cooldown. Maybe catch him so he doesn't have that suck available or the stun. And just like that, Meteor is slowly Texture is slowly creeping up to Meteor's score. 16 kills for Meteor, 14 for Texture. But it's all gonna rely on the controllers on this B site. Meteor is here to support.
Munchkin has gotten so much value here as well. I mean, forget about the dastardly duo of Meteor and Texture. Look at the value that Munchkin can provide, that Karen can provide. Another kill found. Patatek and Boo have to try to make something of this.
One enemy
But they've got them cornered, they've got them
Spike
surrounded.
down B.
They know where they are, they're on the hunt. Gen.G get to 10.
Firing from all cylinders is Gen.G. Every single member pulling their part, doing their part in this. It was up to the controllers here, the double anchor. Meteor TP'd in, he didn't even have to.
Yeah, he didn't have to do much there.
Karen.
You know, a player that we talk about a lot. You think about his history and you think about his story so much as Lakia, and what a wild ride he's had. We've actually got an Omen player moment standing by as we get to pick his brain a little bit right now.
I'm from Gen.G Sports, 라키아. G2가 로터스를 굉장히 좋아하는 맵인 걸 알고 있었고, 그리고 굉장히 좋은 전적이 있었던 맵이었기 때문에 픽을 했었던 것 같고요. 저희는 예상을 했었고, 저희의 이제 로터스를 다시 제대로 보여줬던.
It's looking like a point for
상대가 매우
Gen.G.
따라오는 게 힘들었었는데 이번에는 그런 일 없도록 저희가 더 신경 써서 잘하고 저희의 퍼포먼스를 더 보여드리겠습니다.
It would seem as G2 look to keep themselves in this half. Munchkin finding 2 quick kills, however. Suddenly starts answering back. Still 2 rifles in play. Wide swing out. Taken down. Munchkin finds one. Hunter's Fury out. Icy. The tap on. Munchkin on the swing. Bails them out.
테르틱이 현재 제 기준에서는 결승에 올라올 것 같은 팀 중 하나고요. 선수들이 굉장히 잘한다고 느끼고 있고 네, 그리고 저희랑 아직 붙어보지 않았으니까 결승에서 한번 좋은 경기 펼쳤으면 좋겠습니다. 많은 유럽, NA 그리고 중국까지 이제 많은 지역들을 만나게 됐는데 그런 상대들로 이제 이겨서 결승에 진출해서 매우 기쁜 것 같고 네, 결승전도 이제 잘 준비해서 해야 될 것 같습니다.
What a tumultuous journey he's been on. And again, we mentioned it in the first half, Dre. He's quietly putting together a very impressive game. He mentioned in the interview there, he just wants to have a good game in the finals. And Lakia, my brother, you're good so far. A 10-2 half for Gen.G. What a start.
Yeah, the toughness of Gen.G throughout this entire tournament, throughout even the stage that they had. I mean, it was tough getting in. They started off, I think, the season like with only one win. They were 1-3. They brought it back.
Time to jump.
Made it all the way here to Shanghai, and now this is the half that they just seem to just own teams on. This is where they thrive, on this attacking side of Breeze. Munchkin calls such a good game here with this Astra. You'll see them deny a lot of info in the mid round, usually.
Sure.
And slow starts like this, always. This is the bread and butter for them.
Yeah, Patatek invested the dog at the beginning of the round, spotted where Karen was. And it seems like Gen.G want to lean back into it anyway, knowing that they've been spotted on some of the presence. I love this call. You make the Viper wall go up A. It suggests a split going through double doors. He might even put his body on the line to sell the damn thing. Benji Fishy falls, but look at where the spike is. Look at where the rest of Gen.G are. All attention turning towards B. They're going to waltz in, and Munchkin might win the round by himself on the other side. 3 kills found. He's a man on a mission.
No one can connect on him. He's like Neo.
Here.
And now he just holds bottom mid by himself. I mean, you're right. He 100% won the round by himself, but either way, the macro game went in favor of Gen.G this entire round. What can Boo and Rians do to consolidate, do anything? But Munchkin with 4, the IGL.
Not able to deliver on the ace. What a gift that would have been, but Lakia cleans it up. Gen.G get to 11. Heretics not finding really anything else on the second half either.
The slowest of starts for Team Heretics. I mean, their aim isn't even there right now. They need to just start getting any type of rounds they can. Any type of gun duels. I mean, Munchkin, he should be dying here for sure. But good on him with the movement that he had. The little left and rights with the Sheriff. It could be so powerful. I mean, 2 body shots. He gets a headshot there through the wall. But either way, Munchkin set that round up perfectly.
He really did. The call was exceptional. The execution was somehow even sweeter. You gotta go back to the tail of the tape as we put together this beautiful story of Texture up against Wood, and what a clash that would be. Wood is currently sitting at 4-12 or something like that. Meanwhile, Texture and Meteor, we've sung their praises so many times. The song has got to be like a leaky faucet in the minds of Heretics. But they might be able to close this thing, at least this round. They've got a pretty big numbers advantage. Lucky and Meteor, the only 2 alive. They've dealt with 1 of this 2-headed beast in Texture, but Meteor still healthy. Now taking some damage, feeling a lot of the pressure. He will get cleaned up by Woot, leaving Lakia alone. A Guardian, but 20 HP. That's way too big of an ask.
And a Thrifty for Team Heretics. Gen.G, they did a good job early on using the drone, getting the info on a site. But Rians, he opened it up for his team. That Sheriff headshot right off the rip. That allows Woot to come in with that Marshall, just get a bunch of tags on players, make it actually a fair fight for players that are using the Sheriff. All of a sudden, all you need to do is get a body shot.
Shot down.
Hit a couple there.
Yeah. That was a nice one.
It's big for Woot. That's big for Heretics.
We actually got this.
The vibes are still good, so if you're a Heretics fan out there, which I'm sure there are many and plenty, it's not too dim, not too gloom. Maybe they can yet sing a song.
It's the same dog we saw from the previous round. This time a little bit of a jump spot. Has to be really careful about trying to get out now. You know he's gonna have to do that 2-3 times and then still not really feeling safe about it.
To jump.
as all this is happening, there's been a complete walk down through middle.
They're all here. Munchkin can't settle the shots with the Sheriff.
Decent damage done. So a little worse for wear. It's 3-2 on an elbow. Doesn't get much info. Gen.G just missing the timing. Maybe for good reason. But Meteor's giving a good reason for Gen.G to potentially steal this round away.
Patek on the exchange though. Oh, he's tagged him. I wonder if he can hit the spam. No. Camera spotting 2, spotting 3. Utility cleared, but space gained from Gen.G.
Spike planted.
And these are the scary moments when Gen.G gets onto this B site and Texture has this Guardian. He can really activate.
They're down in numbers, they're down in weapons, but this is winnable. It's gonna be big on Heretics to execute.
Ooh.
Another one traded back as Boo falls. Oh, this is big. A flash in the face. Texture can't respond back. Lakia with the ghost spots the second, but can't deliver the shots. So Heretics will find their fourth. They're continuing to stick around.
Yeah, making it costly for Team Heretics. And Gen.G, they're very comfortable doing these anti-eco slow rounds where they like to feel out the map, and it's all because it paints a better picture for Munchkin later on in the half. You're gonna see him pull out all the stops in a match like this. This is it, this is the final. They wanna take this first map win. Get the momentum in their favor completely. And the best way to do that is completely decimating your opponent on your map pick.
You saw Woot get a little bit active, get online. This last couple of rounds, a couple nice shots with the Marshall. Now with the op.
Here.
Now trained A.
Here.
And of course, that's where Gen.G's headed. A 4-1 approach, it looks like. That flash through. They normally invest a dart with this.
Next.
Yoruwalt.
That's better than any dart you could possibly ask for, because who can find a timing? Because he saw through. Oh, has to dash away. I thought he was going to try to land the shots. Almost gets punished for the high ground. He tries taking. Meteor so far up here. What can Riens do?
Spike planted.
Playing close by as Patek has fallen. You've got Boo has joined. But they've gotten the spike down, and as you mentioned in the previous round, this is where Gen.G are successful. This is where they're at their best. Spam through the smoke. Boo falls as well. Gen.G, Fishy, and Woot have to force back to try to get this 2v5. But again, an impossible situation. So many things to consider, so many targets to find. Just too many. Gen.G map point.
Meteor is an absolute animal right now, Doug. Running and gunning, taking every timing he knows he can take. Off of the drone here. Didn't even need to see him. He heard the audio cue. The sidestep takes his time on it all. 3 on the round, and honestly, Karon, he was the one that opened up that entire round. He killed the rotated Patek in mid. While all that commotion was going on at A main, that Yoruwalt getting all this info. Karon cut off the rotations. No cavalry could be arrived.
Lakia has this ult. Munchkin's close to his. Those two alone, I mean, those two can secure the map.
Yeah. This drone will get the info onto Woot as well to secure that orb. If they want, they're a little wary though, for good reason. They know they have good advantage into this round. They know Heretics have to force up whatever they can, and these close range fights, that's where the main problem could lead. So a drone was used from the side of Riens into mid. Didn't really get any type of info, and Gen.G are more than willing to just wait for all the utility of Heretics to be thrown.
Another flash used, not getting any info. Patek having to check it with his face. He's gonna get plenty of idea of what's on the other side. But you see them on the minimap, they're starting to creep in. The walls, the corners are starting to shut, but Patek kicks the damn wall down. Riens gets in on it as well. Another round the way of Heretics, but is it too late? I mean, is it too far gone?
Can't help but feel like it is, Doug, but good work from Patek slashing down the two players in A main with that stinger. I talked about how close quarter combat can favor that gun. And he played it to near perfection. Look at this replay right here. I mean, that's more than ideal when you're running that gun.
For sure. You gotta settle it just enough, and he did that.
So satisfying when it hits like that.
Patatek close to his ult. It's a big one too, as you think about how Gen.G like to play at the beginning of these rounds. Any info that you can gather is valuable. Decoy.
It's a faster approach from Gen.G. They've been sitting back for quite a bit of rounds. Meteor, I mean, he's so disrespectful right now, and I don't blame him.
Look at Woot. Oh, look at Woot. He tried doing the same thing. Both Sovas almost caught in their utility, but Locky is the one that falls. And now the Seekers on the swing. Hair not able to get much more. There's no room for Meteor to get back to the spike.
That's it. Aggression from both ends, but Heretics come out on top. Patatek the deciding factor. Yeah, he team flashed Woot right there. But yeah, at least secured the follow-up kill. Poor Woot, he was like, I had him, bro. Either way, that second shot, oh my goodness. That's the Woot we know. And suddenly Gen.G calling their first time out. Coach has some words to say. Maybe using their ults to combo it. Just get onto the site, get that Viper's Pit online. And they have so many that are going to be going into this next round.
Heretics are putting quite a run into this in the closing moments of the map, or what you would think would be the closing moments of the map. They seemed like they were dead. I mean, they seemed like they were done. But Rians has been such a good spark for this squad. And of course, with Woot getting active as well.
Yeah.
With Woot coming online, there's always calls for hope.
And when you win the eco round like that, I mean, it's a round that you have no business winning. And you steal it away, it gives you the confidence to now build up your own economy. All of a sudden, Gen.G has scrappy buys every other round because it's just disaster when you invest so many guns into the round like that and you lose it. So although we were on a timeout, it's going to be a little bit of a scrappy buy. I imagine the main strat for that timeout is going to be going into the following gun round. But a hero rifle buy this round for Texture because he has the knives available next round.
Amalgam of a buy. Patatek flash the dart over the top. They've been caught once more. Oh, but it seems like they're happy to take that fight, happy to get caught with them. Now the drone over the top from Locky. Patatek still trying to hold the line with Rians over his shoulder. Now you're going to have to deal with that again. An opportunistic swing up from Patatek, and he pays for it with his life. Now the Hunter's Fury. Rians will fall too. Boo and Benji Fishy left alive to try to convert this, and Boo's making a run at it. They've invested the neural theft. They've gotten info. They've gotten the pit out, and they're going to rotate away.
And just Munchkin staying right here. Heretics have to keep one player there. That's why you see Boo just stuck. Like he's in mud. And now a late lurk that can be a thorn in the side of Heretics. Benji Fishy, he's wrapping around himself.
He might catch a timing here. All of his utility is still up, but it seems like they've managed to navigate the landmines and get to the other side. So Boo and Benji Fishy with a borderline impossible task put in their laps. But they're so weak. There's got to be a really nice timing up for Munchkin. What in the world? How did Benji Fishy hit that? Boo's gonna have to 1v2 here. He's got a Phantom in hand, but time is so short. He's got to go, and he's got to go now. One away from the pit, spots the first, understands where the second is, but he can't drop either. Breeze goes the way of Gen.G. Yeah, Heretics put up a fight. Yeah, they made it interesting at the end, but Gen.G able to slam the door, able to keep the lead in this best of 5. Icebox on the other side of this. We'll see you guys there.
Very convincing first map from Gen.G. And Bind and Sunset are out for Team Heretics. I don't know.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best
Could
with,
be a
then
3
bring it into your
for
next ranked game and
Gen.G.
dominate.
Like,
Now available in AIM Labs.
with
Plus.
Icebox and Ascent coming up, Heretics really needs to they really need to step up.
Solo of Gen.G and Gen to help with some translation. Solo, congratulations on that first map. Now, I wanted to know, there's a lot of talk about the mental preparation of Gen.G coming into this grand finals. How has the mentality of the team changed?
감독님, 이번 대회 때 특히나 멘탈적인 부분을 많이 강조하셨는데 감독님 보시기에 선수들의 멘탈적인 부분이 훨씬 더 강해진 것 같나요?
사실 저희가 그 부분에 있어서 얘기를 많이 하다 보니까 얘기를 많이 하다 보니까 확실히 좀 더 생각 나는 것 같고 더 강해지게 된 것 같아요. 네.
It's something that we constantly talk about and put a lot of time into. We're very conscious about having a strong mentality, being able to reset our mentality. So because of that, I think we're very aware of the mental state that we're in and also have a strong mentality.
Thank you very much for your time. Let's see if Gen.G can manage to close out Icebox this time.
It's strong mentality and also a strong start here for Gen.G in the grand finals. I'm Yingsun, I'm back here once again with Josh, RT, Kakuka and Mimi. We don't see Gen.G winning the first map all that often, so perhaps the work they've been putting into their getting a better even mentality has really paid off.
But this is what we expected, at least from my side, on Breeze, right? Like, especially that first half, they knew everything to a T. The rotations were very quick coming in from Meteor, and maybe Heretics was just not really prepared to play against this composition and this map in general.
I'm glad you mentioned Meteor, because here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment for the day. Mimi, he was getting so many first kills as well.
Yeah, Meteor has always been pretty incredible on the defensive side on this map, and in others when he's playing the Killjoy too. I was super impressed with how Gen.G was playing around these constant B execs that Team Heretics was pulling out. I think they do a great job of finding that gap in the execute and even going for like really surprising forward plays like Meteor does in this round to get an advantage even when that B side is the weaker side, which I feel like makes them pretty tough to play against, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, but Heretics ran into a brick wall of like a really strong two-man site hold, and their rotation would come in just to affect the play a little bit, and that's the story of their defense.
Yeah, and it's a map that, I mean, a lot of us thought that Gen.G would take, but fortunately for Heretics, Icebox is up next. Before we jump into that map, let's take a look at the AIM Lab shoot-around. Here is Wood. Didn't really quite come online just yet, but plenty of opportunities for him to do so as we head on to Icebox.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I think that Icebox is a map where he feels extremely comfortable. Yes, to me, probably for them, this was just a little bit of a warm-up. It's something that they knew would happen, and they didn't expect much because of the preparation, but an Icebox, it has to be something different, right? I also think that the perspective in which the teams look at the map is a bit different. Heretics just loves to play for that retake. On the other side, we have a Gen.G that will go to that early aggression, a little bit to what we have been seeing on Breeze, right? Because actually, it was the fact that Heretics could not get the spike down, one of the reasons why they were able to get so many rounds.
Well, we heard from Coach Solo already, so let's hear what Coach Neil Zinio had to say ahead of Icebox.
I'm here right now with Neil Zinio of Team Heretics. Neil Zinio, I'm really curious, what do you think went wrong in that first map, and how are you going to ensure it doesn't carry over to the next one?
I think for me it's quite simple. We haven't had that many reps on the map, especially with this roster. That definitely played a part in it, but for me and what we spoke about in there was like our fundamentals just kind of went out the window. We got lost in the occasion, I think, a little bit, and we just didn't do the basics right. We weren't communicating, we were taking 1v1 fights everywhere around the map. And I think in the end, we started waking up a little bit, but it was just too little too late. So we just calmed down, we reset, and now it's our map. So this is it, like it's make or break. We need to get back into the game, and that's what the boys are gonna do.
All right, excited to see it. Let's see if Team Heretics can make a comeback.
I mean, you've heard the man. They just haven't had that many reps on Breeze. But Josh, you faced Heretics a few times. You've seen their Icebox. What do you think they need to do to bring this series back?
I think they have to enable Woot a little bit. Icebox is a very strong jet map, but also for texture too. I think the main things you have to look out for is actually their initiator differences here. I believe they're running against a Gecko KO, and they have a Sova on their side. I would pay attention to how Gen.G is making their opens to see if texture gets a pick, or Woot is able to find the gaps in their utility to see if he can get a pick, okay?
Yeah. I think also for Gen.G, when they're starting on this defensive side, something that they do really well is kind of proactive defense, setting texture up for a lot of these forward fights, especially towards A and B main. They'll wait for that first cycle of util, say that Sova drone to come out, and find these really good timings to re-clear with that double flash combo and texture going forward. Team Heretics is going to have to be ready for that.
My eyes go directly into Lakia. He had a brilliant Icebox last time that we saw them play it, but we know that Heretics, this is a map that they've been very, very comfortable, played it throughout the tournament 4 times. They've won every single one of them, even though some of them even went to overtime.
I think Gen.G's style is like very much a flood defense, but also like I said, they'll find those double flash moments to try to catch you off guard. I just want to see how Heretics was able to deal with this.
Well, as you heard it from Neil, this is it, do or die. If they don't win it here, Doug and Baby Bay, they're going to be 2-0 down in this very important grand final.
And what a dreadful nightmare that would be, but I think Kakuka set the stage for what should be a much more competitive map. Heretics have played Icebox so many times this tournament, and they have found success every step of the way. So yes, Breeze was a slaughter, and the score does not reflect how bad of a beating that was, but there was a little bit at the end there to cause some sort of excitement, and I think it all falls down on Woot. He took over the last time he played Icebox. He's got to deliver again.
Yeah, he's got that iconic clip that I mentioned earlier in the series on this map with the Jet. And he does a really good job of being able to finesse around these chokes and get a lot of things done, especially on the attacking side when he entries in, especially towards yellow.
Oh, he's getting active again, trying to get ahead of things. But Woot's the one who walks away with 2.
Speak of the devil.
That's as good a start as you could ask for. It seemed like Gen.G wanted to stop the momentum before Heretics could get to a fever pitch, to get to a swelling point. And of course, it's Woot who's able to cash in.
Proactivity punished, and that's a good sign for Heretics going into this Icebox map, because if you're already denying Gen.G that early aggression, it's going to make them play a little differently. And when you take players off of their game, I mean, that's when mistakes are made. That's when you have an opportunity to maximize on those mistakes.
You can tell for Gen.G there, the objective was not just necessarily to win the pistol, but it was to make a statement, because Breeze wasn't enough. But well handled by Heretics. Now they're going to flip the map, head back A, undetected by the turret. They've got one of their own. Benji Fishy's posted us up, but Karen's on the prowl.
Is he going to smoke it off? I don't think he has a smoke available to do so.
Yeah.
But that knife landing, that opens up the window of opportunity for the flank. Decides to not go for it, though.
Yeah, decides to go back mid and try to approach things from a more conventional manner. Meteor trying to post up sight. The dart is cleared. Woot is dead. A little bit more found for Meteor, and Munchkin getting in on it, but Boo responds with 2. Karen, who was the late flank, converts for Gen.G.
Meteor, once more, the anchor that you could wish for. That molly. I mean, it cooked Woot up. Guy couldn't do anything. Yeah, he got the first 2 entries into the round, but when he dashed on his sight, that Viper Wall decays you enough to let this molly get so much value. I mean, he had no chance to even swing. And then the second on top of it.
Last player standing.
Getting away with bloody murder. Karen so steady at the end there to secure the pistol round win, and that looked like it was all signs leading towards a Heretics win.
I mean, from the beginning all the way through, Texture again aggressive. I love the pace that Gen.G are playing this so far.
Yeah, even though they got punished on the pistol, when you secure a round like that, the confidence is back. Now you're willing to keep going for more. And Gen.G, they're reading into this. They're ahead of it, playing a bit of a retake setup on that A site. Boo!
Karen was a hero in the last round. He was the one who was able to secure it for Gen.G, but now sitting on the sideline, forced to watch, forced to wait. Textures on the swing. The Marshall gets 2. And there's plenty more where that came from. But it's Meteor who takes one away. The spike hits the ground. Patatech and Riens will have to force this thing back, and they've gotten into a 2v2, but with Sheriffs, they're converting on this. Can Texture snatch this thing back? Can he avoid catastrophe early on? He's gotten 1. Riens with the dart, they know where he is. On the swing, into the Marshall, connects the shots. The Red Bull clutch in the 4K for Texture.
Texture on fire with that Marshall. He'll upgrade to a Guardian on top of it. What shots. That's exactly what you want as a Jet player when you're playing Icebox. You just keep going for broke, hit the flicks. When you're this close range with that Marshall, you can just opt to no scope. He only had 1 in the chamber there at the end, but he was so confident in that shot, in his abilities.
Breeze, Icebox, it does not matter. It's all the same. Texture will not be denied. And again, getting active. Again, looking to make a statement. Has to dash away with 25 HP. Thinks twice about the reaggress. I think part of the play was getting him involved there. Munchkin getting spotted by the drone. Has to give the space back, and Texture on the swing.
I mean, he's a madman. He's 25 HP doing that. He's stuck around for so long to support his teammate in Nest. And all of a sudden, a rifle swap. Now Munchkin, he has full HP. He's able to have that M4. Phantom.
These pugnacious protocols from Gen.G at the beginning of the round have been so smothering for Heretics. But yes, They're down in numbers. They have such a strong weapon advantage here, though. It's just the Phantom, it's just the Guardian on the side of the defense, like you were saying.
No way, right, Doug? No way.
No way, you're absolutely right, but Lakia filling in on the space behind it. Surely you're not expecting a second there. Crispy from Karan.
Revealing.
Lakia might be able to cause a lot more problems if the timing is right. Got a little bit of utility, but it does not look like it will go checked. It does not look like it will go detected as Rians falls. Committing to the plan now.
Last player standing.
It's all on Boo. Yeah, he hit another. Turns away the flash. He's getting spammed. Getting peppered. There's no way for Boo to go. Another round stolen away by Gen.G.
Doug, we are seeing a Gen.G that is so online and ready for this. They want it so bad. Karan there, getting the trade in market. And oh, this was that first kill. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Insta. The follow-up, Meteor, protecting the back and forth, and then
one enemy remaining.
Just no chance for Patatek there.
It's looking tough for
There hasn't really been a chance for Heretics at all.
Heretics.
Down 0-3 early. His spy's not great. You've got a hero rifle for Woot and a couple of stingers and sheriffs around it. Do they try to go aggressive again? Do Gen.G try to set the line of scrimmage a little bit further up? Of course they will. See the flashes, see the darts. 410 is theirs.
They're just staying here. They do not care whatsoever.
He's expecting the swing, procs the dash. And meanwhile, Karan over the top, getting the best of Woot. That was the hero rifle. That was supposed to be the firework in the round. Look at Texture's timing on the swing. And Lakia as well. Rian's able to get a little bit of something going on here, though. And they're all hunting. They all know he's there. Lakia's messing with him.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
They are different right now. This is a different Gen.G. We haven't seen this at all this tournament. They're running it down. Lakia jump swinging for his entire team. All 4 members are on top of the bomb right now, and Boo. He's gonna be left to his devices, but he really doesn't have much to work with here.
No, not at all. Still deals a little bit of damage onto Munchkin, but it's traded back. That Phantom is just getting the best of him. They didn't have the weaponry there. They didn't have the positioning, and honestly, given how Gen.G have played this, given how Texture just continues to answer the call for Gen.G, I don't know that the weapons would have necessarily mattered.
You're right, and the devs talked about it, that double flash re-clear setup that they do. This time it's not off the barrier. They feint that they're pushing all the way up. That causes a reaction from a drone to come out. The knife gets a couple tags. Now we double flash. And it's just so hard to deal with because you can't turn. I mean, if you turn the KO flash, the Gecko flash is hitting you and vice versa. So it's just, it can be so difficult if you're caught in the open like that. And more aggression. Texture is so aggressive this series. Oh, wow.
12 HP left, but Boo was able to stand strong.
That was so close.
A little bit of the aggression punished. The question is, how do Gen.G respond on that? Where do they play elsewhere on the map? Meteor's gonna fall B, so they have now found success on both sides. Lakia, the one close by, you hear the orb was picked up. And now utility out. The flash over the top, the dart is there. Lakia able to stay covered behind the wall. You're not able to hide from that. You're not able to run from it. How much more can they do? They've gotten the spike down, but Munchkin and Karan are so outnumbered right now. Spam not connecting. Munchkin manages to get away.
And yeah, they're just gonna go back, try to save that operator that got taken down early on for Texture in the next round.
Yeah.
Their economy is good though, so maybe you'll see Munchkin try to go for a couple exits. Get closer to that ult orb, but then if you look at the ult economy on the other side, I mean, he might not want to die at all because you might be feeding a KO ult, you might be feeding a Sova ult.
Yeah, you don't want to give those away.
Oh, he missed the jump for the up.
Unlucky.
I think he should be able to snag that one.
I don't know that you gotta hurry.
Don't miss. Oh, he makes it.
Second time's a charm. He's able to grab the op.
Tell you what, he can't be doing that on the new map, Doug. Might fall to his death.
Take a look at that play one more time. Again, the aggression from Texture has caused so many problems for Heretics, but Boo, a really nice spot to respond there.
Yeah, a good round for Heretics. Spam through the smoke from Boo. Kinda just secured it, no retake being able to be made for Gen.G. Nothing to worry about if you're Gen.G though. Your economy's still flourishing.
And the aggression continues to come. So bold, so disrespectful. Refusing to let Heretics find any traction.
And you don't expect the same peak twice. I mean, he got punished the last round. Why is he going for it again? That's what Heretics are thinking.
Because it's Texture. Munchkin getting overwhelmed there.
A little overeager on that one.
Yeah, that aggression starting to punch them a little bit.
Targets destroyed.
And I think if there's going to be a way back into this map for Heretics, it has to be off of those things. They have to find a way to punch back.
Yeah, you have to punish.
Things slow down here for Heretics. They've lost Woot, they've lost their star, they've lost their go. A counter on the Thrash, and a counter on the Boo again. Benji Fishy getting involved. Meteor's gonna join the party late. One away from his ult. Spotting pad attack, not able to land the shots, not able to find lethality. But with Forest surrounding the site, Forest surrounding the spike, Meteor, no room is safe.
And this is a textbook play from Patatek specifically. When enemy teams have Thrash online, he'll use that KO ultimate to counteract it. This was that opening blow onto Woot. Really nice shot. But when he gets this kill onto Munchkin, it secures him that KO ult, denies the info being gathered from Lakia,
yeah.
And then they're able to just overwhelm everybody on the site.
Again, Heretics finding a little bit of success, and it's much earlier in the schedule compared to what we saw on Breeze. It's a little while before there was any cause for hope. But now Heretics injecting a little bit of space into the situation. Starting to get a bully and starting to invest utility to keep that aggression back from Texture, who's sitting on the opposite side of the map right now. The lockdown used. Heretics now have a question they have to answer, and they don't have a ton of time to answer. Do you choose to fight? Do you try to clear it, or do you take a step back?
And if you go the other way, which Gen.G, that's what they want you to do, you're gonna run into Texture, but the double back from Heretics, it's a smart play so far from them. KO Dagger back and online. Munchkin will get the info. Tag on to 3 members of Heretics. The time is running down a little bit low here, Doug.
With 50 seconds left, I think a couple of options they can consider. Do they stay here? Do they try to flip? Yeah, there's a good chance there's an op on the other side, but the persistence might be a factor. He's invested in, and Lakia has a meal of it, but Heretics is there to respond. The lockdown will go off. Texture will show up, but he will be late. With op in hand and blades, in case he decides to invest, in case he decides to go for a play. They just don't have the same financial luxury they did before.
Yeah, and Heretics in these post-plant scenarios, they play it very disciplined. That's how they've been winning a lot of the matches they've done. Part of the fundamentals, part of that macro gameplay that I was talking about. And that's why you see Texture not even going for it. Had Heretics maybe pushed up a little bit and he got a kill, maybe that could be a window of opportunity, pop those knives, go in. But they're not giving him anything.
Yeah, that 1v2 feels much easier to try to navigate.
Yeah. And it's a big contrast from the start of this match so far, Doug. Heretics, they were getting punished by that aggression from Gen.G. Now, they've slowed it down, they figured it out. Weathered the storm of all the utility and the swings on A site. And all of a sudden like that, we're within 1 round.
I think a lot of it has been them fighting fire with fire. I mean, Lakia could have.
He had such a good opportunity there to honestly secure the round.
Yep.
But sometimes the bullets, they just don't go the right way.
I mean, the roller coaster of emotions that this arena just went through was ridiculous. A timeout called from Gen.G, 1 round separating these two. The aggression that they were throwing into the face of Heretics round after round to kick off Icebox, you're right, has been a little bit weathered. They took it on the chin a couple of times, but now able to respond back, to stand strong, stalwart, in their approach. And a lot of it has been, Dre, off of the utility that they're investing in kind. All of the darts and the drones to set up texture are now being responded by Rians doing a bit of his own, of Pad Attack getting some of that early info with his util.
And I'm so impressed with Heretics when they use the drone late because they understand that Munchkin has been using that knife early on at A main. That gives them the window of opportunity to use a drone from a little bit closer up, not get picked off by anybody like, you know, texture getting set up by flashes, etc. And the rest of the team now, they're just waiting a little bit back, letting that drone get all the info for them. And then they have the utility advantage like you mentioned. There've been a lot of questionable fights from the side of Gen.G. A lot of solo swings. Munchkin going for right clicks through the Viper wall. If there's players on the receiving end of that, they do have a chance and they could mow them down. I mean, but Heretics, they're playing it very well right now.
Early dart cleared.
Oh.
Heretics are coming to life here. It's a very similar setup. It's been on texture to send a shutter down the spine of Heretics. Now he's the one sitting on the sidelines.
What can Lakia do?
It's so quiet right now. Do Gen.G continue to reaggress?
And if they do, Benji Fishy's playing anti. There's two players, even Rians.
Yeah.
He's playing anti. And I think that he'll pop the Sovault from all the way back here to catch out anybody in that lane of fighting.
Yeah, if they commit.
Yeah.
If they send. We've talked about how good this flash combo has been from Lakia and Munchkin. Knife giving things away.
I don't even think he meant to hit the knife there. I think it was first sight, but it works out in their benefit. It tagged both players. And that forces Gen.G to have to back up.
And Heretics will just continue to push forward off of that. They've got Boo with his pit, but he's a little bit further back. Knife clear, dart out, Heretics forward. It's just Munchkin who's playing backside. Lakia's a little bit further off, and he is the first to fall. Pad Attack with 3, Heretics with life. Flash on the swing around, another one spotted. Pad Attack more concerned with his positioning, more concerned with the problems he's able to cause from there. Still has a knife in hand. Median Karan forced to watch, forced to sit back. Because how do you get into a 2v4? And this is where the positioning was so good, but Karan's able to decapitate him. A 1-for-1 though, and now the Viper's the only one who stands. Tries to get away and can't. We're tied at 4.
Pad Attack's brilliance is shining through in this half. First the entry onto texture, then the follow-up, breaking the dagger. That's the cue to just run it down on sight. Split Munchkin there. The aggression from Pad Attack, the explosiveness. He even ran all the way to spawn.
Let's go, Patsy. Let's go.
Even his team knows it.
Aggression again, texture up high, blades online. Looking for a scalp and we'll find one. And again, the double dip. Can he take over the round? He's done so all series. He's found 2, and look at Lakia's position. He's got behind them. Boo never saw him, Boo never had a shot. But now position given away, and Lakia gladly takes the fight. Again, the aggression. Again, the offense. Rians, a miserable spot to be in.
Out of charges.
A 1v4, and yeah, it's pistols. But what a round win for Gen.G in the face of the momentum that was swelling the way of the attack.
I mean, Gen.G force you to take fights that if you lose them, the round is just over. How many times have they pushed up and fought A?
I mean, it feels like every round.
Almost every single round at some point. Maybe different timings. This time with the knives. Usually it's Woot that we see going absolutely viral with him. This time, Texture taking things into his own hands, getting the 2 for the 3rd to secure the round. And now he's able to get another operator online. Gen.G are ridiculous.
Another kill found. Another line drawn in the sand. 3 left on the side of the attack, and as soon as it starts, it feels like it's over. This response from Gen.G has been clinical. Fully committed to believing and trusting in the process. Yeah, they're going to be able to counter some of our aggression, but we're not backing down from the plan.
And that's so hard to do as a player, to keep that mental up.
I mean, it's human response and human reaction to pivot, to go to plan B when plan A isn't working anymore. But when you've got a star like Texture,
full trust in the team, full trust in the game plan. You can reap the benefits of that. That's what we're seeing right now for Gen.G. They should be able to convert this round. I say that, but there is a Viper's Pit available for the side of Team Heretics. Boo, if he can get this one down, they might be able to maybe steal this one away and pull a fast one on Gen.G.
And maybe a 3v5 with Benjafishi hitting mid-late, but
Spike down B.
I just don't know that there was really any way in. A flawless round as Gen.G get to 6.
Yeah, they tried to creep on up, try to get anything working for him. If they maybe got a trade there onto Munchkin, maybe there's a window of opportunity, but I mean, look at this right here. And he holds his ground. He stands tall like Maximus. So hard to play against a player that's disrespecting you like that. It's usually Woot who we see doing things like that against other teams. But Woot right now, sitting at 3-9. Texture sitting at 13-5.
That's a brutal matchup. Woot had taken this tournament by storm. I mean, the amount of clips he's been able to put together, the value he's been able to provide his team was ridiculous. Well, there were questions coming into this tournament, right? There were questions coming into this match, excuse me, about who's the MVP, right? Is it Texture or is it Woot? Yeah, Woot arguably has had more clips because they've played more, but this doesn't look like a fair fight right now, Dre.
Yeah, Texture has been phenomenal. I mean, all tournament long, this team, they fought adversity. They buckled through. And they didn't drop a single series. So yeah, the dream, the mirage of Heretics and this crazy, crazy run that they had, I mean, they could still make it. But right now, it just feels like Gen.G are just in full control.
Yeah, the clock is ticking and the possibility of a fairy tale ending just continues to get smaller and smaller.
Swarm grenade.
Into round 11 we go, 2 rounds separating them. 3 ults on the side of Heretics. 4, excuse me, and they're big ones too. Gen.G, again, with aggression. It's a little bit different, the flavor's different, but the outcome's the same! There's nowhere that Heretics can find safety. There's nowhere that they can find room to breathe. They've been squelched, they've been suffocated, they've been stymied.
They're so willing to just leave Texture on an island by himself. He's been popping off all game long. It allows you to have a 4-man setup on A early on and allows Texture to just enable in the mid-round.
Heretics tries to switch position on the maps. And again, the op you mentioned on the other side punishes, but they found a little bit of space here. But again, as soon as they find space, Dre, you're staring up a ridiculous mountain. Yeah, you got your one. Yeah, you got some space. It's still a 2v4. It's still a 3v5.
Let alone a Thrash invested on top of it. I mean, what can you do?
30 seconds left.
Boo with so many angles to cover, so many targets to find, so many things to consider. Paranoid tries to do what he can to fill the void, and there's the swing through the wall. Meteor, perhaps a little overambitious, perhaps a little aggressive, but it's still a song of success for Gen.G.
Playing together, peeking off one another. The synergy, the communication, it's all on point right now for Gen.G. You can tell by the gameplay. Catching players off guard, this little drop right here, no follow-up, no punish. But Karon, he's holding it the whole time. So yeah, Peditech tries, the swing was a little late.
One enemy remaining.
Just too much to ask for.
Gen.G faced heartbreak in Madrid. So close, the glimpse of glory that you mentioned, but fell a bit short. This is a team that's playing with a different level of fire, different level of ferocity. You've got the op over the top, Patatek down again. The ults have been invested, Patatek will join the fold once more. Once divided, now reunited. Gen.G try to hold the line, and if they try to flip back, if Heretics try to find safe passage to the other side of the map, Meteor's there. He hasn't been as ridiculous on this map, but he was a terror on Breeze. This time, not given a shot, not finding value. Texture's able to pick off Foot, but they understand now. The veil has been lifted. The hit is A.
Full focus forward for Heretics. Gen.G, they have a couple members here to answer back.
If they can get the pit down from Boo, if they can find a little bit of space, there's a shot at this. But Karen is one of his own. Now green on both sides.
Planted.
Such little to be seen.
You should run.
And now the third ult invested. Just injecting more chaos into the situation. What can tip the scales? What can find some space? Texture dropping into the pit, dropping into the next half. Lakia in a 1v3 with the pit still up, will fall. Patatek gets his third as Heretics get to 5.
Through all the calamity, it's Patatek of all members, the stand-in, to be at the top and get another 3K to secure that last round. Beautiful re-clear from Texture there, but Patatek getting ahead right here. The deciding factor for this Heretic squad.
Yeah.
He's won so many rounds for them in this half.
He was good on Breeze too. I mean, he was good on Breeze, he was good on Heretics. A lot more fight out of those Niños in this second map of this best of 5, but the need to respond continues. We're gonna throw it down to the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you very much, Doug and Baby Bay. Much closer half this time around, and it just felt like Heretics, they loved going to that A site.
Yeah, they do. Time and time again, they were going to A. I mean, in the last few rounds, we saw them switching things up, but it literally looked like the win condition for them was dealing with Texture and that first opener that he was going after time and time again. Him and Lakia were hard defending this side, and as I'm saying, just one round after the other, they had to deal with the fact that they were probably going to be one man down.
Gen.G has really good, kind of varied looks on how they approach this A site. It's almost always going to be aggression at some point in the round. They have some rounds where they're going for the super early aggression, catching you off guard, and in other rounds they're waiting for this kind of mid-round timing and then getting in your face. And they have these really strong combos between that KO, between that Gecko, to get Texture these openers. He's been dominating in the first kill department thus far.
This is unfair, I feel like, for Voot, but as the site switches, Josh, what do Heretics need to do? Because Texture's job seemed very, very simple. Do you think Voot just needs to replicate that?
Oh, for sure. Like, we need to get Root online, and I think he can run the same kind of style that Texture was playing. He can be aggressive in the beginning, find a first blood, and then fall back, and play a little bit in that elbow area just to see if they can get another kill. But like, once he gets those first bloods, like, I feel like his confidence will come back.
The same. We need Rian's, we need Patatek to be setting up Wood the same way that Lakia was helping Texture time and time again if we want Heretics to turn this around.
Yeah, and I want to see if they can win this pistol round as well. It's time to send it back to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay, and get the second half underway.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Heretics have given this crowd reason for hope as they close things out and kept it competitive at the end of the first half, but it's not over yet. Still down 2 rounds. The ever pivotal pistol has to go their way. And now it's Gen.G, who again were so bellicose in the first half. Now it's on them, and they have a lot more room to be able to dictate the pace. A little bit of info gathered, but perhaps a false sense of security. Where that other player might be. Flash over the top. Benji Fishy not on the swing. Texture falls. That's a big one, Dre.
Who other? The man is still here. He's still firing.
Oh, you can run, but you can't hide. Lakia will hunt you down. Meteor getting in on it as well. Again, a pistol that's so desperately needed to go the way of the defense. It's just ending in a whimper.
Even the plant that doesn't get seen from heaven. Small things like this. It's all going their way. They're aware of all the possibilities right now.
Last player standing.
Nice trading on the site from Munchkin. And that dagger does connect on a boost, so that's full info gathered from Gen.G.
I mean, he even tried stepping it. Just a little short on it. Now realizing there's no way to go but forward. There's no option but to fight. A 1v3 has become a 1v2. But Karn saves the day for Gen.G.
And when Gen.G sees something they like on the silent walk-ups that they do, yeah, they're still down numbers. They get close to you and they just explode and obliterate anything in their path. It's one of the hardest playstyles to play against. Because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you peek into them, they can punish you. If you don't, they can silently walk up and then just smother you on the actual site.
Yeah, and then punish you. Yeah, you're right.
It's so difficult to play against right now. Every team has tried to figure it out, and they just can't. But Boo can figure out how to take the head off protection with that Sheriff.
Remember, he died at the beginning of the previous round too.
Poor lad.
Problem with the buy for Heretics right now is there is none. So they have to be so much more concerned and so much more invested in moving as a pack. Strength in numbers.
That opening kill for Boo could open up the retake for them, though.
Here.
Kind of makes you scared on the attacker's side. You don't want to go back and have to re-clear all that A main. If you do, you might get picked off as well. An early tap here from Gen.G, trying to bait out any utility, but nobody from Heretics showing a single damn thing, Doug.
Patient. Trying to lure Gen.G into fully committing. Trying to have them step all the way into the trap before they strike.
And Meteor, he's re-cleared some space at A, but the time is running down low. If Gen.G connect, if they commit onto this B, I mean, they're gonna run into a bunch of conflict.
You got Benji Fishy who's holding mid as well, so if the plan is for Meteor to hit a late mid lurk, Benji Fishy would have been the problem, but he's the first to fall.
Bomb's not down.
13 seconds left. They've got to commit. They've got to find a way to stabilize. Cauterize the bleed and capitalize on the situation. They're so weak, Dre. Balaki on the swing. 21 HP, no bullets left. They've gotten the spike down. Rienz is there. Munchkin, 1 HP. Can he be the architect to save the round? Can he put the pieces together? Can he build another clutch moment? Rienz and Wu with crosshairs trained will drop him.
What a round for Team Heretics.
Thrifty.
The poise to just sit there and not get baited by the first tap. Patatek had that molly the entire time. Once the actual bomb gets planted, that's when the molly activates. And the time just runs too damn low.
Take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty one more time. It was all the way of Sheriffs.
Enemy remaining.
What a beautiful hold. We talked about how they were trying to bait them in, slowly lure them in, tantalizing them in. And as soon as they take one step too far, it's over. So now 2 rounds separating the two. Now it's on Gen.G to try to replicate some of the magic that Heretics just hit him with. Just pistols.
A good dink with the pistols onto Woot. He's gonna be forced back now, so that's some space gathered at B.
He's still been quiet. But Heretics are in this fight, in spite of that.
Yeah. He did get 2 kills in that last round, so maybe that is enough to be that spark, that fuse of lightning. As I say that, it's texture to diff him again.
Woot looked like he had the fastest hands in the game this tournament. There's nobody who could stand to him. Nobody quicker on the draw. We're watching an entirely different player here. Heretics will try to hold them back, though. A lot on the shoulders of Patatek. Rienz around the corner. And the cutting of noise. Force Heretics to think twice about this here. They've invested the Thrash. Rienz will get tagged. Patatek up top. Can he find some space? Yes, he can. Only 1 kill found, though. How much more can he do? Not much. He will fall. They can't settle the shots. The Sheriffs again are a problem. Boo in a 1v3. Munchkin has upgraded a weapon. But the amount of utility, the amount of health that they have in aggregate is so low. And that's a big delay from Boo. With 13 seconds left, he's got to commit to it. He's got a firing squad around him. Secret Service to protect. Mission accomplished. But now you hit phase 2. Now you need to drop Boo. As he creeps forward, quietly slithering his way into the site, with no one to detect, no one to delay. How much more space can he find? Utility cycled up, forced to sit back on the other side of the wall, and now he's spotted. Now they know where he is. He's able to spot one. The other two are weak. 40 HP amongst both. As Boo has to make a play, and it's a back-to-back MasterCard Thrifty. This one the way of Gen.G.
Gen.G, constant fire in the face of failure. They bring that one back. Texture with the opener. A beautiful peek. And the trading on site. Patatek, he was looking so good in Nest. No utility hitting him the entire round.
Not like this, man.
That's exactly how it happened, brother. And so again, now 3 rounds separating these two. 2 rifles in the hand of Heretics. But Woot with no armor. Boo's already dead. The hopes of the round rest on porcelain prospects for Heretics. The dash through, the flash over the top, the swing from Texture is too damn clinical. And now they can turn their attention on getting the spike down. Now they can turn their attention on assuming their post-plant positions. Just when it seems like Heretics have a spark, just when it seems like they found some footing, the rug is pulled out of under them. But Rian's with that Vandal, light armor, making a run at this. He's gotten his one, already tagged up though. On the swing, Patatek getting in on it. We're gonna have it again, aren't we? A 2v2. Karen spotted. Rian's has to go though. Trying to turn the flash, a great shot from Rian's again. Can Munchkin clutch it out? He's got the shots onto him, but it's another. Rian's with 4. The defuse comes through. Make that 3. Back to back to back.
This map just keeps delivering. We gotta run that one back. A 5v3, it looks so promising for Gen.G.
Enemy remaining.
What a spark that kid has been. Rian's has been, yeah. I mean, Rian's has been quiet sometimes throughout this tournament, but what a cornerstone. Ooh, getting tagged by some of the utility, not able to take the aggressive line that we saw Texture strike from. But does he try once more? Not able to land the shots. Texture's blades. So accurate, so deadly. Now they've invested the Hunter's Fury as well. Lakia falls.
Spike down.
Texture
A.
dancing around it, staying alive. Now a little bit of cover, a little bit of time, and a little bit of space. That doesn't feel good.
Spike planted.
Not enough to find a kill. How do Heretics attempt this retake approach?
Beautiful dagger.
Who has an op? Oh, it's Rian's again!
Bomb grenade out.
Meteor creeping forward. You see them starting to take a quick step back. Carol probably has a lineup. Woot's got the shot. Meteor's dead, but so is Woot.
Last player standing.
It's a 1v3 now. Whoa! Is able to get his one, but Benji Fishy stabilizes.
Rian's the backbone of this roster. He's so clean on the Sova, especially on Icebox.
No, you don't deserve.
He's doing it again, Doug. This man is an absolute phenom on this map. The instincts, the intuition, all there.
One enemy remaining.
Someone who we haven't seen activate or be online quite yet has been Benji Fishy, but getting 2 in that last round. That secures him that Killjoy lockdown.
And then to the defuse at the end, you're right. Rian's handed it over to him. Now they have that tool in their arsenal to play around. Who also one away from his pit. Knives traded and information gathered. Patatek was tagged by that. Woot's trying to be aggressive. He's trying to take a page out of Texture's book. What a shot.
Almost got punished.
10 HP. You can't pen that your way. Not with what Texture can do. He continues to push forward, but Riens and Veggie Fishy hold the line. They stand strong. He's gone backside though. The spike is out of reach, and now they've got the lockdown they have to reckon with.
Easy does it, easy does it.
Gen.G will have to take a step back, wait this thing out. Now they go. 4 up on the side of Heretics, but Boo's playing elsewhere. Concerned about the late flank.
He needs to be careful here, Doug. He's playing a little too aggressive with this HP that he has, but he's living for long enough.
Playing to win. Not playing not to lose. Playing on a knife's edge. Banji, Fishy, and Riens keep him back. Munchkin a 1v3. The situation was dire before, and it's somehow gotten worse. Heretics knocking on the door of tying us at 9.
And he's gonna have to save here. They have no money going into this next round. And while we have the time, I don't think Heretics are gonna go for this hunt.
10 seconds left.
Gen.G had full control this round. They were surely about to convert it, but Munchkin hit a team flash on 2 of the members that ran through that Viper wall. And that was the deciding factor to buy enough time for Riens to get out, for Benji Fishy to come back in.
We'll see if we can take a look at it again, because if that's how it went down, that's heartbreak.
A micro mistake. It connected on Riens, but also connected on that flash right there. That flash blinded Lakia and Texture. They had him dead to rights.
One enemy remaining.
And then the kills on the other side, the punishment through.
Now a cause for conversation.
And that cause is that we're tied at 9 apiece. 3 rounds in a row, the way of Heretics. We went a little tit for tat at the beginning of the half, but Heretics have shown they traveled the world and they came to claim the throne. They didn't come this far just to come this far.
And it really felt like Gen.G were in the complete driver's seat this entire map.
Well, and that's why we talked about it earlier. It's not about how you start, man. It's how you finish. This marathon has fooled and broken the hearts of so many around the world. People who think they've accomplished what they set out to do, just falling a bit short at the end. And I mean, Heretics, yes, it's not the very end, but they're showing they have plenty of fight in them.
And to a team who came into this tournament for fun, that's what they called it. We're just going, we're just showing up to show up. But when you make it this far, all of a sudden, oh, we can actually win this damn thing.
The goalposts change, they move.
It's a different type of energy.
Remember, Gen.G has made it this far in the tournament, undefeated. Yeah, they've dropped a couple of maps, but they've looked unbeatable.
At what point do Nightmares of Madrid creep up?
Gotta wonder if it's happening now. Benji Fishy falls. Meteor's been so good. He's only got 5 HP to his name now. And he's stuck. He's got nowhere to go. The orb goes up as he tries to cross, but he plays this time perfectly. They thought he'd try to get away. They thought he was stuck. But in fact, the trap was his. Now a flash forward, Patatek on the turn. That was ridiculous. Not able to steady the shot, so.
Spike down A.
This match is insane.
If Meteor's able to buy his time, he could be the one to secure the round. With the 5 HP that he's had for what feels like an eternity.
Wait, Riens is actually dialed in on this.
He's watching, he knows, he's ready. Meteor's dead. But still a 2v2.
Sova Dart available.
Munchkin 5 HP. There's the dart.
Revealing area. Found them.
What value can it find? Holy smokes. There was nothing to clear it. And so Munchkin pays for it with his life. Lakia with a Bulldog. In a 1v2, he gets his one, but Riens trades. On the other side of the timeout, Heretics still continue to win.
Riens is on fire.
Riens has been on fire, man. And there's nothing Gen.G can do to extinguish it.
I mean, they tried their darnest. They got the first 2 kills, the third on a Patatek on the site. But Riens with the awareness, holding Meteor down. Meteor just can't quite connect. And that dart getting so much value. The insta trade. Lakia had no chance to transfer there.
Let's go. Oh my God.
I mean, it's just been a bloodbath in the server. The back and forth. Both teams, they don't even require full buys to make it close.
4 in a row, the way of Heretics. This time it's Boo who's gonna get pushed. That one way will only buy you so much time. He gets the pit down. And it's been traded, of course. Venn diagram and green goo.
But Doug, there's so many ults available right now for the side of Heretics. They can create so much chaos right now.
And it seems like they're succeeding in doing so. Texture's the first to fall. Patatek! He knows he's there, spotting the gun barrel. Lakia punished. Munchkin crumbles. Meteor left alone. In the face of the pin, in the face of 5. He falls as Heretics thrive.
And you can hear the crowd roaring.
Their tech is only as good as their skill, and that they have some beats.
5 rounds in a row. You take a look at it one more time. You called it, Dre. All of the ults that Heretics had to invest. And then, of course, kills like that end up being the difference maker. They look sleepy on Breeze. But holy smokes. Those kids have woken up.
Such a mind-blowing half. And they're not done yet.
5 in a row. Heretics with a 2-round lead. We've got a fight on our hands. Patient on the swing. Texture not able to punish. 20 and 15 from the star.
Jeez.
But the demand for more is so great. This is a really nice position from Meteor, but he's got the alarm bot on the other side. It doesn't matter. Catches Benji Fishy with his pants down. Boo on the swing. Gen.G falls once more. But they've kept it competitive. They've gotten into a 2v3. Meteor's 1 away from his ult. Settles the shots on 1. Too many targets on the other side. Munchkin forced to make a monumental play here.
Does have the Molly online, so if this tap comes through, they'll have to use that Molly, and that will allow Heretics the opportunity to just swing together here.
There's the tap, there's the Molly. Boo and Rian's waiting for the challenge. The orb goes up. It's all a guessing game now. There's not a lot of time here. He's got to hold this. Oh, is there enough time? It's gonna be close. Oh, it's so close! On the edge of their seats, Heretics take us to map point.
I cannot believe how close these last rounds have been. I mean, yes, Heretics have taken away the last 6, but it's been down to the wire every single time.
I mean, 0.06. The thinnest of margins.
It's preposterous.
Let's go.
An op in the hands of Woot. Still quiet, but honestly, at this point, who gives a damn? What a half from Heretics. Gen.G have a couple of tools, though. They have Meteor's ult, they have Lakia's ult.
But if you're Heretics right now, you might read into this. They've gone B the last, 3 rounds in a row. And they've gotten stuff denied.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here, though, is Patatek, he's got his ult. Think about how many times we've seen it already. As soon as the Thrash goes down, Patatek responds with his own.
Exactly.
And I wonder if that's what they're looking to bait out here.
Initiated.
First to the lockdown.
We've seen him break this before. Is he going for it again? The Molly connects. Is the shot gonna land? It breaks!
And they still have the safety valve of Patatek's ult. Lakia hanging on to his for now. But understanding the game of rock, paper, scissors doesn't go your way. Spacing a little awkward there as Texture tries to find a little bit of room to work. A little bit of space to get active. But he will fall. The tap, the first. Almost all members huddled up onto the site, but Heretics get him down to 2. Can can deliver a miracle. He's been spotted, he's been hashed. Team Heretics are not done yet. They punch back, they counter on Icebox. There's fight in these kids, and there's plenty more to come. Map 3 on the other side of this break. Do not go anywhere.
First half was shambolic. Biggest disaster.
Wood, you are back. Let's go. Wood, listen to me, very important. Dodge the knife on A every time. Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go!
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35.
You're gonna be here forever.
And
Here's your wireless contract.
do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative, switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
up, everybody? I'm standing here right now with two very special guests. We have none other than Anna Donlan and Leo Faria. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We're all tied up.
I know. Everything is so crazy. And Leo, we just heard that crowd. How has it felt like to bring an event to China?
Oh, it's been so great. Look, we launched Valorant in China last year, and we knew from the get-go we wanted to bring an event here. And it's been incredible. Like, we've got to spend a week here now, walk around the city, see players, hanging out, doing a bunch of cool stuff. We had a bunch of activations around the city. And I think getting here, it's one of the, Mercedes-Benz Arena, one of the most iconic venues in the world. And just seeing the crowd has been phenomenal. I'll be honest, we got a little nervous when all the Chinese teams got knocked out. We're like, are fans gonna show up? And they did. We sold out in 20 seconds, and they've really, been supporting the event. And we're very happy to be here.
Oh yes, we can definitely hear that as we walked on this stage, right? And we also had some big news recently. We had Valorant console that was announced. How has that been received from your point of view?
I mean, really, really well so far as we can tell. I mean, it hasn't been that long since we did the announcement, but so far the reception seems really, really good. Teams have been working on this for a long time, and for us it was like, we're only doing console if we can bring the true Valorant experience to those platforms, and so that took a lot of work. And so I think the team at home is like celebrating in this moment because we're finally ready to share it with players, and we'll see what they think. We're so excited about it though, so excited.
I cannot wait as well. And finally, what do the Valorant audience have to look forward to for the rest of the year? We'll start with you, Leo.
We still have a lot of season to go. We're gonna go back from Master Shanghai straight into International League, straight into Stage 2. We're going to crown the champions of the season, and then of course teams are going to qualify the champions. It's always the culmination of the Valorant year. That's where we pull all the stops and throw a big spectacle. We cannot wait to go back to Seoul, and I think this is shaping up to be our best champions ever, so we're very excited.
Anna, what about you?
I think it's going to be the best champions ever too. I mean, every time we do one of these big events, it takes so much for all the teams involved and players involved. It always feels like the end of the year. Honestly, it's halfway. We're halfway through the year. So there's a lot more to come. Teams focused on getting console out, focused on an amazing champs. And honestly, we still have game changers and some more stuff coming out in the game. So more to come, for sure.
It's never ending. It
never ending.
We have such a dynamic game here. I cannot wait. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit in for this little interview. We have so much more coming up. And of course, the grand finals of Master Shanghai will continue.
It will indeed, and it will continue just that much longer because Team Heretics, they managed to secure a map here in a best of 5. I've got Josh RT, Kakuka, and Mimi with me once again. For a second, it felt like maybe we're gonna a 2-0 here for Gen.G, but no, Kakuka Heretics, they hit back pretty hard.
Time and time again, them and their retakes, yes, some of those rounds became a little bit too close for comfort, but they managed to close it up in a map of their choice.
Well, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to Rians on a map that Mimi Vu wasn't really showing up. Rians, though, was on it.
Yeah, this map was absolutely about Rians and Patatek, and in particular how they were playing in the retakes. I think the two of them, we've talked about it before, are super well coordinated on their util usage, but also when it came down to these late rounds, these guys were shooting. Team Heretics is a team that has a lot of stars that can step up, and I think they really proved here that it's not just the Woot show to go on this run.
But as we head into the next one, though, how dangerous would it be for Heretics, Josh, if Woot isn't able to show up the way that we've seen him so far in this tournament? Because Ascent is up next.
I think Heretics just proved that they don't need Wu to just pop off and they can win with the fundamentals. I saw that in that last game, in the low number situations, they were able to trade out and convert those retake scenarios or all those scenarios that they didn't win in the first game. So hopefully that continues and they can just keep up with that momentum.
Yeah, exactly. And now that they're starting on the defense, maybe just with the fact that they were able to close this one out, the fact that they're starting on the defense, it might even, it means that it goes the distance. I'm honestly way more concerned about that second half and what is going to happen when it has to be them on the attack against one of the strongest, even not the strongest Ascent defense that we have.
I mean, you know what happens.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Don't have to bring that up this soon. But yeah, I mean,
a happy moment for him. Yeah, they did great. They came back.
Oh yeah. I was thinking about Gen.G's defense.
I was thinking of Gen.G too.
Oh, okay, my bad.
And Gen.G's defense, I mean, Josh, you've played against it, is really good on this map. We talked about some of the kind of varying of the forward plays on Icebox and their retakes. They excel at that here as well. I think good protocols on that side.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to point out that Munchkin lost a lot of 1v2s at the B side in Icebox, and I want to see how he's able to mentally recover into this next game.
This is the thing, though. You said that they don't necessarily need Wood to be the one to pop off for them to win. I think the story is the same for Gen.G. Kukuka. You know, we've seen maps where Texture wasn't necessarily present, and the rest of that team managed to carry him through.
And hear me out. Even though this is Ascend and we're going to be looking at the Jets, I am looking at Karon. He is the clutch king on this map. Same goes for Meteor. Both on each extremities of the map when we go into that defense are going to be super, super important.
But this is Texture's map for Gen.G, and at this point in the series, this is where I'm starting to look at that mental for Gen.G. They've talked about it as an issue in Pacific. It was the issue in Madrid. They were favored to win that final. They were up early on, and then they lost the map, and the map 5 of Icebox slipped away from them. It's a different team than they were then, but still keeping this mental strong, bouncing back, recovering on a map that should be very heavily favored towards this Gen.G squad is going to be really important.
They're men now. They're men.
Sure, but if they lose this map, I'm very worried about Gen.G for the rest of this finals.
But on the other side of this, this was Heretics permaban forever, and they let it through against G2, and then they immediately went back to banning it again. So I feel like a mental side perhaps on the side of them as well, as we take a look at the Asian select, and they're going to bring in a Killjoy, yeah.
I mean, we're not surprised. This is just the standard composition. Yeah, probably Benji felt more comfortable to be on the Cypher, but Killjoy brings you a lot more to do, especially slowing down and affecting Gen.G's attack. I'm honestly concerned about how Gen.G is going to deal with those post-plants and those retakes that Heretics has been so good in so far.
Yeah, this seems to be a pattern. Benji switching over from the Cypher to the KJ. What do you make of this?
I think Cypher gave some unique abilities to help him play out the defense that gave us problems. I believe the Killjoy swap is for their attack and making sure those mollies are in the right spots to block out the rotation spots. So I expect a better attack from them here.
They're starting on defense as well, though. Benji and Boo are great anchors on this map. If they can get a strong start in this third map, it postures Team Heretics for a great chance to win this final.
Well, it's 1-1 on the board, and the momentum is on the side of Team Heretics. Doug and Baby Bay, let's get us back into game.
Yinsu, it would be my absolute pleasure. Map 2 was a gift, and Ascent often delivers bangers, so there's very good reason to think we're going to get a little bit more of the same. We talked a lot, or the Des did, about the swap from the Cypher to the KJ. I'd love to get your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely for the attacking side. Heretics struggled to get any type of B main control with just the cages and the camera. It didn't really do much of anything, honestly, and that's why you saw G2 just absolutely punish them on their defensive side. So that is the change, but the question is, will their defensive side now lack? Because that Cypher, he had so much value controlling a bunch of different areas of the map, playing at 2 spots at once.
They're going to get tested. Gen.G had a field day with aggression at the beginning of Icebox, and they caused so many problems, but we'll see if it's a bit of the same. Lakia's drone clearing out mid, finding a little bit of space and getting any info that it can. But all this Killjoy utility, Dre, it's posted up. Hey.
Perfect for Benji. Fishy, the turret as well. We've seen Boostio do this quite a bit. Saw him do it at Champs, actually.
Texture doesn't feel good here. He's taking 70 HP. Yeah, he's swung. He's found safe passage, but he's been put in a corner, now finding space, now getting out. Gen.G looking really good on this pistol, and they don't seem to be slowing down.
That's scrappy on the actual site. A bunch of players running through smokes. Woot will convert that kill onto Texture.
Got a little messy there. Woot deciding that he wants to take a different approach, and Lakia is a step ahead of it. Meanwhile, I'm not really sure how that happened. Pen that through the wall.
Oh, he's
got to hit the shot, dashing to his left, trying to fire to his right, and a little bit more spam. What seemed secure, what seemed safe, is now up for grabs, is now unsettled. Woot with 22 HP. He's gonna have to clutch this out, but again, they've got him surrounded, they've got him. Drop, Gen.G, get the pistol.
I mean, a flurry of bullets everywhere for Woot, getting a bunch of tags, getting a spam kill. And he's kind of online now, finally. I feel like Heretics have been waiting for him. Maybe now that he realizes that his team can do it without him. Allows him the space to breathe and actually just commit on some of these nice shots that we know he can hit. That being said, yeah, that was insane. That being said, Gen.G, they did a really good job of not falling early to those mollies of Benji Fishy.
Yeah.
And wrapping the site, going in and out of the smokes. That little bit of finesse, it goes the extra mile for them.
Texture played that so well.
Yeah, he lived for so long.
He's got a Guardian in hand now. That knife on the other side of the map by Tatatech. Not going to tag anything.
And Gen.G, it was the anti-eco that didn't go their way in the last map that kind of gave life to Team Heretics. So you have to believe that they want to convert this. They need to convert this.
Give them an inch, and they'll take the whole damn map.
Yeah, and on a map like this where you really need to salvage as many rounds as you can on the attacking side, I mean, it's going to be even more crucial than ever. Good utility being used so far to delay any flood from heaven.
Booze was in a really nice spot, but he cannot stand in the face of the Vandal. So knife will be invested out. Still just pistols for Heretics, not really able to do much else. We got Woot with the Sheriff.
Spike planted.
Little nice bit of HP.
No spam kills this time around.
No. Now Rians is going exploring a little bit. Much to his dismay, he'll be met with an alarm bot on the other side.
Yeah. At some point, he's just going to go for the exits. Lakia picking up kills, Texture picking up kills. Woot still going strong. Whoa!
Yes, he is. He's gotten 2. But he's going to have to close out in an ace fashion if he wants to win this. Time is short, too. He's gotten 3. But Karen stops him. Gen.G get their second.
Nicely done from Gen.G from the beginning of that exec. All the utility was really good. Setting Texture up to get that kill onto Jenny with that dagger. But Woot, he's 6-2. He already has knives online.
You know,
viewers can't see it quite yet.
We talked so much about Woot needing to come online, Woot needing to be the spark, and Heretics showed us on Icebox that they can win in spite of their star struggling. The problem right now is he's the only one performing. Yeah. He's the only one with kills on their side, and yes, it's early, so you can't imagine that will remain the case for much longer. Boo had a shot at it there.
Yeah, one-way disrespected from Karon there.
It's the Gen.G way.
Oh, this silent walk-up. Perfect dagger. Ooh. But they all dodge it.
And Patatek gets dropped. And now they can go forward. With free mobility and free utility, Texture falls.
There was no follow-up from his teammates there.
He was the only one able to get out, you're right.
Yeah, there's a disconnect right now, maybe in the communication or what was being said in the comms. Something not going the way, and all of a sudden, Heretics, I mean, it looked dire for them in that round. Had that kill gotten converted or even traded, that would have been a free A site. Now they're forced to walk into the blender of the Killjoy utility. See if they're aware of the Molly's lane with that alarm bot. If they're not, I mean, this could be disaster.
Turret cleared. More to come. Benji Fishy not getting tagged by the knife, so his utility is still in play. Tries to clear the drone. The flash goes up. Meteor is behind him, and he has no idea. And even if he knew at that point, he was so blind, he was so deafened, he never had a shot. Now they can turn their attention over to B. Not concerned, not worried about the utility. It's easier now. Woot's playing on the other side of the smoke, dashing forward, but Meteor's there to greet, Meteor's there to wait, Meteor's there to punish. Woot falls, Rians does too. Meteor gifted. And now Boo in a 1v3. He's got the rifle, but the rest of his team doesn't have the finances. They don't have the funds. And so he has to take a step back.
I'm here.
And it's brutal. Getting bonused by the attacking side. All of a sudden, you know, Gen.G have a chance to get to that 4-round mark. And for a lot of teams on this map, that's a W in itself. They have a bit of buffer to play around with, play around the map. Munchkin, that was a great setup for Meteor there, going all the way up mid. It wasn't too pretty. The shots didn't quite connect at first. But the follow-up utility, I mean, he secured it, and then that built him the confidence to close out the round.
I mean, that kill from Texture at the very beginning was...
Yeah, that was cold.
I mean, dodged the knife. They're able to drop Patty down from up there. It was perfect.
Yeah, not even just him. All 3 members dodged the knife.
And
they all swung together. That was beautiful.
They knew what the plan was. They knew what their approach was. And they executed it to perfection. Heretics broken by.
And they're setting up an updraft play here with the knives. Maybe off of an Omen flash. Does he go for it? Dart Omen flash to combo with it.
He's getting
Here we go.
There's the high ground. There's the flash. But Munchkin swats him out of the sky. Yeah, they're able to get their one. Now pushing forward, the spike getting planted. And again, Gen.G with control. With room to work and Boo dead. No thrifties this time. Gen.G in firm control.
Oh,
that's all right. Nobody saw that.
A little bit of an awkward dance there.
3 remain for Heretics. 2 of them coming in through spawn, and all 3 of them crumble. 4-0 the way of Gen.G, as you mentioned, on attack.
Yeah. One of the best starts you can have on a map like Ascent. And Gen.G, the desk was right. It's one of their best maps. Yeah, that's disgusting.
I mean, he wasn't even necessarily looking.
Nah.
All reaction.
Those Overwatch players, they're built different, Doug.
Just cold.
They're used to plucking things out of the sky, having to flick left and right. Munchkin, he had a rough last map. Josh was talking about how he didn't convert any of the 1v2s that he had. More disrespect shown in A main. Patatek will punish.
Oh, yes, he will! Benji Fishy not satisfied with sitting back and watching. Gets active, gets involved. Will also reap the benefits. And it seems like Heretics will get a round win. In flawless fashion, Patatek with 4 as Heretics are on the board.
Yeah, an absolute crisis was just avoided with winning that round and winning it cleanly. Now they have an opportunity to build up the economy. Patatek, man, I mean, I feel like he was one of the deciding factors in the win on the last map.
I would agree.
He started off so strong on that attacking side. He was the spark that his team needed, the spark that Rians needed to be able to be set ablaze. And although Rians is sitting at 0 kills right now, he does get that Odin online. We've seen how overpowered it can be on a map like this, especially towards that B site, spamming through all the walls. Even if you don't get a kill, you get all that chip damage in.
Aline A. Patatek holding the line. He's got his ult, but Munchkin does too. Traded in kind. Munchkin pushing forward, getting the best of Patatek. Is he expecting Boo on the other side? Yes, he is. Oh! He gets 2! Not able to convert on the 3rd for Benji Fishy! The 1-2 punch is too good!
What spray control from Benji Fishy. I was blessing him last time with my words, and now he's done it again. The transfer, the entry here from Munchkin, it was so good, it looked so promising. But it just got stripped away by the multi-kills from the 1-2 punch you mentioned.
And you can tell Munchkin, as soon as he goes through that door, check switch. But it was a sloppy check.
Yeah.
It was undisciplined.
He second-guessed himself.
And that's all it takes. I mean, these tiny margins for error. Unreal.
Yeah, on Icebox, it was that pop flash that he did that connected on 2 of his players. Gave all the momentum on the side of Heretics. This time around, that little half check. Gotta feel like he's kicking himself in the leg for that one.
There's no time to think about that, though. Gen.G made a little bit of noise while they let Meteor sit and wait. But now eyes towards B.
And the problem here is Texture has no dash, so he's gonna be met by a flurry of bullets. I say that, but that tag might just be enough to gain the space.
Oh, Rians handles that beautifully and then drops the dart, ready for the spam. Texture can't get out, he can't get in. What a play from Rians. The spark on Icebox. Now a full flame on Ascent. These kids seem like they can do no wrong right now. Oh, where is he gone?
Alarm bot's still up at mid.
Oh, Bush got utility out. Punished. Meteor finding the right time to strike. And now attention divided with 13 seconds left. Karen's gotta go. He doesn't really have time to think this through. He will fall at the hands of Woot.
That's what I was talking about, that early dash into A main. There was no kill off of it, so now in the mid round, in the late round, when you're trying to flood on a site, that opens up the opportunity for this Sova Dart to just get a tag on you and that Odin. that was the demise of Heretics, so now they're taking a page from G2's book. Playing up close in the beginning, the spam game, flooding into back sight, using utility. Patatek, if need be, can rotate over, throw the pop flashes over the top.
I'm so impressed by what Riens did there. If he gets tagged by that ult, probably dies. As you mentioned, doesn't have the dart, doesn't get the kill on the Odin spam.
Yeah, great mechanics.
Under pressure, under duress. One round between these two and a moment to settle and a moment to slow. Gen.G still in the lead, yes, and it looked so comfortable at first. And as you mentioned, you can make the compelling argument that they've won enough on this attacking side already, but honestly, it's an any given Sunday type beat right now. Anything can happen on game day.
And if you give the confidence to Team Heretics, they run away with it. And that's all off of mistakes that you made yourself. Gen.G, even on the last map, did a good job of setting themselves up for success. But then when it came down to actually executing and closing out the rounds, when they had the man-up advantage, they just couldn't convert.
An op online for Woot.
Op Odin.
What a brutal thing to have to deal with.
Yeah, 1-2 punch of its own, and it's all light armor on the side of Gen.G. 4 players tagged by that dagger.
And of course, oh gosh, I thought he was gonna fight, man. I thought he was gonna swing.
Just that little flash alone gives him all the info, though. He didn't even need to peek with it. He still heard, what, 2-3 players fully blind, just spamming away. That might set up some future kills in other rounds.
Stills one more flash.
Cover going out.
So if he decides that he's not satisfied, he can take another shot at it. But instead finds comfort in the smoke.
Beautiful entry from Woot.
Texture again, can't find a way in. McCarron has, oh, but he still can't capitalize on it. Woot is alive. Woot has awoken.
He peeks through the molly, Doug.
Unreal. Just so confident, so bold.
That's savage.
A 5v2 now, and it feels like the tables have turned.
Player standing.
How often, Dre, did we see throughout this series moments where the round had just started and then all of a sudden Gen.G's up 5-3, 2-4, things like that? I mean, the script has been flipped.
If you give Heretics an inch, they're gonna take a mile, maybe more. Munchkin will take out the first member of Team Heretics, and he does have time to get the bomb planted, but in these moments, Heretics on the retake, they're not likely to just give you free fights. They're gonna go together, they're gonna use whatever utility they have left in the round. I mean, they still have a drone.
Yeah, they're so disciplined.
What is that? Here comes the drone.
Yeah.
And the tag, the peek from Woot, securing the round. He opened it up, he re-swung in through the KO molly of Munchkin. He's got his mojo back, his swagger back.
Then also, I mean, Karen getting lit up, can't do anything about it. That peak was perfect.
Oh, even that shot, all he saw was the hair off Munchkin's back.
He didn't even need the light up off the drone.
This is ridiculous.
So we're tied at 4. And they've all come in bunches. The timeline tells the tale. 10-4 for the Star with op in hand. 3 members. Texture being one of them, considering the peak right here.
Oh my
He's just on the other side of the box. Does he jump peek?
Here.
He's scared to.
Woot is also giving up the line a little bit.
A dart used in a main for Lakia, so
Careful.
Unless Gen.G invests the drone into this round to clear out mid, it should be a free first blood for Woot. That dagger lands, but you might think he's a B main or something. There is the connection.
It was a slow burn, but Texture falls. Munchkin on the counter punch though, as Woot finds another. The smoke, the dash stays alive. Number still the way of the defense. Gen.G, just feel like they've been spinning the wheels the last couple of rounds. It's not from lack of effort. They've gotten this thing competitive. They've gotten it down to 3, but of course it's Patatek.
Here.
Spike down. Lakia has delivered on this very site before. Can he do it again? It's not the same weaponry, it's not the same position, but the demand is arguably greater. Lakia down, getting one. Karen finding another. Can they win this 2v3 back? Rian's one away from his ult, but has 2 targets to find. Time is short, the drop is there. Karen gets his third. Gen.G take the lead back.
Karen carrying the team right now with Lakia. The Omen flash, the TP. Boo had too many targets to look at. He couldn't fixate on one. And then Lakia, who just slowly crept out of that site. Job well done from the boys at Gen.G. And Woot, I mean, he's looked like a completely different player on this map. Karen, oh man, he did such a good job in this round. Biding his time, not giving Woot anything, and then striking at the precise moment that he needed to.
Converting a 2v3. Into the next we go. Gen.G with 1 round lead. We've got a couple of ults coming online very soon for the attack. There are plenty on the other side too.
Do you think they're ready for this move from Patatek and Wine? We've seen Gen.G try to disrespect that one way quite a bit.
We've also seen Gen.G be really sloppy sometimes.
Oh.
Here.
No second charge, no second swing. Nicely done to conceal the op.
Right here.
You assume, but now that you're the Vandal on the other side, they're gonna rotate back into it. Woot's got a line. Woot's got a shot, but it doesn't land. Fox a dash. Do they dare swing into him? Surely not.
So confident. Lakia is gonna drone him off as he should. But now there's a turret still there that you have to break, and he's still holding his ground, doesn't connect.
Tries to strike onto the third, the fourth, and it's the shorty that delivers. Rians gets his. There's a casualty involved, but it doesn't matter. Because the round seems secured.
30 seconds left.
Lakia 1v3. Or else Heretics are knotting us up at 5 apiece. He's close to the spike, but time is of the essence.
I have the spike.
He has no choice but to go forward. The problem is, forward is not safe. Forward is not secure. We're tied at 5.
Woot absolutely overwhelming the opposition. I mean, he held his ground so much. At first, all the way pushed up B main. Gets tagged by the KJ turret of Meteor and the swing of Meteor. Then goes all the way back up forward, falls all the way back to here, and does this.
Get out of my way.
Plenty of reasons to smile.
Rian just had to take him out. He's like, yo, chill out, brother.
That timer's not moving, Dre.
Uh-oh. Trying to take a glance on the stage. Can't quite make out what the problem actually is. But while we have the time, I would like to talk about, obviously, Heretics coming back into this half, making it an even game. They were down, what, 4-0?
Yeah, something like, 4-0. It didn't look good.
Yeah, it was the back-to-back mistakes that Gen.G made to allow it to go to 4-2 and give Heretics a way back into this game. If they can close out this half at about 7-5, it's something to look forward to on their attacking side for sure. But Gen.G, I mean, they're really good at a map like this. I'm sure they'll take 5 rounds any day of the week going to the defensive side of this map.
I think most teams on the attack side of Ascent would.
Yeah. And now the roles have reversed. Woot is on the top of the scoreboard, sitting at 13 and 6. Texture is at 4 and 9. But this is nothing surprising to me because Jet on attack, I mean, you either drop 30 or you're sitting at like under 10.
Yeah.
And that's like a good game. It's just so hard to entry. There's so many layers of utility that you have to deal with.
Right, and your job is to create space. Honestly.
Yeah, that's literally it.
And if you get the kills on top of it, that's
W.
That's icing.
Yeah, exactly. So nothing to be too worried about. But you can definitely tell that Gen.G are feeling a lot of the pressure and those nightmares that I spoke about that happened to them in Madrid. They're slowly seeping in to this stage.
Those demons, those nightmares, they die hard. And so we are back into the action. Valorant fans rejoice, the delay is over. Tied back at 5. We've got 2 rifles on the side of the attack. Meteor 1 away from his ult.
Here.
And they've put Patatek back in line now.
Yeah, Gen.G never cleared him out in the last round. That allowed the quick rotation and the Sova ult setup from Rians in the previous.
Do they clear him? That crosshair certainly is trained that way.
They're not clearing him, Doug.
Ah, they're looking.
They're looking, but they're not clearing him, Doug.
Oh.
They're not clearing him, Doug.
Oh no. Oh no. He gets his 2. Almost gets his 3rd. Meanwhile, the Alper at the top not able to connect the first time, but Woot does not miss twice. Again, as soon as the round starts, Gen.G are on a back foot.
These are mistakes Gen.G don't usually make.
But we saw it a couple of rounds ago. Remember the hit, the check switch? It's the same idea. These little boxes that are not going checked.
And they're paying out dividends to Team Heretics.
30 seconds left.
The feet of Texture will be seen, doesn't get tagged up. This would take an absolute miracle, but he might get the opening right here. Can't even get one as Benji Fishy cleans him up. 6-5, the way of Heretics.
And the last round of the half. We'll take a look at that one more time. This position from Patatek was so good. This was a trap that was set in the previous round, and you mentioned it. They didn't clear him in the previous round. They didn't check him last time. And even then, Texture was looking, but there wasn't the full commitment to clean the spot.
Usually you'll see a molly being thrown there before you use that drone or something,
right?
maybe even a body, as you're entering the site with that jet smoke. Nothing. Oh, there.
That hurts.
No kill, but yeah, a lot of damage done on a Meteor.
He's an important player to stay alive here too. He's got his lockdown online. Last round of the half.
It's a full B main trap. Omen flash off of the Killjoy turret and Odin spam.
Honestly, it's very simple.
Here we go.
Saw Patatek do in the previous round. There's the ult. Boo's on the swing. Benji Fishy holds the line. Forget the paranoia. It's a barrage of bullets, but Gen.G able to punch back. But they're off kilter now. Wavering, wobbling.
Flash.
That flash missing its mark. When you're 12 and 6, that's all right. You let that one go. Locky investing. Oh, he's getting tagged on Rians. Again, can he stay alive? The fancy footwork is so good.
I don't know how he does it. I do not know how he does it. It's not an easy thing to do. And Laka, he's so good with that ult as well. Patatek with that aggressive space
30
he took.
seconds left.
Just burning the clock down. Gen.G have to clear out everything.
53 HP, 20 seconds left in the round.
I mean, Munchkin has to speed up here, throw the volley to delay so we can get the bomb down. If he doesn't,
well, there's no question of that now. They've gone behind it. Oh! How? Munchkin gets 3. Gen.G ties up at 6. That was a 2v4.
It's crazy. Well deserved.
We got to see that again. They looked so done. Look at Benji Fishy on the swing. This is what looked like the round was done for.
But Munchkin and Locky, the trades in main, they played together
Holy
so
shit.
well.
And then this. Munchkin, what a hold. 3 on the round to tie us at 6. We talked about how 5 could have been enough. We talked about how maybe even 4 would be enough to carry you into the next. This is anyone's map now, and you imagine Heretics on defense will look good. We've got Devi standing by with an interview. Take it away,
Hey guys,
Nika.
we have another special guest with us. We have Devi from PRX. Devi, what does it feel like? This whole crowd is cheering for you right now. What do you think of this crowd?
现在感觉我们现场的观众都非常的热情，为你们欢呼，感受怎么样呢？你对他有什么感想呢？
Amazing. One word, if I had to describe, amazing. The people are so nice. The venue is huge. Probably one of my biggest regrets is not to be able to compete here, you know? So yeah.
哦，会感觉说这里真的是太奇妙、太棒了，大家都非常的热情，非常的棒，场馆也非常的大，真的很希望有一天我也能够在这么大的场馆进行比赛。
Now the score is really, really close. Both teams have one map each. What do you make of the game so far?
现在比分非常的接近，大比分接近，大比分是1-1。那你觉得现在目前为止比赛进行的如何呢？
Honestly, I think it can go both way. I think both teams play very good so far. And if I had to choose one team, it has to be Gen.G.
我们觉得现在两者皆有可能势均力敌，大家都打得太好了。如果一定要让我选择一支队伍的话，我会选择 Gen.G。
All right, thank you very much, Devi, for your time. And we're going to send it back to the game and back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Mika. 6-6, what a fight we have on our hands. Now it's Heretics who are going to have to try to convert this and try to find success on a half that, on a side that's often unsuccessful, on a side that's often difficult to convert on.
A side where they completely lost the plot against G2. That comeback. I mean, they had nothing going for them, but maybe this Killjoy change for the side of Gen.G Fishy can be the answer that they're looking for.
You know, Josh was talking about it on the desk. This is what he felt like the change was for. It wasn't necessarily for the defense. It was to find success on attack, and success already found courtesy of Wood.
He's been unreal on this map so far, in the head-to-head specifically.
And he's pining for more.
The little noise cut. Now they're gonna re-walk into B main off of that pressure. Utility being used to not get picked off. This is looking really good for Heretics.
Meanwhile, what looks like could be disaster. There's a fight afoot mid. The push through the smoke. Gen.G striking. Wood's playing his position, he's playing his timing, but Karen aware of the possibility. Now staring back as the spike makes its way onto B. Things slow down for just a moment. What can Meteor and Karen do?
Spike planted.
They're healthy. Healthy enough to make a run at this, but Meteor falls. Karen on the trade. Wood on the swing.
Oh, so smart to get out right there.
That's perfect, it's beautiful. Tempting him in. Heretics get the pistol.
But this is where Heretics faltered in their last match on Ascent. It was the anti-eco. They failed upon it. Look at this double swing into market right before the Omen Flash connects. Gen.G Fishy, the Killjoy with the Deagle. Maybe that was the answer.
That timing could not have been better.
Yeah.
Sheriff on my body.
Good communication out of Team Heretics.
A calm response. Not allowing the moment to get too big.
Oh, Doug. Both these players in A main dodged the KO dagger.
Oh, the flash setup is so nice, but it's traded. And so the trap that was set up results in nothing.
Enemy down.
Oh. Making a statement.
You've got to get through this cleanly. The hopes of a bonus rest on this round. If they can get through this and save the Bulldog, save the Guardian, maybe even the Spectre, I'd still go so far as to say you invest around it.
Exactly, and this approach right now is what you want. From the side of Heretics, the probe on the opposite side of the map. You have all info, nobody is B. And I guess it doesn't matter, you might as well go anywhere. Wood spamming through the smoke.
Cleaning it up with the Bulldog.
On the other side of the map, Gen.G Fishy just grabbed another orb. I mean, if they could cycle the bomb plant onto them, unless Charon goes down right here.
And he will. A flawless round for Heretics as they get to 8. But you're right, they min-max their way through that entire round, and oftentimes all we ask for is a clean round, right?
Yeah.
Save your weapons, try to take as little damage as possible. Heretics realizing the moment does not get any bigger than this. The opportunity doesn't get any greater.
Don't do anything. Yeah. Like, that was the B player. I think I might be able to walk out B.
Great job.
Yep.
The probe, the human probe. You don't need utility.
The walking drone.
All he had was a sheriff, why not? If you run into the stack, that's the cue to just go A and do the hit. That being said, this is the first gun round for Gen.G's defensive side. Much like Patatek, Munchkin holding that A main space. Heretics more than willing to give all that space up while they prod up mid slowly, surely. Waiting for anything to come in their sights.
Texture's waiting on the other side. This is a really nice turret setup too, but the flash delays for just a moment, but you didn't hit Texture, and he'll hit back. A couple more spotted, 59 HP for the duelist, has to give the space up, and Munchkin will fill in behind it.
An upgrade for Woot. Just barely misses the sights of Meteor. And a freeze to the round, waiting for any type of mistake the defense is gonna make.
Riens has his dart back up.
Whoa.
That could have been it. That could have been the opportunity, the possibility. But the thoughts, the potential of a bonus are surely gone here. Riens has upgraded a weapon. He's gonna have to 1v4 to pull this off. A paranoia at his face. No space is safe.
Texture waking up in this second half of Ascent on that gun round. Some really clean shots.
It feels like Ascent is gonna be on OT. It's gonna go to OT now. With how close the team, both teams are.
That turret getting flashed, that was kind of worrisome for a second. But it was all good. Gen.G win the first gun round, and they win it pretty clean.
And there was
It wasn't the gun round, it was the bonus.
But they hang on.
For Heretics.
Exchange of utility at the beginning of the round. You see the knife already invested, a dart to boot. And now Heretics want to explore mid. And Alarm Bot will keep them at bay, at least for a little bit. And if nothing else, it's just info.
This looks so similar to the last round that we witnessed.
Alarm Bot spotted. Now Heretics have options.
Rocket might get caught in this timing. Heretics don't take full advantage of it quite yet.
It's another freeze. The knife's not going to tag anything cat. Meteor's aware of where the hit's coming from. He understands he's getting surrounded. It's getting real cozy. It's getting real claustrophobic in there. But Meteor on the swing gets another. With a molly in his lap, strikes back. Things slow down. It's a 2v2 now. Boo gets a spike down.
Spike planted.
And Munchkin is on the prowl. Riens keep him back. No, what a shot!
That was beautiful.
Boo in a 1v2. With so much to do. One way will provide some cover. It'll buy some time.
Reload maybe?
We've seen a .06, and as every second ticks off this clock, the situation gets more complicated, more difficult. He ate the flash, gets the first. Munchkin waiting on the other side of the box. Boo creeping forward. Closer and closer. Now, the drop down, the molly on one side. He's buying his time as best as he can. He's playing the clock. Munchkin's gonna get the kill. It's gonna be close. There's not enough time.
Damn.
So well played by Boo. The Red Bull clutches. Heretics get 9.
Let that one soak in. IGL v IGL. Right at the end right there. Beautiful shots, beautiful trades, and so well played. The back and forth, and yeah, he goes down, he falls, but he secured the round. And he secured Gen.G being put on a bad buy.
So close, such a difficult situation. You said you gotta let that one sink in, but Dre, there's no time to. 17th round is upon us, and the buy for Gen.G, as you mentioned, is rough.
Shadows traveling.
It's so impressive how Heretics can just, within a one-day turnaround, couple-day turnaround, become a completely different team on new maps, new compositions. All 5 players, their macro game, their game sense, it's so on point to be able to apply everything they learn in such a short amount of time. It's so rare to find teams that can do this thing.
Coaching staff and the value they provided is incredible, but I mean, you can do all the prep. You can do all the work on the front end, but if the execution is not there, then it's all for naught.
Exactly, can you actually execute it? And this is a team that's shown us that they are willing to do that. They're willing to go the extra mile.
There's a lot of Killjoy utility here. Patatek does not have his knife up.
What a shot.
And it's clear just like that. Almost effortless.
30 seconds left.
Got Sheriffs on the other side. They've got to know that that's the case. The Stinger and the Sheriff provide some value. They deal some damage.
Oh.
And it's only getting worse. It's a 2v2. It shouldn't have gotten it down to this, but Heretic stabilized.
1 HP.
Almost a chance there on the actual A site. That was a nasty shot from Karen. But the timing of Heretics, the trading, everything was just going their way. The utility, it was just too much. When you don't have the gun advantage, I mean, Karen, he did all he could. This shot was ridiculous. That is disgusting. Benji Fishy on the lurk, the 4-1 coming out on top. The same exact anti-eco as the first time around. And it feels like this is it. Gen.G have to win this round. An Operator invested, an Odin invested. And I think this is why you see Heretics just going for a full B main rush.
They have 4 ults online.
Whoa.
And 3 members, 1 away. Now Lakia gets his off the spam from Woot.
Bomb grenade out.
Lockdown used. Remember, Lakia just got his ult. Could counter with it, and he will. That's going to clear things out, and it's going to slow things down for just a moment, but never mind. Who wants to go forward? Texture with the out punishes. Meteor, meanwhile, playing his cards beautifully. It's a flawless round in response for Gen.G. You said they needed to win it. They do.
And they won it flawlessly. A beautiful setup. The spam in the beginning from Lakia. He invests the Hunter's Fury late into the round. He didn't use it off the rip. He let it kind of tick down a little bit. It's almost as if he wanted some of the players from Heretics to overcommit so they can run into Textures off, so they can run into Meteor and Logs. These are the micro things that when Gen.G do it correctly, it makes them look like world beaters.
Get out of my way.
Knife used at the beginning here. The Blades invested by Woot. And he's not going to have him for a little while. That knife will cause problems.
Yeah, makes them back away promptly. Woot decides to just hang around here, see if he can get any kills given to him, but so far from the side of Gen.G, they're playing it pretty safe. You have Munchkin just spotting the cat, jiggling back and forth. Maybe he'll commit a molly or something like that, something of the sort. And Texture, he's just tucked heaven here, no reason to swing. A lot of info gathered B main, that's a free orb. Maybe
Not stuck on A.
pushes all the way through, but we're already 4 players here, Doug.
Yeah, the problem is Lockett cleared all that space to be made, and then you've got the alarm bot mid too. So they can stack all A, understanding where the hit's coming from. Yeah. And now Knife's traded. If there was doubt before, there isn't anymore. Meteor tries to catch a timing, tries to get aggressive and cheeky. Pays for it with his life, but the rest of the guns around him will secure the round. Pat attack in a 1v4 with the Guardian in hand.
Oh my god.
Dropped by the op, and what a shot that must have been.
3 for Texture. Meteor, he had to run swinging through that
Damn.
smoke. He was stuck with a shock dart behind him, a molly in front of him. I don't blame him for going for that.
Time out.
And then the actual site, the anchors of A, who didn't move the entire round. They did a really good job of playing off of one another. Karen, the Omen flash, that flick, that quick scope, beautifully done. Good execution from Texture.
And so Heretics will call a timeout, and the conversation and the possibility of momentum becoming a factor kind of gets sucked out of the situation for just a little bit. Things slow down, things stabilize. All of a sudden, you're not riding the emotional highs. You're not as much out of your seat. This is where you get back to the fundamentals.
Yeah, and the problem for Heretics is they haven't played this map much at all, so what fundamentals do they really have to fall back on? It's all just prep right now. They're kind of learning the fundamentals as they go on a map like this. But if there is ever a team to learn them and learn them quickly, in real time, it is Heretics. And the setup so far in the last 2 rounds from Gen.G, they've looked clean.
All eyes on the prize. The trophy, the crown jewel of this tournament sits between these 2 titans. Every time you glance across the stage, you're reminded of what you're playing for, what you're close to or on the other side. what's slipping away. One round separating the two. Heretics on top. Got a couple of ults.
Standing ahead.
Gen.G with plenty to play around.
Yeah, the ult economy is insane right now for Gen.G. And something I want to point out is this attacking Odin. It makes me believe that we're going to see a B hit come out, because why else would you invest into an Odin on the attacking side?
Oh, he spotted him.
No way.
The lamppost?
Here.
That's what's keeping him safe?
What?
Here.
Crouching and staying alive.
He thinks he's still there. Surely he gives up that angle eventually, but if he sticks around for too long, he might get punished. Oh, the footstep made. I think here's that. Alarm bot's still up though.
Texture gives his face away, but you're right, the alarm bot will keep him at bay for now.
And everything that Heretics has shown so far is a lean towards A.
Woot has a smoke. He wants to try to play around this, or he'll just clear it. Forget about the element of surprise.
An early Killjoy ult. Meteor not liking the silence around the map.
Rian's having to invest the ult to counter it and trade it out. And will eventually get cleared. Remember Meteor, how well he plays this time, how well he plays this position. Now in a spot to do it again. As he hears footsteps coming through, Patatek had him. Read him the entire time. Locky is on the swing and he can't find a thing. Spike will go down. Texture and Munchkin sitting back. Forced to rotate over. They've been able to clear one, but the trades are perfect. Heretics will get to 11.
What a call off of the timeout. That was absolutely ridiculous. A smoke in mid 2, a late knife A main, and it was that Odin purchase I talked about that kind of foreshadows the B hit to come through. There's no way you're buying that gun and going A. But they baited 3 members of Gen.G to stay at A site. There were no KO flashes over the top, and yeah, Karen invests that Omen ult to get backside B. But Woot, it's the Woot show, baby.
It wasn't for the first couple of chapters, but it is now. Texture with Yop. Has
Oh.
Woot does it again. This
Damn.
is the Woot that we were talking about at the beginning of the tournament, at the beginning of the series. This is the Woot that was supposed to stand up against Texture.
The one that's been redefining what a prodigy is. On a role that's not his.
They're so close. The flash over the top. They have to spam. And Boo is the nightmare. Gonna clean him up, and now they can waltz their way into A for free. But Meteor causing problems, dealing with pressure from both sides. He's able to alleviate a little bit of it, but it's too overwhelming. It's too great. Locky has to save.
And if I'm Heretics right now, once that ticker goes down enough to where you know it's safe, maybe you leave one guy there, I am hunting. I'm looking for this operator. I am not letting Gen.G breathe. The economy is fine, forget it. But if you get this operator out, you don't have to worry about that going into the next round.
I mean, you've got him in the corner. You've got him against the ropes with shoulder slumped and head heavy. And that could be the final blow to put him away. And so they will. Perhaps a bit too late, though. Locky will hang on to it. He'll take the op into the next.
Doug, you talked about fundamentals. In that timeout, what have we seen so far? We've seen a team that called a perfect round, a perfect fake towards A, leaving 3 players there. Into this round where once they're up 4v5, they're not peeking into A main dry. A KO flash over the top. Oh, wow. Watch this. Decimated. But this, the KO flash over the top. Catching the
The
re-aggression
timing
from
is
Gen.G.
insane though.
And for the side of Gen.G, and for the side of Gen.G, a timeout. And also, in that round, when you're down 4v5, sometimes you gotta make something happen. You gotta get aggressive somewhere else, try to even the score. But right now, it's those fundamentals that you mentioned that Heretics have somehow learned on a map that they've only played 2 times this year. This is the 2nd time.
Heretics walked into this arena with memories of Madrid close by, right? They walked in, they couldn't get a thing going, go 0-2, an early dip out of the tournament, and they walked into Shanghai thinking, we're here to maybe make a run, but we come in with a sub. I mean, how much can we really do? They walked in as challengers with an Emperor staring them down in the arena. And they're the ones who are gunning for the crown.
Gen.G on this map have been absolutely uncontested. This entire year, they've looked so good on it. They've looked like one of the best teams, and right now, Heretics are sitting on match point for the next 3 rounds at least.
Right here.
How do Gen.G respond? Munchkin has his ult. Another slow round. Knife getting a little bit of info, spotting Karen on the other side.
Enemy tag.
The drone only seeing one, and it's Benji Fishy, so there's no real reason to think something else is afoot. No reason for suspicion. Shock will deal a little bit of damage, a little splash. And listen to the map. You could hear a pin drop, and that pin is the swing! Meteor falls, Locky attacking the smoke, assassinating Whoop, but getting traded. A 3v3 house, they've invested everything into this. Heretics not interested in playing any more rounds here. But Gen.G will not go down without a fight. They will not relent. So they take the 3 that they have forward. The Knife will buy a little bit more time. Rienz is on swing with the drone. Texture cannot get in. It's uncomfortable. It's not easy. It's labored. Texture with some high ground now, dashing forward. Still torn asunder by his teammates. Not able to join up, not able to come at this collectively. And that spike has been ticking for a long time. Now committing, all of them huddled back sight. Can they get him out of those pesky corners? They've gotten 2. Can Boo do it by himself? He's gotten it down to 1, but the smoke provides cover. He's got to check in, and he does.
Damn.
The Red Bull clutch from Heretics. A set goes their way. They've gotten this damn close. Now 1 map to potentially decide it all. Lotus, after this break, do not go anywhere.
1 enemy remaining.
Come on, boys. Go! Oh, bro. You are disgusting, Wu. It's my map. This is how it... Best of 5. I'm telling you. Do you hear that crowd, bro? They're all for us, bro. Listen, I'm gonna say one thing. I'm reading them like a book. I'm fighting CT. Bang! Crowd. Ah!
Red Bull gives you wings.
keeps you so high. There's no coming down. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. So everything was just a lie. I think it's haunting you, like a ghost. Am I the one that makes you cry, or keeps you so high? There's no coming down. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real.
It might just be happening. Team Heretics, after their performance on Ascent, means they are one map away from their first ever Masters trophy. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Yingsu. I've got Josh, RT, Kakuka, and Mimi here with me. I cannot believe my eyes. What are we seeing?
The momentum is back for this squad. They really looked like they could be out of it after that 6-6 half. Gen.G putting together some great ideas on the attack, but the attack side from Team Heretics as well was great. Some massive calls in the mid-round from Boo and closing out some critical close rounds to keep this momentum with them heading into one map from this trophy.
And hear me out, it's not been easy. Every single map, they started off with the deficit. They have to turn things around. And when we think about how, especially starting on the defense, they're able to turn things around, and the performance from Wood on this one, he's finally alive.
Yeah, he's back. He's doing well again.
Yeah, and I want to point out how great Heretics' like discipline and fundamentals were. I felt like the big thing about that game was Gen.G's lack of first kills. And so once Heretics were able to get into those 3v3s, favorable 3v3s, they were able to close it out.
And that's a bit of a contrast to that first half too, where we saw Texture really coming online, getting some massive first kills, and also to that first map that Gen.G managed to pick up, where Woot was completely offline. This guy finding form in the perfect moment of the finals here, and playing against a guy in this form has got to be really difficult, especially for Gen.G. You can't help but remember that last finals against Sentinels. It feels really similar here, where they get a hot start and then the players start falling offline, their opponents peaking at the right time. This is a really dangerous situation for Gen.G.
And look at the comparison, right? The Wood on Icebox versus now on Ascend. The numbers are completely different. They tell a very, very different story. But I also want to give a shout out to Nilzinho, because I think that his timeouts are having a lot of impact, especially when they were on the attack. And we knew that it was going to be complicated, not only because you're against Gen.G, but because in the past you have already stumbled against, you know, some things on the way. And I think that he had a massive impact also in the mentality of the
Yeah, he did indeed, but this is the thing. If Gen.G don't pull it back, if they cannot win on Lotus, it will be a very similar story to Madrid. And Josh, are you at all worried now after what we saw on Ascent?
Not at all. Not at all. For Heretics' sake,
No, for Gen.G.
For Gen.G, I feel like their mental might be booming a little bit. They always have a question of like mental resilience, and I feel like Heretics is now on an upward swing. I want to see like really strong A fights, Texture back online and getting his first bloods again, and I feel like that's their way to get back in.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you also, because now that we're going on to Lotus, we saw Heretics yesterday in the lower final changing the composition and actually having a very good performance. Do you think it is something that they're going to be keeping up today? Because also Gen.G decided to start on the defense here on Lotus. Do you think there's some preparation coming specifically for that?
Yeah, so like Gen.G, once they have the Odin and Op up, it's so hard to deal with them. Lockett gets the A line with his Odin, and you have Texture maybe at the C line. Heretics has a lot to solve going to this.
They also do a really good job of like varying where Texture is going to be on the defense, kind of throwing in some of those forward defensive plays like we saw from them on Icebox as well. But for Team Heretics, I think a big point this whole event has been the momentum. When Woot and Benji start getting on that board, when they start yelling, getting up out of their seat, giving each other those special handshakes, the momentum continues to flow. And for this team that started out with literally everyone not believing they could go on a run with a sub in their squad, they have turned everything around. They have found their form. They have found their identity with this particular roster. And now with this momentum behind them, it really feels like this is their chance to lift that trophy.
I just want to know if they've learned from their past mistakes. It wasn't a long time ago. In fact, it was yesterday when we saw them play their first ever international best of 5 on this stage right here. But remember, guys, Lotus is where in the past where they have tripped up, is where their mental resilience has fallen a little bit. And Josh, Gen.G are the kind of opponent where you cannot make mistakes because they will punish you for it.
Oh yeah. Their openings are so strong and highly optimized. I think Heretics will have trouble trying to fight against that. So I hope that Heretics start moving away from their really strong opens and start playing out the macro from there.
Yeah, especially also looking at the head-to-head between Meteor and Benji. We were talking about it at the beginning of the day. Benji is the kind of player that will try and find those solutions, even going for the operator on the attack if things are not happening and Gen.G is too aggressive.
Team Heretics attack sides have been really good throughout this tournament. They really do have to find a way to deal with this aggression from their opponent, find the right timings to re-clear space.
Well, this is it, Gen.G. If they don't win here, they will be losing out on back-to-back Masters trophy. Doug and Baby Bay, they have to dig deep here if they want a chance.
One of the worst feelings for any competitor is to get that close, to get one step away and not able to accomplish what you set out to do. To do so twice is devastating. That's heartbreaking, and that's the position Gen.G are in right now. They've flirted with it. They've taken a pass at Destiny, and they haven't been able to close the book. Meanwhile, you've got Heretics who are here to write their own story, to write the future, to change the way we think about Valor and the way we think about the era that is upon us. And to have one map away from doing it, the opportunity doesn't get any sweeter than this.
Where are you?
On their map pick of all, Lotus could be the death blow to Gen.G.
To hopes and dreams, to the pursuit of hardware. Heretics on the attacking side. Gen.G will have to figure out how they weather this reckless abandon from these kids. And they'll have to do so soon.
A very slow approach with Benji Fishy prodding at C while the silent walk up, the death ball, is on A. And they had so much utility out and ready had there been anybody rubble.
They would have pounced right off the bat. You're absolutely right.
Careful.
And what a mess that would have been.
That door tap keeps 2 players on the B site. There is a rotation over from Munchkin.
Cover going out.
Karen, he was so good at anchoring A site in the last map.
Can he find the same success? No.
30 seconds left.
Wu will drop a Munchkin weak. Patek on the swing. Somehow he stays alive. As Lakia makes a ridiculous run at this. He's gotten Meteor this far. He's gotten him to the doorstep of a pistol. But Rians and Gen.G Fishy are looking to take it and make it their own. Spike goes down. Time was short. Now Meteor will have to make a play. He's gonna have to get active. The right click not connecting. A switch to heavier weaponry. How does he find a way around this? Look at how well Rians and Gen.G Fishy are playing this. They drop him. 12 steps away.
The timing on that walk-up was so perfect. They caught Karen just juggling, fumbling his utility. And then, yeah, it got scrappy. Lakia hitting some really nice shots, jumping through that smoke, trying to save his team from losing this first pistol round.
And almost did.
But Rians, he's been so good all series long, and he keeps on delivering here.
Gen.G not really interested in investing much here. Sheriff in some utility. You also got that suck nade combo right at the top.
Yeah, we'll end up forcing Patek to take a step back, but this is the slow approach that we saw, much like Ascent, a 4-1 split on the anti-eco.
The tricky thing, though, about Heretics is, man, they slow it down, and just when you think you've got their pace understood, they punch you in the mouth.
Yeah. Patek right now, he's just a human drone. A role that we saw Gen.G Fishy doing in the previous.
And he did it well. They're pushing into a fair amount of resistance here, but the resistance crumbles. All of it picked apart. Texture and Karen now starting to rejoin the scene, but the crime has already taken place. Wood is weak, 9 HP, but it's gonna be so tough to get their way into this. It seems like they're just gonna try to fall to the spike. Not give away any ult orbs. Not give any advantage to the opposition. Oh, that was close.
Almost.
And now they know. They've drawn out the paranoia, and that's gonna have them push. Texture trying to keep them back. He will fall. Karen takes one with him. A consolation prize for his troubles as he gets 2. That's all it'll be. You want these rounds to go as cleanly as you can. And yeah, they keep 2 Bulldogs, but that was anything but.
Yeah, that's a W round for Gen.G considering the start on the site. 2 players falling in water right away, and I believe also Patek actually ended up getting a pick front B as well. So some salvation to that round, that eco round. And now it's gonna be gun advantage for the way of Gen.G fully, but there is an Odin invested from Gen.G Fishy. So weird to see that he can actually buy into the next round, even with spending so much money on this gun, and it's doing so much damage.
Oh, Texture's down to 29 HP and he's dead.
Yeah.
Again, the combo is too much. I mean, if Heretics pull this off, what a nightmare it would be, but Gen.G standing strong, keeping it close. Really nice repositioning by Karen there. And he's gonna get away. A lot of hurry up and wait now. As things slow down, the door is tapped. Prowler's used. It is 2 rifles, and they're both here. Oh, it's such a bold swing! How in the world did Rians do that?
The POV, man.
Full control. He's taking over this map.
He's taking over the series.
What could be the last dagger, the last slash.
Oh. Last player standing.
Going wide there, and the shot's just not connecting for Gen.G.
The positioning was so tough there too. They stack up, they line up, and they mess up because of it. Early paranoia used by Karen. Got the eye out as well. Traded in kind on the other side. As Heretics slow things down once more. Gen.G have a pretty formidable defense towards C right now. Not only do they have the KJ utility, but they also have 3 members here. Texture being one of them, but the guns, not great.
And Heretics right now, they're playing so smart. They baited the orb tap. They're waiting for any type of trap play, and here it is. They're not gonna get punished whatsoever.
A step ahead of it.
The counter punch.
Forcing Gen.G to play the game they want to play, but Meteor perhaps interested in making his own. Still dancing.
Oh.
Down, in and out, dropping Boo. Sheriff shot secured, but finally will fall. They've got to tuck tail and get away from this.
Down, C.
They've lost the plot. They've lost the situation. I mean, Benji Fishy almost died just there.
He has to stay. He has to control the guns.
Yeah.
And yeah, A-site is free, but now it's going to be 2 upgrades. And if they can steal this round away, a round that Gen.G surely have the advantage of.
Munchkin's going to cut him off. He's already there. They know where he is.
Oh.
That's the spike.
Spike down.
That's the
A.
round. Patatek's been good, but not this good.
10 seconds left.
Oh, there's no time as well. What a round from Meteor. Dodging the Omen flash. It was all up to him. Solo hero on an island. And it's the MasterCard Thrifty for Gen.G. The back and forth finesse, getting those 2 kills, his first 2 of the map. Oh my gosh.
It's like you're trying to play whack-a-mole against this guy. But every time he pops up, he's not just tempting you, he's killing you.
Yeah.
1 enemy remaining.
Munchkin cutting off the rotation there as well. That was all she wrote. So Gen.G will get on the board with that Thrifty.
Oh, again.
Texture getting spammed down.
Somehow he still gets a kill on Boo. They thought there was enough suppressive fire, enough cover for him to get around and TP across, but Texture a step ahead of it. And Lakia showing he can do a bit of the same.
Yeah, the counter spam. 2 Odins on the map. It's just complete chaos on A. Amongst all that, you're right, Texture getting that pick. So impressive to do, especially on low HP. Good use of Molly to break that alarm bot.
Yeah, and that's going to force things to slow down a little bit here because Gen.G have to respect what's potentially on the other side now.
And that's why you see the lean from Meteor. He knows he has to pick that up. That threat of a B split or any type of B pressure, it's so hard to hold with just one person. And early Roomba invested at A. And right now it's Heretics doing a C default, but if they do not push up and break this Killjoy turret, there's no need for Gen.G to have to rotate anybody.
It seems like Meteor's going to try to anyway. Karen with Paranoia at the ready.
Super proactive with utility is Gen.G.
Patatek plays this so patiently, decides not to pull the trigger, decides not to strike despite it aching for the touch. Benji Fishy pushing forward, the nightball in the face. Meteor falls. Woot will join him though, as the spike now down.
Oh.
And again, they're thrown apart, they will fall. Rians would have to 1v3 through this. They've gotten the spike down. All he has to do is buy time. Much like we've seen a couple of rounds already in this series. Eye gets clear, the spam through, all of the targets spotted. He gets 1, but it's just too much. He's overwhelmed and he's outnumbered as Gen.G will get their second.
Great discipline from Gen.G. Great discipline from Munchkin, the IGL, to sit in heaven, play that off angle, dodge the rocket on the actual entry, and then just hold his ground. Let the kills come to him. This is that entry. Oh, it was through the smoke? What? Oh, what a shot.
Snappy from Munchkin.
Beautiful, and then just there at the end, just holding the ground. Much like Karen, just waiting for the mistakes, letting the game come to them.
And with that comes the second round of the half for them. Heretics with a shoddy buy. 3 rifles and then a couple of pistols. We've talked so much about the spam game that's played early on. This time a little bit more aggression, a little bit more fight out of the defense.
A little bit of friendly fire there as well with that Paranoia. But, I mean, no one there from Heretics to try to punish that. And even if they try to go through there, there's a tether at the other end of it. Too much utility to deal with. That's why you see them take in the C space.
I didn't realize Benji Fishy had that good of an arm.
Yeah.
Meteor in a lot of trouble here, under a lot of pressure, but he gets his 2. Oh, he is the one who's the problem. Just when it seemed like he bit off too much, dinner bells ring.
The jump from over the top of sight, the molly, the blender. It was like we were in a movie in real time, in action one. Mission Impossible, perhaps. Beautiful fadeaway. Nicely done. And hype out of the players from the Gen.G squad.
Heretics calling a timeout as we're tied at 3 apiece. This map has already been so competitive. We've already seen so many of these little micro games play out. Again, the Odin spam that we talked about at the beginning, the conditioning of clearing all of the KJ utility on the defense and then flipping the map whichever way you want. It's been so impressive. But it's the Heretics who are forced on the back foot first.
And yeah, and they've been impressive the last time they played this map of Lotus on this new composition they decided to run. But on the flip side, Gen.G, I mean, they're no slouch to a map like Lotus. I've seen so many highlights of Texture just going absolutely nuclear on this map.
And if I remember correctly, it was Josh who was talking about it on the desk. They're hard to beat when they get going.
Yeah, and they're fired up right now. They're ready. They're not going down without a fight. Thrifty rounds can fuel you.
You take a look at the ults right now on the side of Gen.G. There are a lot to pick from. There are a lot to choose from here. That's why you see the value, the importance of this timeout.
Ults, economy, everything in their favor right now.
See that paranoia out, the Han over the top. Boo's already dead. They're stuck, man. They're corralled. Either they take the fight or they sit and die. And that's all Heretics can do.
Texture's intuition and timing is so on point right now. A lot of these kills, he's just getting spammed through smokes, but he's just aware of where they're gonna play. And Munchkin will clean it up with a nice spray.
That looked so easy. That looked so effortless. A flawless round for Gen.G. On the other side of a timeout from Heretics too. Take a look at it one more time. There was that fight mid. The paranoia over the top. I mean, it was such a pretty setup. A cacophonous chorus of utility, sure, but it's the sweetest song that Gen.G has sung. Just pistols for Heretics now. Benji, Fishy, and Boo with their ults. You can't imagine those are invested this time around. Gen.G getting a little active across the middle of the map.
Yeah, what's this?
Trying to clear out the turret. The door is tapped.
Bring them down.
And it's just a game. Prowler getting a little info. Spam war is going the way of Gen.G.
Good tether to delay.
And now the paranoia to make things even worse. Off the swing, Lakia can't find anything yet.
But Patatek can.
Hang on now. Meteor down and Heretics slow it. But Texture striking when the moment is right. Lakia joins in on it as Gen.G get another.
Just clean rounds right now from Gen.G. Yeah, it got a little scrappy. Patatek gets a fadeaway kill on the jiggle. But Gen.G corralled them into that door, that broken door area, and just funneled them with utility. Texture's able to hold a little off angle right here. Takes a little sidestep. They line up perfectly. That opens up Lakia to activate right after that.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Nice setups.
Corralled and controlled into their death as we turn our attention to the 9th round. Back on guns for both sides.
And 5 in a row for Gen.G. If they win this round again, it's another eco for Heretics. And we might be looking at a 7-3 half.
Heretics have tools. 4 ults to choose from. Gen.G not far off from their own. I mean, again, this KJ setup that they have on C and then the personnel to reinforce it, to bolster it. It's difficult to navigate.
Yeah, you peek through that. Turret will connect onto you. Omen flash comes out. All of a sudden, everyone's blind.
And the nanos are cooking you at your feet.
Yeah, like that eco round.
You're done. And a refreshing of the smoke now from Karen to make things worse. To bleed the clock a little bit more.
Whoa, what is that?
Texture's back. Do they commit here? They don't really have any other option. There's nowhere for them to go. They tap the door to suggest they're going B, but the alarm bot will keep them there. Now, Nightfall through, Paranoia traded the swing out from Karen as they wait, and he's gonna get one. Meteor holding them back, dancing around the utility, only able to find a little bit of success, but it might have been enough. With 10 seconds left, the spike out of reach. Wood has to try to scoop it up. They have to get active. They've got to do so soon. Slowing things down a little bit, only finds one. Can Riens be a hero once more? The jump spot not gonna land. Munchkin on the swing as Gen.G gets 6.
Another great setup from Gen.G. That was that paranoia I was speaking about. Delays the flood, connects onto multiple members. It allows Karen to go wide. Oh, this was crazy.
Little fadeaway.
Yeah, that was a hard read on just the timing. He was gonna shoot no matter what, regardless if Patatech peaks or not. Why not?
Karen handled that so well. I mean, all the utility before him, you know, you've got Omen TPing top box, you've got a Han over your shoulder, very calmly selecting the right targets and then adjusting. And this, Dre, this is a surprise to me because that's the second timeout on the side of Heretics. And it's been burned before we hit the 10th round.
They understand that this game has completely slipped away. This is an attack-sided map. But then again, I mean, you think about last map, you think about 6 rounds that Gen.G got on their attacking side, that's more than favorable to close it out, and they couldn't. So it's not over yet. If Heretics can do the same and salvage the rest of this half, going into the defense, they might have a shot. But right now, Gen.G, they didn't even have to invest a lot of those ults into that round. They've been sitting on these for quite a bit of time.
It's a little insurance padding.
Yep.
A little rainy day type beat.
Texture's one away from another showstopper. So he's gonna use 2 ults potentially in a half where nobody else on his team has used even one. I think maybe Lakia used 1 fade ult as well. The only other player to commit an ult.
6 rounds in a row, momentum fully the way of the number 2 seed from the APAC region in hot pursuit of their first championship ever.
The back and forth has been immense, and let's see if this little combo right here, Nate Tether, can be even greater.
Oh,
it hurts!
It hurts so much! Texture gets 4. That's a showstopper online for sure. Boo will get his 2, but what a trap.
We've seen so many teams try to go for that, and it never works.
Not like that.
That worked to perfection. Oh my goodness.
One enemy
That
remaining.
might be one of the most satisfying images I've seen. So fired up, the pillow fell from the back of his chair.
Grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
They're alive now. 4 ults still. Lakia is a little bit off of his.
Yeah, almost 5. But for both sides, 4 ults apiece.
Heretics have to make a stand here. They have to find a way to punch back.
The problem is Gen.G have been so disruptive. I mean, Heretics, apart from the pistol round, they haven't really had a chance to even touch a site. And Lakia, I mean, he tagged up.
Damage.
Patatech, they're very low. 6 HP.
He had no choice but to shoot back.
The fear of the Odin.
It's real.
Boo just sprinting out of there. He wants nothing to do with it. Interesting choice to change up the pace and pick up a rifle in that moment for Lakia. Proactivity, front B. Rocket for rocket.
The first 55 have gone without a kill, but
Oh,
now Wood on the
Wood.
swing and Munchkin on the kill. Texture over the top. Gen.G Fishy had nowhere to go. He
It's
takes
2
him down
for
with
2
him,
though.
but the damage has
Patatech
been
is
done.
low.
Oh, this position is so difficult as well.
30 seconds left.
I mean, if they try to commit B, they have to be concerned about what's on the other side. Boo falls. Lakia holding the line, waiting for the swing, and they waltz to their death. Patatech not able to fight back. Rien's worse for wear. Too many targets to choose from. Lakia will get Gen.G to 8.
Solo anchoring the A site from the start of the round to the end of the round. Getting the best in the spam duel, and then closing it all out. Gen.G, fortunate to connect there on a texture. That animation of the rocket can be so damning. But it funneled everybody into Lakia. And he closed it out, sitting at 9-4-9. Texture, the man I spoke about, stepping up huge after a bit of a lackluster performance on Ascent. And they're setting the tone, they're changing the pace, full aggression through C.
They have to go fast, they have to go aggressive, because time is short. Woot popping the rocket. And again, Gen.G, as you mentioned, hot to trot. 3 on the prowl. Benji Fishy considering investing the ult, waits for just a moment as Rians gets the spike down. You imagine the ults are gonna come through in bunches. There's the first. Now Meteor will have his, along with Benji Fishy. Hang on, folks, this round is gonna be insane.
The nade does not connect.
Where's Boo gone? He TP'd behind them. You have to suspect that he's there. There's no way you disrespect that. There's no way you ignore it. Meanwhile, the push forward, Munchkin gets caught. 4 players detained. And Boo pushing forward. Gen.G gets alive at the right time. Boo gets
Oh my god, he's blinded.
Gen.G a 9-3 half.
What an answer back. This series just keeps on giving.
I mean, they got away with 9 rounds in a row. Lakia, the easiest kills of his life. And possibly
He's blinded on that last kill.
For him to get those there was perfect. So a 9-3 half, the way of Gen.G, trying to push us to split. We've got another interview standing by. Right now, Mika's hanging out with Life from FPX to get his thoughts on what he's seeing around him.
Hey guys, we have another halftime interview for you, and guess who's here?
Yo, 大家好，我是 Formulous Life. Hello guys, I'm Formulous Life.
Life, thank you so much for being here. Now you went up against Team Heretics and Gen.G. What is your opinion of both of these teams?
其实现在来福都跟今天的2支队伍 Gen.G 和 The Heretics 都已经交手过了，那你对这2支队伍作何评价呢？
我觉得 Gen.G 它是一个战术非常充足的队伍，以及教练组非常强劲。然后 TH 的话，我觉得是偏个人实力一点，然后对战术储备可能没有那么充足。对。
I think for Gen.G, actually they got a lot of strategy and really strong coach stuffs, and for TH, I think they played like powerful individuals, maybe not that much strategy compared to Gen.G, maybe.
Who do you think is going to be MVP of this series?
你觉得这张地图的 MVP 会是谁呢？
我觉得这张地图 MVP 会是 TH 的 Ryans。
I think it's gonna be Ryans from the Heretics.
Oh, that's very, very spicy, and I totally agree. But do you have a special message for our audience?
有没有什么特别的话想要对我们的观众们说的呢？
我想说，大家电子竞技的魅力就在于翻盘，翻盘的游戏才有意思。我们一起为 TH 加油！
Thank you so much, and thank you to Luna for helping us with some translation. We're gonna send it back to our casters, and we're gonna get back into the game.
Thank you so much, Mika. Heretics walked into Lotus so close to what they've come to accomplish, to what they came here to do. And yeah, they're hungry, but the guttural growl of a tiger humbles hunger. And that's exactly what Gen.G have done.
Texture and Lakia wreaking havoc amongst Team Heretics.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
14-8 for the duelist. The hour has struck and the man has appeared. And not a moment too soon. Gen.G on the attack. A 3-2 split right now. And Rians is going to spot a little bit of what's potentially waiting on the other side. You have to assume there's more there. As the panel gets broken, the suck will hang on to Texture for just a moment, but now all eyes turning towards B. Rians has joined the fold, but it's just him and Benji Fishy here for now.
Will be a free bomb plant for Gen.G. But Heretics, they've been so good on retaking. And they have the time. They're so patient with it. But there wasn't a lot of utility invested from the side of Gen.G themselves, so they have a counter.
A smoke towards heaven and a paranoia towards the panel. Patatech falls.
The nade as well.
The flash almost makes it easier, and Texture's gonna drop him. Gen.G on the precipice of another pistol. Texture gets 3 as Gen.G get to 10.
And they actually bought Texture that ghost. Someone on the side of Gen.G bought him that ghost, so he had light armor. They understand that he's feeling it. They understand that he's on fire.
I mean, give the tools to your stars to succeed.
He didn't even need it.
And that's exactly what Gen.G do.
17 and 8. Upgrades to a Phantom and armor. Giving full support to the main duelist of their squad. Understanding how important it is for him to get going. Something they couldn't figure out on the last map. And now, Woot punished by 3 sets of utility. Meteor.
Pushing his way forward, he got his one. But Heretics again, seeming like they'll end this round on just a whimper. What a shot. So much for whimper, but it's still just not enough. You still have 2 rifles you have to reckon with.
Cover going out.
There are sheriffs on Heretics, and we've seen them do some funny things with these guns, but what was that?
The joke is all Gen.G.
That was
now.
lovely.
They're the ones hitting the punchline. Gen.G get to 11. Heretics will be on a gun round. And it goes without saying, if they want to close this series here, it has to start with this round. They have to win this.
The replay of that util bomb. Insane.
One enemy remaining.
Feels good moment for Karon.
He hasn't really had to do a ton.
And look at the buy from Gen.G as well. Everybody has a gun that can be very deadly. A 3-1-1 split. Slow C default, but a fast B clear from Meteor. Playing with complete confidence right now. And he's about to face Woot head-to-head, takes him out.
Woot barely stood.
The last 3 rounds of this half, he's been just getting obliterated. No chance whatsoever. Headshots, utility, you name it.
Gen.G are gonna try to rotate back A. Boo's pretty close by. As soon as the smoke goes down though and the wall goes up, he's gotta understand, yeah, there's presence on the other side. He will find safe passage away.
Cover going out.
But the problem is, A side is completely open. If he gets pushed off of this door and bomb goes down.
No, that was the big problem.
What?
That was a safety he had to find.
Maybe Gen.G overthinking things, but they might actually catch Benji Fishy out of transition. He can't connect. The trade.
He got his one. Almost gets a second. It's messy though.
They're going back
30
again.
seconds left.
The triple pump fake.
Around the world. I mean, they've touched spawn like 4 or 5 times. It feels like. Actually only 3, but.
Patek and Rian's in a high-low. Lakia falls. They're fighting back at this thing.
Let's go, Jens.
1v2 with 13 seconds left. They don't have the spike. Munchkin has to go, and he has to go now. Even if he gets his kill, surely. Oh!
Oh my god!
Munchkin! With X-ray vision!
How the hell did he know?
All he had to do was survive. But that's much easier said than done. Much easier contemplated than completed. Unreal. And so Gen.G get to map point.
That's 12 rounds in a row, no? Because like Heretics had their bonus
Really no option for Heretics to do so
on
anyway.
the first pistol. They had pistol, anti-eco and bonus.
4 Guardians and then a Phantom for Rians. Gen.G have obliterated Heretics on Lotus.
Careful here.
They might obliterate them again on this C site. We're gonna go fade alt for fade alt. The deciding factor might be that showstopper from Texture. Just the little bait of the door drags a player away from C.
Rian's with his ult at the ready. There's plenty of defense here. What's the Q? What's the go button? The smoke goes out. There it is. That's all it'll be. And that's going to cause the rotate. They're not even really interested in sticking around. They tap the door, they're going B, and it's going to be a foot race. Patatek forced to sit back and wait. Not able to pass the lava at his feet. And look at Karen, aggressive on the swing. A bold, perhaps reckless approach. But he bides his time, he's patient with it. Understanding he can play this as slowly as he wants, or he can speed up. Brienne's falls. Oh, they're all
my
crumbling.
god.
They're all crumbling. Heretics try to build
Heretics.
fences, but Gen.G interested in digging tunnels. Boo, over the top. He gets another. Heretics not done yet.
These rounds are absolutely ridiculous. Almost a 5v3 for Gen.G. And Boo is the savior. Lakia, he did so much in the 1v2 up there that allows him to buy time and make this go down to a 1v1. He just couldn't close it out, but he had such a good chance. Boo just stripped it away from them.
The real problem here is the lead that Gen.G have is, I mean, it's so great, Trey.
Yeah, it's a little too late right now for Heretics.
But if you're Heretics, you never say die.
It's always winnable. It's the mindset you have to have as a professional player. That's why they've gotten this far.
See the spam through the orb. Gen.G fishy, keeping him back. Still plenty to go, but they're taking this step by step. Munchkin spotting one, taking a step back. They finally dealt with their Sentinel.
Oh, that connects.
And the Prowler to confirm presence. The Patatek somehow staying alive, finally falling. Rien's filling in on the space behind it. Well, that didn't go the way it was supposed to. Bouncing back, but he saw him anyway. The problem is here, Rien's has no way to get out.
And I wonder if...
Yeah, they know he's there.
Does Meteor use this ult? Yeah, he does.
it cause I'm fake proof. Every time I'm lit, I don't get bit cause I'm snake proof. Had to tell that sin, I can shake you. And I told Goliath, it's a 30, I can take you. I came too far from living dirty. Ayy, gave me no respect. Lonely on me neck. Zeros on the checks. What did y'all expect? Been around, homies kept it holy from the lobby to the penthouse. Blessings coming ODI. I need a list now. Cause it's more on the way. Made a lot of hits and it's more on the way. I done caused a lot of fits and it's more on the way. Yeah. Oh, you like that? It's more on the way. Yeah. OMG, look what God did. 9 to 5 was putting in the work when I was jobless. Couldn't get the Ray-Bans and it hurt, but now my optics. Can't believe I take a look around, they sending options. Yeah, God bless me, I know that. Had to take the whole city, put it on my whole back. Gotta take the bros with me, I cannot hold back. And not until like 4 laps, got Jesus, peace, no Kodak. I'm moving like it's foreign me, they try to close the door on me. But like the chorus said, they start imploring for some more of me. If we back on that board, and I'll be Jordan when he's scoring. If I'm Mount Florence, still I play the tortoise, yeah. Story.
Billboard albums back to back, just thought that you should know that. But I got riches in his name that couldn't fit on no plaque. Rest in peace to the corny rap, cause I could not support that. He snatched me out of Proverbs 5 and I could never go back. Left the label, did it indie and it's more on the way. Festival inside my city and it's more on the way. Worship
After that tremendous performance on Lotus, we are heading to a map 5. This grand final is gonna go the distance. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here once again with Josh, Mimi, and Kakuka. Who would have thought that we were gonna get to this point?
I mean, it's ridiculous,
Literally
right?
anyone? No.
I thought that Gen.G looked a little out of it after that map. Team Heretics had so much momentum behind them to recover, but on Lotus, this map continues to be such a stronghold. They have such great ideas on their defense, and they've proven some mental resiliency to take us to map 5.
Yeah, let's talk about some of those great ideas we saw as well, Josh. I knew you wanted to talk about the way that Gen.G were able to funnel Heretics into places that they wanted them to be.
Yeah, it all starts here, where they demand respect to their A fight here, and you can see Heretics never could get out of this spot with these 3 players fighting for this. And so once Heretics realize, like, oh wow, they can't go A in the beginning of the round, they start going towards C, and they run into Meteor and Karen's defense there. So this is a round where they got stuffed at A, went back to B, and now this is when Heretics try to force their way into their full setup at C.
Yeah,
So
and I mean, it's so potent between these guys, right? They have so many different mollies and also are almost always stalling enough time to get a guy like Texture on board as well to help out in that defense. It got them such a massive lead that it almost felt like a formality to close out on their attack as well.
Yeah, and Kakuka, let's talk about Lakia. And Lakia and Solar as well, because they were there from the beginning. They were the OGs on the international stage.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the amazing plays that we have seen just in this map, all this coordination was thanks to Lakia and Texture. Those combos that we were seeing being so effectful time and time again, all those A-holds, and you know, all the progression from these 2 people coming into today is massive, Mimi.
And the history is there for these 2. All the way back in Reykjavik, Solo was a player, Lakia was with him along his side, and they made it to top 3, but they fell apart at that point, went down, and then Lakia kind of disappeared from the top for a while, was benched by DRX, had a stint down in tier 2, but now he's back on a top team, made it to a final in Madrid, and has a chance to hoist a trophy now in map 5 in Shanghai, especially if he can keep up a performance like he had on Lotus.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see it because this guy has been around for so long. Like Mimi said, he's been grinding. He had his opportunity in the beginning of the game. We thought he was going to do huge things at DRX. It wasn't meant to be. But this is the thing. Looking on the other side of this, there is similar stories as well. Josh, your boy Panatek was talking about how he was considering retirement before he joined Team Heretics. And what a story it would be for him if they're able to bounce back on map 5.
I think it'd be insane. And like, in their final map, they made a player swap, a role swap with Patatek onto the Viper and Root on Duelist. So I think that this will come down to the defensive play calling. I thought the defensive play calling from Gen.G was excellent. Heretics needs to do the same thing here.
Yeah, I think Split is going to go crazy. Now, we haven't seen Gen.G play this map in a while because the last time that they played it was in the final in Pacific, and this map was the one that made them the 2nd seed. Losing this last map on that last best of 5 that they played turned them into what we're seeing today. They have a chance to change history today.
So the big question for everyone really, and for Team Heretics facing up against this Gen.G team is, what can you expect? They were playing the double dive comp back in Pacific, but it has been a while, right? Not showing it whatsoever at this event. Do they stick to that same game plan? Do they change something up? It's a real wild card in this map pool, considering how little both teams have put into Split.
And do not forget, we saw Heretics, as Josh was mentioning, changing the roles here and there. Maybe they thought at the beginning that they wanted to go with Paddy on the race, which he had experience playing back in Tier 2, but decided that Wood was better for this suit. Anyway, that was a bit ago. It was against EDG. They haven't played it ever since. Yes, they had a very, very good result, but not that much practice, and I don't think Gen.G is going to be the kind of opponent where, you know, it's going to be just easier, especially if we think about the mental of Heretics right now. In that Lotus, they started with 3 rounds in a row, and then Gen.G comes back to life and gets all of the rounds on their defense. Right now, their mental cannot be the same as they had when we were back in EMEA on that last map.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select here and see what we're gonna get. And yeah, what do you guys think of this?
It's a mirror comp.
Yeah.
Both teams are running double lurk. I find that like it's really easy to work attack here, even though there's a lot of defensive agents. The Viper's able to lurk B, Cypher can put some question marks at A. Gen.G's gonna have a tough time, I think.
That they may, but Lakia locking in this sky again feels like we might be going back in time a little bit, right?
Yeah.
All the way back to when he was playing this role as the solo initiator when he lost in Reykjavik. He was great on map number 4, but with no recharges on the sky flashes, his util has to be perfectly placed to set texture up for success, and that's the same task on the other side for Riens and Woot. That rookie has got to be incredible in this map 5.
Well, it all comes down to this one final map. The Masters Shanghai trophy is on the line. For the last time, here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. All bangers end on Split. We've got to talk one more time about what it is that they're playing for here. For Heretics, vindication on the other side of Madrid, and perhaps the dawning of a new era of Valorant. We talk so much about how they're the future, and it seems like the future may be now, Dre.
But Gen.G, they have a chance to be the first team in APAC to win an international. So much pride on the line from both sides.
And what a story that would be.
And who is going to represent the black and gold the best here?
Both teams looking to clean the skeletons out of their closets to exercise their demons. And what better place than Split to see how it all shakes out. Gen.G on the attack side. Mimi was talking about Lakia turning back the time and playing that solo initiator once more. What a legend he was, but it seems like it's Boo who wants to take the spotlight. Traded though, 1 for 1.
Exactly, great trade from Meteor, and that slows the round down. Nothing being used. Now a Skydog committed on the A ramp to get info that Meteor is still here. It does connect. And Woot, he wants to punish. But there's support.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't know that there's support. Oh, there's the surprise. There's more there than you thought.
Yeah, I saw 2 players at the other end right there. That's the cue for Gen.G to once more slow the round down. Karen, he already ran up in B main off the start of the round earlier, broke that Cypher cam. Now he's taking all that mid real estate.
A deep smoke, a little cover provided as Gen.G venture forth into heaven.
And an even spread. They're making the right read, the right call right now, transitioning to B. It's all up to Benji Fishy in a grand final on the last map.
Can he deliver again? The trip will catch the first. A stumbling block put before Gen.G's hopes and dreams. And he still holds the line. He's still here. Is able to find his one. But that's all it'll be with 10 seconds left. Gen.G hurried and rushed to try to get the spike down the satchel just a tiny bit off the mark. And success found. Staying slow down, Heretics will have an opportunity to rethink how they want to approach this. A venture forth. And and a different segmented approach. Karen never saw him, never had a shot at fighting back. Texture and Meteor will crumble, they will fall. Unless Meteor can pull this off on his own, a 1v1 with Ghost in hand, 67 HP. All of the onus is on Patatek, and Meteor is able to get the easiest kill of his life. The Red Bull clutches, he gets 4.
Damn.
4 for the Cypher. Pistol round for Gen.G. Last map of Split. It started with that trade. Boo could have gotten 2, maybe 3. The double swing here was too much. Woo, running out of ammo. Nothing left in the chamber. And then the easy cleanup.
You gotta wonder on a bigger scale too, how much is left in the tank for both of these teams. I mean, this has been a marathon, and we thought that it was gonna end short, right? We thought it was gonna be a quick day, but what a gift this series has been.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it earlier on. The resilience from both sides. It's shown like no other. It's been quite the spectacle. As we proceed to this anti-eco, a B main default. No cam being broken though, so a late tap of that from Benji Fishy will give the cue for Heretics to rotate more players towards A. But he's not using it yet.
Like it's an accelerated approach towards the middle of the map.
There it is. Taps the cam, gets info, no one's B main, and the rotation set in. Heretics, although they don't have the gun advantage, they could get ahead of this.
A Thrifty in a situation like this would be ridiculous.
It would be absolutely ridiculous. And there's an Omen flash here as well.
They're ahead of it. They're here. They've arrived. They're gonna try to dig their heels in.
It's a really early nade from Woot.
Do they try to flip back again?
I think they have to. They know.
Oh no. Great. They're committing. The satchel out. The flash forward. And Texture cracks the side wide open. But Woot's on the counter. Meteor pushing forward. Benji Fishy getting the best of him. But a 1v2 now. Can he upgrade a weapon? I don't think there's anything that he can find. So he's gonna have to push forth with the classic. And he's dropped before he even gets a chance to fight back.
Texture is not slowing down. Perfect satchels into elbow, catching 2 members off guard of Heretics. Yeah, the stack was there. Yeah, Woot tried his damn best to try to even it out. And they did that. They made it costly.
30 seconds left.
Nice shots from the young gun.
Crispy little one tap from Texture there to close the round. To get 3 to his name, to get 1 step away from his ult. In round 3. Such a ridiculous advantage.
This is that conditioning from the previous round. They can be main control once again. Testing the waters, testing the one way.
That smoke is tough though, man. There's no real way to challenge that.
Yeah, it makes it so awkward. They can see a sliver of you spam where they think you might go.
So they waited out, or at least they tried to. It's refreshed.
Yeah. Good job so far from Heretics denying that rocket. That was Gen.G's plan, and they've thwarted it completely.
You know, Gen.G have more than one attempt at this, though, more than one take. And so they rotate back A. And lo and behold, it would be Benji Fishy who's challenged once more. Trips and cages, cameras, full surveillance.
Here come the lineups. This should get most of the trips. So Benji Fishy, he's gonna have to rely on his cages.
Both cleared with 1 nade, Ridiculous, and now the rollout. Texture getting high ground.
Oh my god. Oh, the fucking raid, man. Holy fucking shit. The nade, the fucking dash in. Kid for smoke. All of the fucking elbow. Like.
We've seen 5v3s, but it's been a long time.
They're not even going for it. They've conceded. They've thrown in the towel on this round. Texture is an animal. From last map to this map. He's been a rising star.
An attempt at hunting will ultimately net nothing. I can't imagine the timings to get there. So it seems like, barring something spicy at the end, well, of course it would be Rian's, wouldn't it? choosing to swing into that. Whoa, easy now. You want to keep those. He will survive. The weapons will be carried over. And that's a big win for Heretics, given how the rest of that round went.
Yeah. Texture completely obliterating the site players, living here with the satchels over the top, gets the info, predicts the movement of Gen.G Fishy, and then the follow-up kill onto Woot. Woot just couldn't quite connect those shots. Texture punishes. And that'll put Gen.G on 3 rounds up. A scrappy buy from Heretics. And it looks like it's going to be a full A hit with that lineup nade again.
They found so much success here, but they do have 4 rifles. There it is, the rocket invested. They're scattering. There was only one here, though. Gen.G Fishy falls the flash over the top. Meteor trying to play his time right. Gets one for it. Rian's a bullet between his eyes. And Hope sinks away. Another disastrous start for the number 2 seed from EMEA.
And another explosive start for Texture onto that A site. Boo, I mean, he kind of wanted to go for it, but now he can't. That smoke denies any possibilities of getting back into the round. Such a nice read from Gen.G, such nice prep to deal with those trips. That nade is clearing out every single one of Gen.G Fishy's trips. You might see him rotate over towards that B site now or have to use more passive site trips, maybe a NAT setup, something of the sort.
Yeah, he has to. He's not getting any value there.
And I mean, Texture had full confidence that that rocket was connecting. That's the level that he's playing at right now. He fires it and he's instantly looking at heaven. I imagine we're getting the replay right here. Look at this. He just knows, you're dead. Already ready for any type of backup. Yeah, Meteor doesn't connect on the first, on the Rians, but Munchkin with these cold shots. Nice, precise aim.
Locky is still popping off across the stage as Gen.G are up 4 and as Heretics call a timeout. Tough spot to be in if you're Heretics, but I think, yeah, I would imagine a lot of the conversation is how do you get more value out of Gen.G Fishy? How do you get more value out of his setups and his utility? Because right now, they're getting thwarted and bested by one person.
Yeah, one set of utility. And I mean, there is follow-up utility, don't get me wrong.
Sure, sure.
But it's not even needed. And in a match like this, the last map of the series, it's all or nothing.
What a beautiful trophy. What a beautiful scene. What a beautiful set. And for one of these teams, dreams will be actualized. And for the other, this will be the source of nightmares.
Yeah. The Gen.G, they were fighting their own demons in this actual series. I think they probably thought it was going to be a 3-0 as well. Looking at the map pools, the 2 map advantage that they had.
Nade forward, satchels up, Texture in.
Such a pace.
Forget about the attempt at fighting back. They take it so quickly. Gen.G Fishy down here. He's got a Sheriff, but he has no health. Right off the bat, the Sentinel crumbles.
They're just running Gen.G Fishy down at every site he's been playing so far. And they're not slowing down whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, they have no reason to. No resistance has been met.
Go get it.
That feels like the first real advantage, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's just been tough sledding. Gen.G get to 5.
And you spoke about it. What is left in the tank? Heretics really need to dig deep here because Gen.G, they've gone the distance before and it didn't go their way. That experience in Madrid, it's showing here.
I mean, it changes teams. It changes players. And let's be perfectly clear, Heretics are no slouch to that as well. Yes, it was on domestic soil, but the lessons that you learn are the same. And they walked away on top.
Another fast rollout. Another site hit potentially on Gen.G Fishy.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Meteor, the lurk was caught.
That's going to cause a speed up from the side of Gen.G. They have no info, they have no space.
Yeah, but where do they speed up to? I mean, they still have these trips they have to deal with.
They know
Dog.
destroyed.
Yeah. There you go. The first one goes down, but you haven't cleared Benji Fishy, not yet. Texture over the top, and Woot drops him. Investing more util as Locky is on the swing, and Patatek's on the green.
Down B.
A response from Heretics.
There are the signs of life. When the IGL steps up big, Boo, getting that pick on a Meteor. That was the start to a snowball in the round itself. Opens up the opportunity for Benji Fishy and Woot to use this Raze rocket.
Spike down B.
Securing the round. And right now for Gen.G, you are up 5-1. You've been here before in this series. But when Heretics start winning rounds, it comes in masses. First it's 1, then it's 2, then 3, all of a sudden it's an even score. What can they do to make that not happen? What have they learned?
The conditioning is so nice that you try to invest utility to clear out the trips that aren't there. But Gen.G found a little bit of space. Karen over the top. The Guardian Angel for Gen.G. Patatek and Benji Fishy are forced to rotate back over to the site, but they're so outnumbered at this point. The spike is planted. The guns are down. Patatek. I mean, I guess the rest of your team has some money. I guess maybe you go for it. Flash in the face, Meteor falls. Benji Fishy getting active, creeping forward, Karen down. But the trade timing is just too nice. Lakia gets his 3 Seekers online as Gen.G get another round.
Karen had a wild round right there, Doug. A double TP play. First onto the double box in front B, then behind in rafters. This was ridiculous. This is taking things into your own hands. This is playing to win. No fear at all, no doubt in his play.
There's no room for it. There's just not. Gen.G get to 6. But Heretics, they've got a lot to fight back with here. 4 members on light armor, sure, but look at the ults. You can tell for Gen.G, the approach has become quickly get to B, try to clear out any Cypher utility that might be there, and then play the rest of the map.
And if you looked at the map earlier, the rotations, I mean, there was Patatek and Woot already ready and willing to come there to the rescue for the anchors on the site. That's how much fear Gen.G have put into this team of Heretics. And leaving one here this time to break the info utility, that's gonna keep a couple players here. I mean, Woot, he doesn't know what to do. He's jumping back and forth. If you looked at the minimap, he's staying B heaven, and now it's gonna be an A hit. The difference maker here is that site trip.
I've got your trail.
Has Benji Fishy one more. Seekers online and invested
Oh my
forward.
god.
Patatek had no chance to fight back.
What an entry. And now the map opens up. A counter. Seekers from the side of Heretics, but they don't know what's going on. They have no info.
Texture's 9-4 right now, 1 away from his ult.
My eyes are down.
30 seconds left.
Swing out forward. Heretics are here. It's just Woot. Benji Fishy playing backside. The trip's a little bit of safety, a little bit of cover, but now Texture understanding where his prey lays. And with 10 seconds left, they've cracked the thing wide open.
10 seconds left.
So patient, so precise, waiting for the double swing. Texture, he crept up forward. I mean, they knew off of that satchel of Woot that there's a player in elbow. And they're not making mistakes this time. They're swinging together. The fundamentals are in full effect.
The mistakes that we saw on Ascent gone.
A distant memory.
And obviously they looked so clean on Lotus. You wouldn't suggest that they would rear their ugly heads once more. This has been as clean as you could possibly ask for Gen.G.
1 enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
They're hunting. They're playing everything by the book. Everything is considered.
The economy is just insane right now for Gen.G. They can probably buy for the rest of the half. Every gun taken away from Team Heretics. And it's a scrappy buy, if there even is one.
You take a look at this one more time. Yeah,
he's on a
this
different level.
It's just ridiculous.
That's that slow creep up I was talking about.
Yeah.
And then the wide swing, changing the angle, the perception of how you're actually swinging.
Dre, it really feels like Heretics have lost control of the situation. Second timeout burned, much like we saw on Lotus.
Just nothing left in the tank. Nothing at all. Not even a fight.
To have made it this far and to fall this short would be devastating. And so Heretics will have to dig deep. They'll have to find a way to turn Embers into something more. The problem is the fire of Heretics has been cold for a long time now.
Texture on this map. He's been the one holding the torch for his team, leading them to victory so far. A 7-1 half. And 4 ultimates online. It's gonna be another B main approach. This time, Karen is gonna lock down mid. So it's a little bit of a new look. That B main room, but no satchel to follow up this time. And it's a change of pace. Gen.G have been putting on so much pressure, and this time they just freeze off the rip of the round. Waiting for any type of aggression from Heretics, waiting for any info. That flash gets no value, and the punish is there for Texture.
What a beautiful call.
Munchkin.
I know exactly where you are.
He's been so great this entire tournament, this entire year.
They have so much of an advantage right now in every single facet of the game. They're perfectly okay with investing a Cypher ult right now.
And as all this sound is being made water, Munchkin just walks out B and he's gonna call them back. Yo, I got B, guys. It's as by the book, it's as clinical as it could possibly be.
Boo taking the head off Alakia there will keep things interesting, I suppose, but again, min-maxing the orbs, getting everything they want, and then some.
30 seconds left.
This call, I mean, this round from beginning to end was a beautiful display of calling.
The only thing Heretics have going for them right now is hope.
And hope dies last. But it's on. I mean, it's on a lifeline. Paranoia out. Heretics all huddled up in heaven, waiting for the flash to come through, waiting for the swing to connect, and yes, a couple of kills have been found. But is there enough time to make this happen? A 2v2, Munchkin and Karen trying to stabilize the situation. Boo will fall, Patatek's left alone. And much
it's
like
over now, I
this
think.
series, Heretics get to the
Heretics
doorstep
is
of something
wounded.
special, and the door is slammed in their faces.
Just everything right now. Gen.G are on the top. They are supreme.
What a performance from Gen.G. What a performance from Texture. 11-6 right now. Excellence embodied, greatness personified.
They've been raining terror all over on this map. The last 2 maps. One of the most dominant split attack sides I've seen.
And there might be more to come. The need for a gun round success has already started off on the wrong foot.
B is completely busted wide open.
There's no real chance to even fight back. They don't even have a chance to try to deny the hit. Because circles are being run around them.
Welcome to my world.
What a pit. Look at how deep that goes. It doesn't get much easier than this. A little bit of pressure will be alleviated, yes, but another 2v4. Another seemingly hopeless situation. And another punctuation mark for Gen.G.
We're here
Doug.
because we're the best.
Last time Gen.G played this map at an international, they were on the receiving end of an absolute cinema. Now they have created their own. All bases covered.
Hit you with a little more history. The last time EMEA as a region lost a best-of-5 on international soil to another region, it was in Iceland. That was so long ago. And now Gen.G have the opportunity to do something really special in a number of different ways. Another change of pace. Another ridiculous call. And the doubt that creeps in.
Oh my gosh.
For Heretics.
It's a terrible feeling. You're already losing 9-1, and these guys are playing this slow. It's kind of like rubbing dirt in a wound.
Cage triggered.
And now a confident call to arms for Gen.G as they turn their attention towards A. Perhaps the first time they'll be able to fight back, as there is some presence here on the site, but they don't really have the guns to do it.
If Gen.G transition into B heaven and use the showstopper, I'm gonna lose it, Doug. Because that would be the perfect call.
Cam was cleared and Rians has to give some of the space back up, but and you can tell it's such a miserable spot to be in because you want to try to fight back, you want to try to make something happen.
30 seconds
There's
left.
the rollout. Texture pushing forward in the pit now. Oh, he's gonna get dropped. The fuse is extinguished as Patatek gets 2. No joy. Meteor will fall as well. That's the round they win. A MasterCard thrifty for Heretics as they get their second round on the board.
Last round before the switch.
Gen.G decide to fight fire with fire in that round, using the showstopper to try to catch off Patatek. But that sight trip, that little change, it finally gave some value to the anchors of that A site.
What a snap from the kid.
Good work.
Come on, boys. Come on, please.
They gotta win anything. They gotta win every round they can get.
You heard Rians there trying to will him across the finish line. Trying to force some fight. For the 11th hour, they have to find a way to convert. Heretics in such a tough spot here. Rians has his Seekers. They're already seeing him satchel forward, back towards B. Benji Fishy's doing the best he can to keep him back. They've drawn the paranoia out though. Now Gen.G can flip the map once more.
That Omen ult is gonna have Team Heretics guessing about where he could be. That's why you saw Benji Fishy clearing out all backside. They know now that he's not on the flank.
The smoke will cover the trip. If Gen.G want to go forward mid, they're gonna have to deal with that. The truth is, they have a couple of ways to go about it as well, should they choose to do so. And meanwhile, for Heretics, as you see a couple of members anchored on B, eyes rise to turn tides. They have to find success here. Meanwhile, what a call and what a play from Munchkin. If he's able to get anything, any kill here, it's massive.
30 seconds left.
And he very well might do so. He's challenging Woot. Meanwhile, the hit on the other side, the paranoia is out. Boo keeping the line.
Spike down.
Holding
B.
them back.
Cover going up.
And yeah, they've dealt with him, but you didn't consider Benji Fishy. 13 seconds left. The spike is out of reach.
9
Munchkin thought
Fakers.
he was the one making a play.
Nah.
He was the one drawing this
It's over.
direction on the other side of the map.
I mean, it's an attack-sided map, like heavily attack-sided. 62.7 for 37.3.
For Heretics, and now they're hoping for that 9-3 curse.
It's like the most banned map with Ascent
Good bait set up to
in
secure
the
last round
tournament.
of the half.
And then you have Blackberries. Split and Ascent have been banned 16
They may need more than a curse
times.
to do this because those don't seem to
And
exist on
Ascent
international
50.
soil on the big stages. Yinsu, take it away.
It seems like Gen.G here, they're not going to let what happened in Madrid happen to them once again. Mimi, Kakuka, and Josh, a beautiful start for them.
It's been absolutely incredible from them thus far. They come out onto a map that they have barely played. They changed their composition. And Josh, the prep has looked on point. I mean, these A executes were excellent.
I mean, this nade is so key to breaking all the trips, allows a dive path forward to this spot here, and he was able to predict the spot, the reposition for Gen.G Fishy here.
And time again, it was so overwhelming for the side of Heretics, the way that Gen.G was putting pressure around the map, the way that every single piece of their utility had a very, very dedicated purpose. A 9-3 half, and as you're saying, Mimi, a map that they shouldn't be as comfortable, and 4 rounds away from that trophy.
They are, but for Team Heretics, they have been on the receiving end of so many comebacks, getting reverse swept in the EMEA final, losing an 11-2 up against G2. There have been so many moments where they have let it slip, but they've given themselves an opportunity at the end, winning at least 3 rounds. If they can get this pistol, there's still a chance for this team on this miraculous run to lift the trophy.
Josh, imagine you were that coach. What would you say right now to the Heretics, to los niños, to make this comeback happen?
I would tell them believe in the game plan, believe in each other, win this pistol, and make it happen.
All right, you heard it from Josh. Believe in the game plan, believe in each other, win this pistol, and maybe Heretics will have a chance. But Gen.G, they lost once already this year on the international stage in a grand final. Doug and Baby Bay, something is in the air here. It feels like they're not about to let this one slip again.
That certainly seems to be the case, Yinsu. I mean, this is a brutal spot to be in. Heretics have to find some success here. We often talk about how important pistols are. This very well may be the biggest they have ever played.
You imagine they're going to want to convert this round. And for Heretics, the pressure, it's unsurmountable. If you make one mistake, Gen.G can run away with this thing. They can wash you like they did on the last map, 13-4 on Lotus.
They can wash you like they did in the first half. You've got to believe, though. And honestly, comebacks of this magnitude don't start in the server. They start in the mind. They start in the mental. All of the questions around how much is left in the tank for Heretics are coming to a head. They're demanding an answer right now. Heretics deciding to turn towards B. The paranoia is out, all of the utility to try to obfuscate what their approach is. And Woot and Gen.G Fishy able to get a couple here, but Meteor and Locky on the trade. Threes apiece, everyone is here. As again, utility becomes a problem, and Woot cannot convert. Gen.G will get to 10.
Meteor the anchor. The longest standing member of this roster, remember that.
It's fucking over, man.
14-7 on this map of split. He's been biding his time, and he's looked so good on these pistol rounds. They can feel it. It's so close.
I get it. I get the pop-off, man. That pistol almost secures it. But be careful. When you think it's in hand,
and they don't fucking force.
Grasp, out of reach.
Wow.
Heretics choosing not to invest very much. 4 sheriffs, excuse me. Not to invest very much. 4 sheriffs, excuse me.
What?
No armor up mid. Woot's gonna be there on the trade, but Texture dropping 2. Overwhelmed by the swing, but Locky is the cover. Locky is the backup, and Locky is down 2. We warned about this. We warned about the possibility of being so close, yet so far, Boo will fall. Now Pad Attack and Riant have to turn their attention towards B, and of course, they're already here. Karen's waiting.
Of course they
Posted up like a watchman backside.
Meteor has the whole A site
so cold in these moments
between his strips and his cam, and he has the mid by himself.
When he gets double swung. He commits to one of the kills, but he's moving.
He's alone here and gets them both.
GG.
Gen.G will get to 11, now 2 steps away.
It got scary, but Gen.G secured the round. They brought it back. 2v3. That opener from Woot. That was so clean. The double swing here. Texture and Lakia, they just couldn't connect. But Karen, he's been so stable all year. such a great addition. And their fans can feel it.
Heretics is feeling a lot of the pressure here too. Look at how aggressive of an approach this has been from Gen.G to start the round. What they were looking for, they have found. The orb in the hands of Texture, 3 away. And just like that, things are forced to slow down.
No sky flashes for Rians. He's gonna have a hard time entering. Boo is the only one that has a flash available for his side.
And they can play their bonus for like.
Look at that triple stack on site.
Their economy is so good right now.
So ready to fight. They know they baited out both flashes.
Like outside of Munchkin maybe, but.
And this doesn't feel difficult for Gen.G. They've handled this so well.
Oh, but they're backing off.
They've left Lakia alone.
An opening for Heretics.
He's on an island.
No way.
The flash on the other side of the cage. Oh, but he doesn't swing. Wisely takes a step back, but makes his presence known. Meanwhile, can Karen strike from the disciplined corner as they roll out onto the site? They're spotting one. And now they know.
And that's an upgrade too, like.
Gen.G are trying to make this thing work. They're trying to fight him back with the inferior weaponry, but with 13 seconds left, they've got to go. Heretics have no time to slow this down. Meteor so far away. Of course, it's Texture to potentially secure the round. The spam's not going to connect.
Enemy remaining.
Patatek's left alone. Can Patatek deliver? With 8 bullets to his name, he too will crumble.
What a nice setup on site. Playing up in the beginning, baiting out a bunch of utility. Woot, he entered into that site with no flash and got punished for it. Lakia running him down like a dog. And the double swing. Finito, chef's kiss.
That close. 1 round away. No timeouts to call. Is this where the Heretic story ends? And is this where Gen.G's begins? Looking to put the finishing touches on this now. Yeah, it's gone the distance. It's gone all 5. But you wouldn't believe it with how Gen.G played these last couple of maps. Heretics have to make something happen here. The paranoia as they try to satchel out into heaven, but they've only gotten to mail.
Satchel out.
Texture forced to try to hold the line. Satchel traded. A nade as well. Karen falls. Lakia on the snap. Benji Fishy dead. They're trying to work their way in, and they cannot. And now it's on to Boo. He has the swing, and it's time to kiss the ring.
G.
No more. Deferred. No longer. Vindicated. Gen.G stand on top of the world. They are your Masters Shanghai champions.
The crowd has been silenced, but the Valorant gods have not. The Gen.G Emperors will go down in history as the first team in APAC to hoist an international trophy.
The final bow from Heretics. They arrived in Shanghai as Niños. But man, have we seen this team grow.
VCT 的第一赛段过关斩将，在上海与其他队伍同台竞技，并大放异彩。现场的观众，请将掌声送给5位契约上海大师赛冠军Gen.G。
Congrats. The map ban are like insane though. No bind, no split, no bind, no sunset. If it was like heretics on like, the top side, I think they would have banned like breeze and split, probably, which are like two maps that Gen.G won.
I didn't think he believed it would go this far. To get second in the first international and now get first.
It's crazy how strong that advantage is, like coming from like the winner bracket.
We're counted out.
I feel like final should be best of 7. You should play the whole map pool.
What an amazing moment.
Because I think with the whole map pool, Heretics could be ahead of like Gen.G. And it was the same with like Sentinels. Right?
Think about how much something like that means for a player like Lakia. What a story.
But like
he's
Master
had.
Madrin.
Munchkin too. Texture. I mean, you go from top to bottom, and there's a little morsel in every single one that you know this is the sweetest they've had, man.
This is what everyone plays for. Moments like this.
And they did it their way.
Oh no, Sentinels was a loser.
A stomp on the last two maps. They accelerated when they wanted to. They slowed down when the situation demanded it. They went to show that Heretics might be the future, and the future might be knocking, but for now, it's the old guard who stands
But they played
tall.
them on split though.
What an insane series. From start to finish, being down 2-1. Losing the set the way that they lost it.
I mean, it's the same like scenario as the Sentinel game. It's like first map going one way, second map going the other, third map going the way of the first, and then
They got sent
fourth
the
and fifth
distance.
map.
We're gonna throw it to the Verizon post-match interview for the very last time.
Gen.G, they have done it. Back-to-back grand finalists, and this time they are the champion, guys. Give it up one more time for the champions of Masters Shanghai here. Now, before we get into our interview, I'd like to invite Anna Dolan and Leo Farrier to come and congratulate our winners here. It's been a long, long road for them. They made it here flawlessly, may I add. After a heartbreak journey they had back in Madrid, they managed to come back, they get their redemption knock, and they get that beautiful trophy as well. We are gonna ask you guys some questions and have an interview here. I am, of course, joined by Luna, who's gonna do some Chinese translation, and Jen, who's going to help me out with the Korean translations as well. I'm just going to start down the line here with you, Carol. Now, you played your first ever game, your debut in January 2023. That was not a very long time ago. I wanted to ask you, did you expect to lift such a big and important trophy so soon? And why do you think that you've managed to find so much success in such a short amount of time?
其实 Karen 选手是从2023年1月开始才开始正式步入了我们的无畏契约的道路，但是就能够在如此大的国际赛事上获得了人生当中的第一座奖杯，感受怎么样？以及你觉得为什么你们能够拿成这样的成就呢？
1월에 처음 경기를 치르고 프로씬에 데뷔를 해서 이렇게 빨리 우승을 하고 좋은 결과를 얻어낼 수 있을 거라고 예상하셨는지 궁금하고요. 그리고 어떻게 이렇게 최고의 모습을 빠른 시간 안에 보여줄 수 있었을까요?
일단 1월에 처음에 들어왔을 때 저희가 스크림 하는 거 보고 아 이거 형들 진짜 잘한다. 이거 나만 더 잘해지면은 이제 진짜 이길 수 있겠다. 우승할 수 있겠다라는 생각을 늘 가지고 있었고요. 그리고 제가 이렇게까지 성장할 수 있었던 것은 아마 형들이 저를 믿고 이끌어주고 그리고 도움을 많이 줘서 제가 여기까지 올 수 있던 게 아닌지 그렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다.
When I first joined this team in January, I scrimmed with them. And after that one scrim, I automatically thought, you know what, we're going to be able to win this. So I always believed that we could do it. And I just feel like always, hats off to my teammates for leading me. I couldn't have done it without them. So it was them that kind of pushed me to be the better player, step up my game. And also, we did this together. So it's all up to, shout out to my teammates.
其实从我1月份刚开始入队之后，跟大家打的第一次训练赛，我就觉得大家真的做的都太棒了，我就相信我们能够拿到这样的胜利，而且也是队内的队员们、哥哥们一直在帮助着我们，我们齐心协力一起努力，所以也是他们一直帮助我成为一个更好的选手，我们才能够获得这样的成就。
Honestly, Karen, I think this is going to be first of many trophies for you and your teammates. Now, next Munchkin, I have to say there were a couple of moments today that it felt like perhaps what happened in Madrid might happen again here. But you guys made sure it didn't. So as the captain and the IGL of your team, I wanted to know, what did you say to your teammates? What did you do to make sure that you actually win the trophy this time?
오늘 경기를 치르면서 약간 마드리드 플래시백이 떠오르는 그런 순간들도 있었지만 오늘 우승을 하기 위해서 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주면서 이끌어가려고 했나요?
오늘 저희 3세트 가장 자신 있는 부분 어센트 지고 저희가 마드리드 때 반복을 하지 않기 위해서 진짜 정말 후회 없는 경기 하지 않기 위해서 멘탈 잡으려고 노력했고 그리고 다 같이 그 안 될 것 같은 플레이도 다 되게 만들면서 모든 선수들이 너무 잘해줘가지고 진짜 너무 고맙습니다.
It's okay, Jen, take your time. This is a big moment.
After dropping Ascent, which was the map that we were most confident in and the map that we thought we were the strongest in, we tried to, rally the troops and keep the energy up because, we didn't want to repeat what happened in Madrid. And it was just us, a group effort, to make sure that we create those plays that weren't, that we thought weren't possible, and we pushed through and finally lift the trophies.
刚刚的问题其实是问到说，作为队内的 IGL， 今天整个赛程可能在图2、图3的时候，会当让人想到可能在马德里的一些经历。那想他问他，作为队内的 IGL 当时是怎么想的，是怎么稳住心态帮助大家拿回来的？那他的回答是，其实在我们丢失到了亚海全程我们最自信的一张图的时候，当时其实是有点慌的，但是我们努力的稳住心态，我们齐心协力去好好的去打，好好去做，因为我们不想让马德里的历史再次重演，我们真的是也是大家都打得很好嘛，所以我们才能够最后赢得了我们这座奖杯。
Well, next up, Meteor, you're a name that we've known for a very, very long time. It's not that you were recognized this year, but I did want to ask you because after playing for this long and after trying your best to win a trophy, how does it feel to finally be rewarded for your hard work?
메테오 선수 여기까지 오기 정말 오래 걸렸고 정말 힘들었잖아요. 오늘 드디어 우승이라는 타이틀을 해냈는데 지금 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 우리 팀원들이랑 감코진들 너무 감사하고 그리고 제가 여기 있기까지 이제 바일 감독님 때문이라고 생각해서 드디어 약속 지켰습니다, 우승으로. 그리고 이제 한국에서 보고 계시는 분들 그리고 세계 각국에서 응원해 주시는 분들 다 감사합니다. 더 노력하겠습니다.
I would like to thank my teammates and the coaching staff, of course, first. And I would like to give out a shout out to Coach Bio, who made me the player that I am today. So to Coach Bio, I kept my promise by finally winning the trophy and becoming the champions. And also thank you to the fans who are cheering us, supporting us all the way through thick and thin. I really do appreciate it.
刚刚的问题其实是问到说，我们也知道他可能是经历了非常长的一段职业经历，才能够赢下这人生当中的第一座冠军的奖杯。想问他的感受怎么样？那他说，首先是非常感谢我的队员们以及我的教练组，尤其要感谢教练 Mile， 他一直对我的支持和鼓励，我也终于实现了我的诺言，获得了这座人生奖杯。当然，我要非常的感谢大家。
And speaking of, fulfilling your destiny, Lakia, you and Solo, you were there for the very first tournament we ever had on the global stage. You came close back then as well, but it felt like a really, really long journey for you to get back here. You had to go through tier 2 too. Did you ever imagine that this moment of you lifting a trophy would be like this, and how does it feel?
라케 선수 솔로 감독님과 함께 발로란트 최초 국제대회에 출전을 했고 그리고 그때도 너무너무 우승과 가까이 있었는데 지금 이렇게 다시 국제전에 출전을 해서 우승 트로피를 들어 올릴 때까지 정말 많은 일들이 있었고 또 감내해야 했던 부분들도 많았잖아요. 지금 이 순간 어떻게 느끼고 계신가요?
제가 프로를 시작하고 이 트로피를 향해 달려왔었던 게 이루어져서 말로 없이 행복한 기분이고 지난 힘들었던 일들이 다 스쳐 지나가면서 결국에는 해냈기에 너무 행복하고요. 그리고 솔로 형에게 너무 감사하다고 전하고 싶고 저의 최고의 멘토이자 감사합니다. 사랑합니다.
Ever since I started my pro career in Valorant, it's been a long, tough journey and so many hurdles that I had to overcome. But the fact that I made it and the fact that I won the trophy today means a lot to me. And I would personally like to thank Solo for being a great mentor. And I would just like to tell him that, I appreciate him a lot.
其实刚刚的问题是问到说，我们也知道他可能在第一次和 Solo 教练一起出征的时候，出征国际赛事的时候就获得了非常不错的成绩。可在那之后，他可能去了4级联赛，经历了非常漫长的一段时间的沉淀。那今天获得了属于他们的冠军奖杯，感受怎么样？那他的回答是说，首先我觉得可能在我漫长的职业生涯里面，我经历了非常多的困难，但是我非常高兴，我终于克服了他们，以及现在能够达成这样的成就。我还是非常想到感谢 Solo 教练，他是我这个无畏缺人生道路上的一位导师吧，非常感谢他的帮助。然后我们也能终于走到这一步，我们也获得了奖杯，真的非常感谢。
Now to texture, I think you've captured a lot of people's hearts with your personality, with your smiles, and with your crazy gameplay on the server as well. I think no matter what's going on stage, you're always smiling, and that attitude is very infectious to all of the fans here as well. So I gotta ask you, just how happy are you right now? How big of a smile are we gonna get out of you?
텍스처 선수 그동안 인게임에서의 플레이도 그렇고 또 텍스처 선수의 평소 때 재미있는 모습 덕분에 팬들의 마음을 많이 훔친 것 같거든요. 지금 이렇게 드디어 챔피언이 됐는데 얼마나 기쁜지 들어보고 싶습니다.
와, 이게 뭐 말로 어떻게 표현도 못 하겠고, 와, 트로피 전홈 저거 잡기 진짜 힘드네요. 예, 진짜 힘들었고. 그만큼 너무 기쁜데 어떻게 표현을 해야 될지 모르겠어요. 그만큼 좋아요. 그리고 이제 제가 그때 킥오프 때도 우승을 하고 이제 아무 말도 못 했는데 이제 일단 오늘은 울지 않을 거고요.
네.
그리고 일단 저희 항상 뒤에서 서포트 지원해 주시는 저희 회사 대표님, 단장님 그리고 저희 스폰서분들 그리고 또 당연히 많은 팬분들이 있기 때문에 저희가 있는 거고요. 너무너무 항상 진짜 감사합니다. 너무 감사드리고 또 이제 엄마한테 한 2년 동안 못 갔어요. 제가 연습을 한다고 솔직히 갈 수는 있었는데 제가 안 가는데 내 이것 때문에 안 갔다 엄마. 봐줄 거지? 그리고 그 스트리머 김대모 파이팅! 구치리, 갓데드, 에피나 버니버니 하여튼 IM 애들 파이팅 됐지 이 새끼들은 네? 인파도 파이팅
Oh man, it feels unreal. No words can describe how I feel. That trophy right there, I've been chasing it forever. Why is it so tough to ever lift the trophy? But at the end, it was also worth it. And I would like to thank the org, the head of Gen.G, and also the GM, and also to the fans that supported us so much. And also, I would like to thank my mom because I wasn't able to go see her for 2 years because I was too busy screaming and practicing, trying to get my hands on the trophy. But hopefully to mom, it was worth it for her. It was definitely worth it for me. And I didn't get to thank a lot of people in kickoff when we won. So there you go. But no tears will be shed tonight. I won't cry today.
刚才的问题其实提到，我们知道 Tex 选手以他的非常灿烂的笑容和非常迷人的性格，收获了大家非常多的喜爱嘛，不管是游戏内还是游戏外，所以想让他表现一下自己现在究竟有多开心呢？首先他会说，他觉得不知道该用什么语言来表达他现在的心情了，真的非常的开心，非常的激动。看着那座奖杯，他好像突然明白了自己一直以来经历的这些努力都是为了什么，但是他觉得非常的值得，即使这个过程非常的辛苦。但是首先呢，他还是想非常感谢一下队内的，不管是他的队员啊，还是他的教练以及赞助商等等的各位帮助过，好，以及各位粉丝。还有呢，他非常想要谢谢他的妈妈，因为他一直在非常的努力训练，可能已经有2年之久没有见到他的妈妈了，也非常感谢他们，以及还想很多感谢从 Kick Off 开始就一直帮助他们的人。
I have to speak to you now, Solo, because you are not just the Korean FPS legend. I don't think anybody can have a conversation about FPS in Korea without mentioning your name, Solo. And obviously, you heard your players. They like to thank you. You know, they attribute their success to you. So I wanted to ask you, what's it like to kind of harbor the future of Korean FPS?
솔로 감독님, 한국 FPS의 레전드이자 거장이시잖아요. 그리고 선수들도 이제 굉장히 감독님께 감사하다는 말을 많이 하고 있는데 이제 이렇게 감독으로서 한국 FPS계를 끌어가고 또 이렇게 선수들을 양육해 나가면서 미래를 준비하는 기분이 어떠신가요?
사실 뭐 제가 뛰어서 게임을 못하지만 뭐 저의 능력이나 뭐 저희 HSK 코치의 능력이 뭐 좋으면 더 좋겠지만 그냥 선수들이 대회 때 잘하는 거 보면은 너무너무 기분이 좋아요. 선수 때랑은 다른 기분, 약간 그런 기분이라 그냥 계속 잘했으면 좋겠습니다. 저희 선수들. 네. 그리고 좀 다른 말 해도 되나요? 좀 긴데. 제가 세계 대회를 딱 14년 만에 14년에 중국의 항저우에서 대회를 했었거든요. 그때 대회하고 우승하고 이제 14년 만에 이제 선수가 아닌 감독으로 우승했는데 그래서 약간 전 멤버들이 좀 생각나는 것 같아요. DRX의 뭐 터미, 글로우, 페리, 바일 네, 이렇게 좀 더 많이 생각이 나는 것 같고 그리고 저희 젠지 아놀드 대표님 감사하고 폴님 감사합니다. 에릭님 감사하고 영철님 그다음에 종민 PD님 감사합니다. 그리고 마지막으로 저를 믿고 저희 감독직에 맡겨주신 이지훈 단장님께 감사드린다는 말씀하고 싶습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 마지막으로 우리 HSK 코치 진짜 고생 많이 했거든요. 저 이 공을 HSK 코치한테 돌리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Although I'm not competing as a player, it's just so wholesome to be able to make history in Valorant with these players. And you know, of course, we have great coaching staff with HSK and myself trying to help the team a lot. But when I watch our players compete on the stage doing incredible things, it just makes me feel so good and so elated. And it's just a completely different feeling than when I used to compete. But I would also like to add that the last time I competed in an international tournament and won the international tournament, that was 14 years ago in China, Hangzhou. And this moment really makes me miss and think of all the players that were with me, Perry, Bio, Glow, and Termi. So I would like to say thank you to them. And also thank you to the org, Arnold Ha, Easy Hoon, and everybody, the manager, the social contents creator as well. And it's just such a great feeling to be able to do this all together. And I would just like to say thank you to everyone.
刚刚的问题是，可能之前 Solo 教练也是提到 FPS 不得不提的一位传奇人物。那他现在可能不是以选手的身份，而是以教练的身份，能够 帮助这么强的一支队伍获得冠军，感受怎么样呢？那他的答案是，可能是现在我不是以选手的身份站在舞台上，但是能够看到他们夺冠，我真的感觉到非常的开心，非常的兴奋。有时候和我们的教练组一直看着他们在舞台上打比赛，我会觉得这是一种完全不一样的感觉，但是我同样的感受到了那种兴高采烈、那种兴奋的感觉，以及说我可能还想要再去。感谢非常多的人，因为这次旅程可能让我回想起了14年前我第一次来到杭州去打一次国际赛事的时候那种感觉，我非常要感谢那时候的非常多的队友，以及我很想感谢现在队内的不管是经理还是运营，感谢你们的支持和帮助。
And then last but not least, HSK, I have to ask you a question as well because I feel like you are such an underappreciated member of this team. You deserve every bit of success they have as well. So I wanted to ask you, after all of the effort you put in, the sacrifices you made, what does it mean to win this trophy alongside your boys?
감독님 옆에 계신 HSK 코치님, 이번 우승에 많은 공이 있는 것 같아요. 좀 이렇게 팀원들과 그리고 솔로 감독님과 함께 드디어 우승을 하게 됐는데 코치님께는 어떤 의미일까요?
일단 이렇게 한국팀에 와서 딱 전부 다 간절한 사람들만 왔다고 생각하거든요, 젠지에는. 그래서 더욱더 뜻깊은 것 같아요. 사실 이 선수들 전부 다 예전부터 알고 있었는데 이렇게 한 팀에 한 번쯤 모일 수 있을까? 이 생각은 하긴 했는데 실제로 이렇게 모이게 됐고 그리고 모이고 나서 연습도 정말 열심히 하고 이렇게 이루게 되어가지고 정말 너무 기쁩니다. 감사합니다.
When I first joined this Korean roster, all of us, we were just a group of people who were desperate to have a chance to prove ourselves. And that made us push more and work really hard. As we said, we don't slack off. And it just means a lot to me to be able to do this with the guys alongside me because I know we've been pushing ourselves and putting in a lot of work just to prove a point and show the world what we can do. So it definitely does mean a lot to me.
想要问一下，就是能够跟大家一起赢下今天的这场比赛，赢下冠军奖杯，感受怎么样？那他的回答是，其实我们整个不管团队里面所有的人，我们都非常的渴望能够获得这场比赛的胜利，拿下这座奖杯，所以我们真的是非常非常努力，夜以继日的去练习了。那今天也终于证明了我们向全世界证明了我们能够达到什么样的水平，我们有什么样的能力，最终赢了下来。
Thank you very much, Luna, for your translation. Thank you very much, Jen, as well, for yours. Everybody, one more time, your Masters Shanghai winners. It is HSK, Solo, Texture, Lakia, Meteor, Munchkin, and Karen.
谢谢 Thank you 谢谢
Gen.G, the first Asian team to lift a global trophy in Valorant. They are your champions here in Shanghai. I'm Mimi, joined back on the desk by Kakuka, Achilleos, and Coach Josh Ortiz of G2. Seth, I want to start with you, because you have been rooting for this region, for this team, for so long, and they've finally broken the curse.
I literally fell to my knees just down there on the floor. Body was shaking, I couldn't hold anything. Like, my hands were just constantly shivering because I couldn't believe that they had actually done it in such dominant fashion. To see Gen.G be a team who was incredibly underrated at the start of the year, have very little expectations put on them, be doubted because HSK comes over to this squad after an absolute tragic year on DFM, to see them go into another grand final and then be able to close it out to get the first win for an Asian team, for a Korean team, I'm beside myself.
And they're going to be going into Seoul, the defending champions, for champions, to try and go back to back there. What a moment for Gen.G here. And Josh, the fashion in which they did it, changing up their comp on the final map, showing the resiliency they didn't have in Madrid.
I thought the redemption arc was incredible to watch unfold up close. After watching that Madrid final where they crumbled in the last two maps, to turn it around, almost the same exact script. they really close it out in a 13. What is it? 13-3, 13-4. Oh my God, insane.
Well, one thing that the first seeds had in common, and they all agree with, this was the team that everybody wanted to avoid after the performance that they had regionally, after what they did in Madrid. They were just set to do the same here, but what they showed today, especially we were here in the interview, after losing Ascent, after losing a map that they were so comfortable in, Heretics with 2 chances of sending them home, of putting them again on the same position, almost getting that trophy, but nothing for them. As you're saying, Seth, to have the resilience to turn things around in the last 2 maps that they had, where they were completely on top of every single situation.
And you talk about the doubters, the people who didn't believe, especially after losing in Madrid, that they wouldn't be able to close out in a trophy. Not only did they win it, but they do it without dropping a series. And what's so impressive to me, too, is they do it in Karan's rookie year. He's a player who came up from ranked step, and he's just lifted his first trophy.
It's been incredible to watch and get to cast this guy, because again, you know, the doubts, who is this guy? Why is he joining this team? And then seeing what he's able to do, becoming a Royal Roader, winning in kickoff, getting to that second place but falling shy of the mark, and then on the second attempt being able to actually close it out to get that trophy. What a year. It's an absolute dream for a rookie.
It's ridiculous what they've pulled off and what Karan has achieved for himself and for his region. But I think that brings us to the obvious conversation around MVP. Who do you guys have in the books for this tournament?
I mean, after the last 2 maps, like I'm torn, because I think that you can make a case for almost or everyone on this team.
Sure.
I think we also need to talk about Heretics. We talked about them a lot because they've played a lot of rounds and a lot of matches, but we need to be true to what just happened here. I think that, to me, you see the texture. I think that Lucky had a brilliant tournament. I know that he is not dropping 50 every map. I don't think that he needs to drop 50 every map. I think that you can tell his presence in every single one of them.
I think mine would be a little bit more unexpected, especially just with those last 2 maps that were played. I think that I might lean towards Munchkin, because the calling and the reading of everything that Heretics wanted to do, it was so perfect, and he was constantly pivoting his players around the map. That split was just an absolute masterclass. That positioning of texture, getting him over towards Vent to collect those final 2 weapons, not allow them to save anything carrying over, not giving any advantages. I might have to go with him.
What about for you, Josh?
I'm torn. At first, it was texture for me, but like you said, like the last 2 maps, the defensive play calling on Lotus, so many good moments. You know, demanding that respect at A, setting up that C hold and the B trap at the end, and then swapping to split on attack. Their pace control, they kept switching the tempo constantly, making like Heretics second guess themselves. So I think like Munchkin setting up his players for
Can we
success
stop
here.
waffling
What do you want
and move on?
I mean, just for 1 second on Munchkin, no one thought he would be a good IGL, right? After how things ended with T1, he had such a negative conception in the community, and now he's turned around and done this. But for me, I think it has to be texture, just because of his performance across the tournament. He was incredible throughout. He was even great back in Masters Madrid. The guy is just so consistent for this team. But that does wrap things up for the finals here in
Thank
Shanghai.
God.
There's still a lot of Valorant left, and it's coming your way with Stage 2. All of our regions, all of our international leagues will be kicking off soon. For Pacific and CN, Pacific, the region just lifting that trophy, will be coming up just around the corner on June 15th. EMEA
I
3
don't
days
know
after,
if I'm
and
gonna follow
will
Americans,
join in the action in June 22nd.
because it's like
But I'm so
super
excited to
like
get
for
back
me.
into regional play. We've seen so many teams surprise here.
Right, because we're talking about how this year's been crazy.
And I can't follow like Pacific and China because they are like around the same time,
I feel like the
and
gap
I
is
think
not
they're
going
like
to be as
too
big
early
from,
for
like,
me.
Stage 1, like kickoff and Madrid to Stage 1. But I'm really looking forward to see what
They
every
are
team
like
has been cooking up, what they've been learning from here, and how prepared they're going to be with
Decent,
all the
but
new
they
changes
like
that we're going to have
overlap.
in the game.
Yeah, and for Pacific,
And
Pacific
eventually a new
kicking
map.
off. Yeah, new map on the horizon, but with Pacific kicking off in like 5 days time, basically 6 days, something like that. I'll see you guys on the opening show. The level of play has now been set way up here with Gen.G lifting this trophy. I want to see which teams can rise to that.
You excited to play again, Josh, back in Americas?
Can't wait to work again. I mean, after getting this close to the grand final, like I can't be more motivated. The boys have been so motivated after losing that, because we're just so damn
makes you
close.
hungry.
Yeah, we got to experience such a big stage. We want to do this again.
and you'll have the chance. Champion Seoul is on the horizon, the final tournament of this year for the VCT circuit. Seth, I want to give you a chance to give a primer. Why should we be so excited for an event in Seoul?
I mean, the crowd's going to be amazing. The venues are going to be amazing there. There's so many arenas in Seoul. The food, the culture, the people. It's just one of the best places that I've ever been. That's why I've been living there for the last 8 years. That's why I'm going to live there for the rest of my goddamn life. And for the fans that can travel out and have that, I know that you are just going to absolutely love it. The level of play is going to be incredible.
Well, 16 teams will be taking the stage in Champion Seoul, but that wraps us up here.
Yeah,
for
it's
Masters
way too late for
Shanghai.
me.
A massive thank you to everyone here in Shanghai, China, and to everyone that came out to the VCT CN studio and right here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. One last time, thank you to everyone for watching. Josh, thank you for
I
joining us
might
today.
be able to
and we'll
watch
see
the
you
game on
in Seoul.
Sundays. Like the first game. But yeah, like, game starting at like 2 AM for me and then possibly like going till like 5 AM. I mean, I've done it, but it's like, it's crushing. So I think I'll skip, maybe I'll do it here and there. If we have like a super day, like we had 12-hour streams and shit, but yeah, the schedule is like, it's too much.
The wait is finally over. 12 teams, 4 regions, 1
GG
trophy.
Gen.G.
We've got 2.5 weeks of awesome and intense competition ready for you lovely people back at home.
Win 2 games and you're through. Lose 2 games and you're out.
Are you guys excited?
Really?
My brother.
Come on.
my brother.
Yes, it is excellent to be here. All the great food, all the great fans. It's already electric.
Dug and paper thin on Swissology.
I'm really happy for them because I miss them so much.
That was too wholesome. I need like diss tracks. I need
it's like
talking
I
trash
left them
across
and
the
now I want to be
stage.
better than
Yeah,
them. I'm
come
gonna,
on.
send them
Some
home.
spice.
I give you one routine, okay? Before match, go drink. Boom.
What is this?
Decided.
Skip. Trying to see if he can come up with a surprising kill, and what is that? Grabs the bulldog, manages the transfer yet again. Can he find it? He does! Absolutely astounding as Exturate gets himself an ace in the second round of action. Undefeated.
Fnatic are going to run back Tokyo 2023.
That's like Mongolian hot pot last time.
There's only so many times you can actually choke.
And tell me, where can people get this t-shirt? They look sick.
Ooh, we got a lot on the way, so if you want, just hit up my manager, Saywolf, DM him.
No way, not again.
Lysor in a 1v2 down to a 1v1, lands the shots! Their very first win on international stage, and it's on home soil!
All that love and support
I
from
didn't
your
think
friends.
love and support would be that viscous.
The Dizzy Blind will come through, but it doesn't matter as Ospas mows down another. Meteor, the last one standing, and Ospas will claim it as well.
Has to be Gen.G. Pacific bias, paper facts right there.
But Bukashu has an answer back.
He's able to get both. Bukashu certainly not trying to conceal it! And he snaps on the boo!
FPX are winning Shanghai.
That's a 5. This is an overreaction.
Just tap it away, finds one, and Lakia cannot get the flick. Autumn says, nah, son, I'm better than you with the off.
I'm a realist.
Negative
I'm the only
energy.
one here who's real.
Can he pull it off? They're both right there. The spam onto the first. They're both weak. He's gonna connect it all! And Joe P aces his way to take G2 to playoffs. What a finish!
We don't leave here, by the way. I don't know if people know
There's
that.
no windows, but I really like it.
But what about the beds?
There's a little thing where we can make some rice over there. This is the most pivotal day of Masters Shanghai. It's do or die.
Recovery on that thrash. Tags, however, too far forward, but he gets the 1-2. He gets the third, and they send T1 home.
I love a good rice cooker.
I mean,
It's like the best appliance you can buy.
Is it Turkish aim today maybe coming out?
No, Turkish team play.
But what they do have is the element of surprise. Number still the way of the defense. CNET is looking to put him away himself. Time is short. Bukashu can be the hero. He got it to half. Foot stay alive in heartbreaking fashion for DRG as well.
My favorite moment has been the memories that I've made here with you two.
Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Insane. Meanwhile, Woot on the other side with 4. The ace for Woot. Heretics survive.
And it's heartbreaking Shanghai for FPX.
I love spring rolls.
I love Benji Fishy. You weren't ready for that. You weren't ready for that freaking kindness, bro.
All of the investment there. King, a 1v2, lays it down to 1. Mr. Fallen there, he's got a challenge! And Foot will survive! And heartbreak for Lev.
It's playoff time in Shanghai, baby. The game has officially changed.
He can't really play around it. He's gonna have to figure it out on his own. And Lakia gets his third. Gen.G pick up right where they left off. They're here to play.
Growing up, Jonah P had 2 pet ducks.
Just throw whatever you have at me. I will bear through it. I will shut you down. They say to Paper X, you asked for this. You picked us.
We got to see
Show us the ducks. We've seen his cats. Show us the ducks.
Wu goes up top, it connects onto Boo, but Wu punishes back. Oh my gosh, he's gotten the third! Wu single-handedly destroying EDG.
I'm weaving up some narratives right now. This is me weaving.
Leo up over the top, just waiting patiently here for that wall to fall. He comes away with one, but CNED gets himself a third.
Rumors of Fnatic's return were greatly exaggerated, but the Turkish gods showed up to play as they cannibalize their own region and send the #1 seed team home.
#1 seeds are all cursed except 100 Thieves, apparently, which is ridiculous.
Thankfully, we have Jing here, so guess what? It's called Jenga. Yeah, we went there.
And in the face of a full buy from EDG, this close to closing it out, avoiding the utility, still getting a shot under nobody. He connects onto the second in front of a Chinese crowd. The Heartbreak Kids will not be denied. Not yet.
I do not eat breakfast.
Now the Molly Wu dropped. 13 seconds left. Jonah P holds the line. 3 found, make that 4.
Come on!
And what looked unreachable will be found. G2 are headed to the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
Wheel, can they complete the miracle run? I hope it is. Ooh, oh my God, it almost was. Okay.
Do not think about the names. Do not think about the players that you're going up against. Just go and hit them.
Paranoia at the ready, set. They're all in, but Forsaken, guns down 3. Cash hasn't been built up super well for them.
In perfect position, Boostio still gets the shot. Denies the ace.
Making their way over here in towards this A side. Busio playing forward, dealt with, but Asuna
Down below. Bang tried to hold. Peek it, Bang finding it, getting them both. They fought tooth and nail to get to overtime, but Paper X cannot extend the series. They cannot get revenge on Boostio. He once again sends them home trophyless.
Singing the final song of this half for Heretics. There he is, he strikes, and the spike, the most prized possession, sits at his feet. 9! And then there were 4 as Heretics toss Foot aside and survive.
This is on fire. That's how much we love you. And we should probably,
Smells like we're gonna die.
We're coming to you live from the Mercedes-Benz Arena, the largest venue to ever host a VCT event. Gen.G, they're just 1 away from back-to-back global grand finals. But who doesn't love a Cinderella story?
Into the poison orb, pushes out the timing, the backstab potential. He's playing it patiently, and he drags across both. What is that? Paranoia across. Knives will be able to find one. Texture into the back. Finds Icy. Finds the third. They know that he's low and he's got the right click.
Gen.G get themselves into back-to-back grand finals.
This team looks unstoppable, unflappable, unbelievable.
It has not been an easy road for either of these teams, but only one can survive, and it all comes down to who will not crumble under the pressure.
Now they've got the Orb of Strike they're going to have to deal with as the pick goes down. They've been able to find a little pocket, just enough safety as Asuna gets 3. The spike is out of reach. Asuna with 4. Can he get the ace? Yes. Yes, he can. You've got the ult from Patek who's going to be joining Lay, but Boo gets 2. And now the snap is exceptional. Let's go. And that's it. Forget about waiting. The future is now. Los Niños stand tall.
It was electric. It was special. Congratulations to Heretics.
The script has been flipped. Today, 2 underdogs will face off for a chance to make history.
Jonah P completely and utterly unaware. The knives coming out as he drives the blade into his back. Back-breaking round to win here for Heretics to try to shut down G2 and Woot. He finds himself a second. He gets the third. What is that? He's to try to slow things up. Push in. He manages to collect 2. 1 HP. Certainly impossible, but no. Patek looking for the ace clutch. Jonah P, the slow crate forward. How does he do it? And the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end. Lightning will not strike thrice in Shanghai. G2 are the ascended ones, but Heretics refuse to bow at their altar. Today, the Masters Shanghai Trophy is up for grabs, but before that happens, we've got something fun in store, as we often do. We're gonna have a show match between two teams of international content creators, and they'll be playing on the brand new map Abyss. The Masters Shanghai Grand Final starts right now.
And here he goes with the TP on the bridge into the smoke.
Okay.
This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Oh, and the timing on the dizzy, looking great.
Fantastic execute.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
And that is exactly what we want to see from this map. We want our players to think a little harder about how they're using these abilities.
The new map looks cool. I mean,
Here he goes!
I was kind of like underwhelmed by it, but
Yep.
It might pay off. Oh, there's
I don't know. You'll have to play it,
pick up the victory here over Team
I
International.
guess.
What an incredibly fascinating map.
I feel like the door in mid is like
Gen.G will have an opportunity
one
to
hit
lift
of
a
anything.
Masters trophy. They let it
It's not
slip in
like the
Madrid,
door
but
on
this
Locus.
time around, all they need to do is get past Team Heretics, the only team that's to ever make a grand final with a sub.
Now striking, on to Munchkin. But Texture and Meteor again.
It's more like the window almost. The Ascent window.
Standing and will meet a similar fate. Breeze goes the way of Gen.G. Yeah, Heretics put up a fight, but Gen.G able to slam the door. Rians has to go though. Trying to turn the flash. A great shot from Rians again. Can Munchkin clutch it out? He's got the shots onto him, but it's another. It's all a guessing game now.
What are the maps that are gone?
Is there enough time? It's gonna be close. Oh, it's so close! Team Heretics are not done yet. They
I think it's like Split and Breeze.
Is he expecting Boo on the other side? Yes, he is. Oh! He gets two! Not able to convert on the third, but Gen.G Fishy! The 1-2 punch! Texture with the op. Has
And Evan comes back.
the flash over the top. They have to spam, and Boo is the nightmare. Ascent goes their way!
And there is Abyss too.
Damn close! In a lot of trouble here, under a lot of pressure, but he gets his two. Oh,
Plus the big change for like
just when it seemed
the
like you bit
duelists.
off too much, dinner bells ring.
Little combo right here.
It's gonna be an interesting like
Oh, it hurts! It hurts so much! Texture gets
new
four.
patches
Gen.G
and shit.
obliterate on Lotus. Every
Lot of
single banger
changes.
ends on split, and the dream of every grand final is to go 5 maps. We have everything we could possibly want. There it is, the rocket invested. They're scattering. Gen.G Fishy falls the flash over the top. Meteor trying to play his time right. Re ends a bullet between his eyes. And hope sinks away. Gen.G Fishy getting active, creeping forward, Karen down. But the trade timing is just too nice. It's time to kiss the ring. Denied, no more. Deferred, no longer. Vindicated. Gen.G stand on top of the world. They are your Masters Shanghai champions.
I think I can do 1 or 2 games. We'll see. Because I have some stuff to do after that. Okay, rear. "16 days. Interesting. They shown a dude in the hourglass of the new map too. They said it was like lore related and shit. So I don't know. Maybe a new agent, a Nomen-like agent or something like that. Maybe some Omen lore. Maybe the fucking agent number 8 shit.
Allez, tiens, mange, frère, c'est bon.
Bon, bah ça va dodge.
Ouais, bah force à toi si tu peux pas jouer un autre champ.
Dodge, vas-y, dodge, dodge. C'est toi, tu sais jouer que Rina. Vas-y, dodge.
Juste pour vous casser les couilles, je vais lancer la game.
Mais tu sais que moi je m'en bats les couilles, frère, je vais faire ma game
Vas-y,
normale.
vas-y, vas-y.
C'est tout, lance. Hein.
Vas-y, lance.
Ça me casse absolument pas les couilles.
Je peux la faire me prendre la tête, franchement. Je peux pas essayer qu'on me prenne la tête.
Okay. Apparently I have a team of retards.
Hello guys.
Play, please. Raise.
Two of them, okay. Minus 100 on Omen and 90 on Raze on side.
Sur site.
For you.
Thanks.
Tu vas l'entendre.
Désolé frère. J'aurais pas le temps. Raise you play.
Reloading.
Tu bugs Raise?
Je crois la souris elle marche plus. Hein.
Ah merde.
Non, c'est bon, je crois.
Je vais.
Out of charges.
Go entre. Tu veux qu'on y aille, Claude? Je m'en aille. Vas-y, y'a personne. Ah, je suis désolé, frère.
T'inquiète, t'inquiète.
Bien joué, putain, GG.
Raise, you can double satchel, I stun the top.
Satchel out. My ult's ready. Bomb buddy out. Grenade! See nothing. There.
T'as le spike.
My ult's not.
Concussing.
Resource.
GG, les gars.
They're all dead.
I headshot him with a Vandal and I'm like 129.
No peeking.
Oh putain, la tête que je me suis mangé.
Okay. Grenade!
Et Phoenix et Raze mid aussi.
Nice.
Come back, come back, come back.
Yeah.
Flash out.
T'as un œil encore.
Okay, I get Jorota.
C'est Rota, vous avez entendu.
I go stairs.
Planted.
Where the fuck is my bridge playing?
Enemy down. My ultimate is ready.
Vas-y.
Il va stick.
Reload, reload. You have time.
Your duty is not over.
Magnifique,
Nice,
Sage,
nice,
GG gros.
I am not just your healer. I'm watching here. I'm buying.
There.
I stand again. If you want race.
Je crois la plupart sont français, hein. Je parle français.
Moi
Je
ouais.
crois qu'on est tous français.
Sage aussi.
Raze après je sais pas, Nemski.
Alors?
Satchel out.
Bien joué. Close je crois. Au fond, fais gaffe à la roue.
For you. Grenade!
Sur site.
Là.
Satchel out. Perfect. Cutting their vision. Light planted. No peeking.
Je vais te... Ah ouais, je suis trop nul. 61 Omen.
My ult
GG.
is ready. Careful. Careful.
Derrière toi.
Il aura pas le temps.
Bien joué, c'est
Nice, nice.
bien joué de pas avoir ult, hein. Ça c'est réfléchi.
Can I get a drop?
Fais gaffe, Reyna, elle va pique en front ça. Je vais essayer de pré-shot. Merci.
Gorota.
Bomb buddy out.
Now you have to push.
Pas toi Sage mais...
Nice put.
Oh.
Nice, nice.
Et les derniers top.
Il stop.
Il a sauté.
Il a drop. Il y a ton wall, fais gaffe parce que... GG, c'est pas par toi, safe. Ah dommage, GG.
Okay.
I'm watching here.
Anyone need anything?
Oh.
Reloading. Concussing.
Grenade! Reloading.
Oh la nade de con.
Bomb buddy out.
On peut pas rentrer.
Ult's ready.
Blinding.
Still inside.
Here comes the party.
Ah frère, long.
Like I never left.
You have t'as un heal ou pas?
For you.
Si. Viens, fais le tour de la map. pas speed. Ah, il va.
Headshot. Your duty is not over. War race.
Flash out! Got the spike!
Go A, on rentre bien. Ah, c'est bien. Raise, go under on site. Enemy, I go top.
Stand again.
I'm watching here.
Nowhere to run! Joke's over! You're dead!
Ouais, frère.
Got him.
Blinding!
I have the spike. Out of dark.
Ah, soir.
Got the spike! Full deck!
Ouais, go, hein. Non, pardon.
Go mid to B, maybe.
Ouais, t'as raison.
Yes.
There.
Go en slow, comme ça tu mets ton wall et je sais pas si tu veux.
Wow. Yeah, dude, he spawns in silver last fucking season. Man. Just headshots everything.
Just touch.
Healing.
Flash out!
Spike carriers down.
Il a mangé un casque.
Look at those bushes, man. Holy fucking shit.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Regarde-moi ça comme ils spam ces fils de chiens là. Mais je vais clove.
Vous voulez pas qu'on passe par le mid to B? Il y en a un sur le BP et un en face.
Back.
Barrier created.
Mais comment il attend là, frère?
Planted. Rest.
Ping de spikes.
There.
Grenade!
Still inside.
Command elbow.
My ultimate is ready.
The hunt begins. Out of charges.
Your duty is not over.
Reload. So what I mean?
Raze, elle vient du A. Reyna, pardon. Peut-être mid.
Oh. I didn't drop with me. Nice.
Can't use this yet. Here.
Even the wrong.
Planted.
10 secondes, j'ai mon heal.
Ah,
Il est
now
down.
smoker dies. Nowhere.
40.
I wiped him. My bad.
Nice. Our smoker dies mid instead of dying on site. Mais comment ça casse les couilles, ça, fils de pute.
Need a drop.
Satchel out. Grenade! Target down. My ult is ready. Healing you. Dropping smokes. Okay. Here comes the party!
Joke's over! You're dead!
I blew you up! Here! Catch! Barrier created. Planted. Back like I never left!
Je pue.
get him.
Omen mid.
There.
Omen still mid. Reyna mid.
Even.
So 1B. Yeah, my utility is useless. Aïe 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 aïe.
I'm saving.
On peut essayer de stack un shit peut-être. Quand il y a un écho.
Bomb buddy out.
B main.
Out of charges.
Oh le run and gun.
Elle sait pas où je suis, mais elle arrive à me tuer, genre. C'est.
T'as encore du B.
Et c'est passé.
Enemy spotted B.
Blinding. Reloading.
Rota. Fast.
Reloading.
Ouais, ça smoke quoi.
Capacite.
Grenade! Battle out.
You're done. Reloading.
There. One down.
Stick it.
Shame. I love explosions. Okay.
Ah.
J'ai la rota.
My ult right
Là, spike.
Joli.
Could I have a drop? Grenade! Multiple enemies met. Healing you. Back like I never left!
One beyond me.
Dans la smoke. Je lui ai mis une balle.
Get out of here!
Moins 80 la raison tout.
Go get him!
Raisonné.
J'ai le mid.
They were not good enough. Spike is safe.
Vin il demande bocage d'huile.
Could I have a drop?
Merci. Ils vont push B je pense.
Grenade! Bomb buddy out.
Pêche pas. On pêche.
Satchel out.
Tremor.
Mid.
Essayez de garder l'info mid si vous pouvez. Ouais. Ça va arriver B, ça va arriver B. B peut-être mid. 120 Phoenix.
The hunt begins. They will cower.
Flash out.
Oh je sais plus.
Oh putain. Oh.
Can someone get this?
The fucking over rotation, man.
Merci.
Raise mid moins 70. Ouais, merci.
That was weird. Enemy spotted me.
Ça rota, ça rota.
Satchel out. Flashing. Inside. Grenade! Critical hit.
Une à gauche. Fais gaffe, une à gauche. Dans le tunnel.
Sova on B.
Toujours dans le tunnel. Le last dans le tunnel. Il va save.
Out of charges.
Ton micro il coupe. Aucune idée.
Bonne question.
B.
Raise mid.
Out of charges. Bomb buddy out.
Ok, une top.
Listen up. Out of charges.
Là, s'il a décalé B, je pense au Ben.
Courant
There.
en tout cas.
Elbow on A. Sova was a main, Omen is on site.
J'ai.
Satchel out. Back like I never left.
Ils sont tous là. Hein. Je suis une chiasse. 80 Sofa, Sova, 50 Omen.
Omen mid, ça allait sur le B.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
Là, vous avez la spy.
Get him.
Sova mid HP.
Je prends le back, mid. Raise, faut que tu gardes le even.
Main, main, main.
Last aussi.
J'ai ton heal, Reina.
J'ai flash.
Satchel out. Healing you. Gun here.
Joke's over.
Nade.
You're dead.
Wait, wait, wait.
95 l'arena.
J'ai mon ult. Faut jouer retake.
Sur site.
J'ai mis ça en Phoenix.
Oh le boom de baiser.
À ta gauche.
Toilette.
Cours.
Peut-être.
Nice.
Anyone need something?
Logiquement, ils vont face d'un site et voilà. Un joue Spec, Dog ou des conneries, c'est Judge.
Ok, c'est sûr.
Ram. One more, Ram.
Ok, Omen aussi au top.
Cutting their vision. Still in sight.
Omen Heaven.
Reste B, reste B.
Reste au plan B.
Mais...
Good attempt.
Les deux longues.
Heaven, Heaven.
Can't. Valiant effort.
Après, là, je fais plus d'efforts, j'arrive plus. Désolé.
Anyone need something? Dab a draw.
Thanks.
Je mets une sphère et ensuite je m'envole.
The fun begins.
Ah.
Je l'ai jamais.
Go get him.
Reste sur B pour le moment.
No peeking. There.
Ah, rien à mid.
M'envole. C'est possible de passer even.
BG.
Ça fait du bruit, Club.
Désolé.
Omen mid. Omen
deux
Phoenix mid.
2001 là.
Ça va Robs derrière toi, Close.
Out of charge.
Un timing.
Caution here.
J'ai BVA les mecs.
Pushing you behind.
Il y en a un CT. Un CT, un site.
No peeking.
Là, sur site.
That's it.
Have one of these.
Joli.
Wow.
BG.
GG les gars. Toi t'as bien fait de pas dodge.
My ult is ready. Fancy vacuum deactivated.
fucking close tight 27 times out of fucking 24 rounds. Wait, how is my bot round not even my best round? Like what? I have 3 kills. Yeah, I only have 2. Okay, wait, I've been live for like 7 hours. Almost 8. I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, another fucking split. Split 1. I think I'm like 10 win and 1 loss on that map. But yeah. I don't know if I should keep my my credits for the next agent. Or if I should start unlocking some like guns and shit. But yeah. I'm gonna go. I'll see you. I don't know. Tomorrow, I guess. I mean, I'll see you for sure for EMEA games. On the 18th, I think. I think we have a week without competition. Oh no, next Saturday we have like Pacific starting. Damn. With Gen.G T1 on Sunday. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna pick up Pacific. Kinda should. I could. It started at 10 a.m. my time. So basically like Master Shanghai. When is the next fucking champion stuff? It's in Seoul. So in Korea. It's gonna be the same like time. And it's from the 1st of August to the 25th, so it's like less than 2 months. And after that, it's gone. Like, no more competition, right? Damn. The season feels so fucking short. But yeah, I've been streaming for like almost 8 hours. Gonna call it. I'll see you tomorrow for some ranks. I guess this week I'm gonna like grind more. Because I'm not watching games. Let's hope that I have some good teams. I should be able to reach plat. It's in 2 weeks, yeah. Even with the patch, I should be able to. 2 weeks. I have some iron stuff to do too, but yeah, reach plat. At least plat 1, plat 2 if possible. Because like gold 2, gold 3 is near, even if I like get stuck a bit and do some like up and downs like you do every time you fucking reach a new rank. I need to start like practicing my aim more too. And yeah, let's go. Boom. Yeah. See you tomorrow for more ranked rank grind shit. And yeah. Bye bye.